us. We hope you are as excited as we are to receive you once again in the second encounter of the World Social Alternative. Let's give a round of applause to all of us here to start very excited in such an important day as today. Today, we having the responsibility in the Simon Bolivar Institute, having the historical load of such a great name, today being the anniversary of the birth of our liberator, which is a day of pride and commitment. It is a huge commitment, the fact of defending the ideas of Bolivar, defending his legacy, because it is the work of the whole continent. He represents all of us. And we hope in this encounter that would be an event dreamed by him, because here we gather all the nations and visions of the world. We balance the interests. Somehow we are paying tribute to his presence 242 years of his birth. Before we start, I wanted to talk about that Bolivar that even his enemies recognized how great he was. Even his enemies recognized his bravery to lead a revolutionary process. Pablo Morillo himself, when he was writing a letter to the King of Spain, he said he is the revolution. With such courage, he faced so many challenges. I would like to briefly share the fact that after the victory in Ayacucho, the one that liberated our continent, and that we are celebrating 200 years in December, he wrote to the soldiers in a way maybe few leaders could have done when being victorious. Because most leaders usually celebrate having conquered a territory, defeating an enemy. But what Bolivar was celebrating with his message to the victorious soldiers of Ayacucho was the meaning behind that victory for the rights of human beings. And I quote Simon Bolivar: "Soldiers, you have given freedom to Southern America, and a fourth of the world is the monument of your victory. South America is covered by the trophies of your courage. But Ayacucho, with such a battle, is raising his head over everyone. Soldiers, Colombia owes you the glory that you are giving them back. Peru lives is life, freedom, and peace. La Plata and Chile are also owing you huge advantages. The good cause of the rights of men has won with your arms its battle against the oppressors. Now see the good you have done to humanity with your heroic sacrifices." That was the victory of Bolivar. the victory of the rights of human beings. Long live Bolivar. In order to start today's program, we rescue a concept from our liberator when he was referring to the Congress. He talks about a concept we believe is important. It is peace. And when we refer to the Simon Bolivar Institute, we talk about peace, inalterable peace, because it is not seen as the peace that's conquered, but beyond that, it must be gained with human rights, with social justice, so it is durable in time and guarantees security. With that idea and spirit, we have invited today's panel. Today we have Baman Assad from the Peace Council of the US, Elisa Salvador from the Angolan League of Friendship and Solidarity with the Peoples, Socorro Gomes from the Brazilian Center of Solidarity with the People and Struggle for Peace, David Denny from the Movement for Peace and Integration of the Caribbean from Barbados, Carolus Swimmer from the Workers' Committee of International Solidarity. In order to address this topic, we asked them to discuss the situation of peace and warfare in today's moment from the regional perspective, and we will start by giving the floor to Socorro Gomez.
Buenos días a todos y a
Good
todas.
morning,
En primer
everyone.
lugar, me
First,
gustaría
I would
agradecer
like to thank
la invitación para traer aquí
your
observaciones y
invitation to
pensamientos,
discuss
una invitación que se hizo por el dirigente
thoughts,
del
and it
Instituto
was
Simón
done
Bolívar,
by
Carlos
the
Ron, y estamos aquí con una excelente compañía, una mesa de luchadores por la paz. Y los dirigentes y líderes populares de todos los rincones del mundo que buscan justamente esta paz, que es una paz deseada por los pueblos.
Bolívar, José Martí, Hugo Chavez, Fidel Castro, and many other figures struggled for, both here and other corners of our universe. First, I wanted to discuss my point of view of peace aspirations that are associated to national sovereignty, development, and social progress, which is one of the great desires and aspirations of the peoples. A world of peace is a world of free peoples, owners of their destiny, and that free people that is freed from oppression and exploitation are the ones looking to achieve those objectives. This is developed throughout history and it has advancements and steps backwards. Today, we see many threats to peace, and the greatest one is interference and coup actions from imperialism, specifically the US imperialism, that still has its world's hegemony. It is a superpower that's in decay, but armed with over 800 military bases in the world, with fleets of US warfare. Even in our continent, it has the fourth fleet that, when it was implemented in 2008, they already said that a war fleet which was a floating arm in those vessels, weapon vessels, had an objective, which was the commander Hugo Chavez and the Bolivarian people of Venezuela, who were commanding a real anti-imperialist revolution in order to have the liberation of the Venezuelan homeland. That imperialism has been an issue for the peoples of the world, and we know it very well in our continent. We know firsthand their attacks and destruction, and this has been outgoing since the last century. Our continent was demolished by fascism, coups, dictatorships, almost a million assassinations in the whole continent during the last century. We had the worst dictatorships imposed by US imperialism in the world. Vietnam was completely demolished, Laos, Korea, China, Comoros. China has been constantly threatened with invasions. Imperialism has been one of the worst issues against peace. Today, I can personally say that I don't feel as optimist, but I am hopeful about the future. In our present, we can see the destruction done by the US imperialism in the Middle East, for example, when they destroyed Syria, Libya, who live in constant warfare, and especially Palestine, which, along with Nazism, fascism, and Zionism from Israel, led by Netanyahu, has provoked a genocide which has worsened today, in which they assassinate hundreds and thousands of peoples, and especially their hatred against women and children, to prevent the birth of more Palestinians in order to destroy a people and take over the remaining territory of Palestine. It is a threat to life in our planet and our objective of having free peoples. It is also a great threat to peace. We can also say that here in our continent there are constant threats. There's a siege to socialist Cuba, to the courage Cuba, which has resisted blockades and coup attempts, looking to assassinate through hunger, disseminate dissatisfaction and hatred in order to stop the advancement of the Cuban Revolution. For all of us, Cuba is an example of dignity, of bravery, and the possibility that although the enemy is giant and strong, it is also very smart in terms of warfare, but it is not invincible. Cuba is still resisting, but imperialism is portraying Cuba as a facilitator of terrorism because our peoples, even our enemies, know that Cuba is struggling to defend peace and a free humanity. I also believe there are other factors in the world because that siege of the US is also present in Europe. Since the Soviet Union, they were never forgiven, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, a siege to Russia came. Russia, a country that has been slowly rising, and now they use NATO in order to be an agent in this war that has taken insecurity and invasion threats to Russia. We also have the case of China. They have always stand strong. They always stood strong, but there's also the threat of a defeat, as well as it happens in Ukraine, even if they have the support of NATO. There are elements that are making hard to have peace. Without peace, we cannot have a free people, because when peace is threatened, our peoples are oppressed. These elements are obstacles for peace. In my homeland, there are obstacles to peace. Recently, we had a fascist coup led by US imperialism in 2013, when they overthrew a president that didn't commit any crimes. Then a fascist took over power, Bolsonaro, and it was a coup backed up by the US. These are obstacles to peace. They threatened peace. Their arms distributed throughout the planet. The arms, the territory occupation by the US is being an obstacle for peace, because the US imperialism is dominating the different superpowers, the IMF, the UN, that are favoring the massacre in Palestine, but the UN has not been able to punish that genocide, and this creates dissatisfaction throughout humanity. The way they look to exterminate them, they also control currencies and money, and that's why they're able to block countries and prevents free development. And there's a very powerful weapon, which is their ability to build lies and disseminate them throughout media outlets and social media. This has been used against Venezuela, distorting words and disseminating fake news. And that's because they have control of over 90% of the media outlets of the world. And they fully control them. However, there are other factors that favor that search for peace. Some of them include the building and consolidation of BRICS, the creation of other agreements like the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement. In our continent, we have CELAC, which is a great search for the unity of the peoples and governments. And a factor that can modify this reality, which is the peoples struggling. Among them, we have many in ALBA, which is an instrument of peace and the freedom of the peoples. It is an alternative in our continent, because the main factor, besides the union of the peoples and governments, are trying to build a new world and have advanced in the struggle and search to have a new alternative, which is the alternative of shared progress, the economic progress of peace and international cooperation, the sovereign peace of each of our peoples, taking care and being an owner of their destiny. These are factors that help building peace and bring hope to all of us. In this sense, I would say one of the main factors that's important for the destiny of humanity, not only of the American continent but the whole world, are the elections in the Bolivarian homeland of Venezuela, elections on July 28th. That says a lot about the respect to our continent. If we are walking towards a free continent of sovereign peace, or rather what the US wants, which is a colony. Many of them have tried to invade Venezuela, but we have here a people that has resisted and is supported by the peoples of the world. So these upcoming elections mean a lot for us. They represent peace hopes, sovereign peace wishes of the free sovereign peoples as we understand the concept of peace that I think we inherited from Simon Bolivar, the struggle against oppression, imperialism, and to favor the freedom of the peoples. I would say future is filled with hope because the number of people struggling continues growing. We and they prevent the advance of hatred and the oppressing US system, even to US citizens themselves. Because although they think they are an economic superpower that believes are a democratic one, what they actually want is to destroy an democracy. And we know that democracy in that empire became a plutocracy. They have 4% of the population of the world, but in their jails, the majority of their imprisoned citizens are black citizens, and this brings and destroys hope. But here we're living in the homeland of freedom, anti-imperialist people, and I would like to end by saying that this brings hope because along with Nicaragua, Cuba, and Venezuela, and other countries struggling, we are going to conquer a world of peace, progress, and cooperation. Long live Simon Bolivar, long live Hugo Chavez, long live the Bolivarian people of Venezuela, and long live free and sovereign Palestine. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very
Socorro.
much, Socorro, for your words.
Vamos a pedirle
Now I'm going to
ahora a nuestro
ask
compañero.
our brother
eh,
Yes. Buenos días a todos.
Salute of the United States Peace Council, all our comrades in the United States, to this gathering of the most progressive revolutionary people of the world. I will try to be brief because Comrade Socorro covered almost everything I wanted to say in many ways, and we have heard about stories all about imperialism throughout this conference, so there's no need for me to elaborate on what US imperialism is up to. So I will try to be brief, and with Comrade Socorro's permission, I will adopt her presentation as the first part of my speech, so I just complete mine. Comrades, we all know our world is at a turning point, and a lot of dangers lurk at every corner. At no time, peace has been more threatened in the recent history of humanity than it is today. Imperialism, since at least the beginning of the 21st century, has been on a retreat. We all know that. And gradually, the process of shifting of the balance of forces at the global level have begun to be realized. And it is in that process that we're dealing with a lot of dangers and a lot of reactions, negative, brutal, criminal reactions by imperialism, especially US imperialism, against the people of the world and the forces of progress towards a new world. That is why we need to bring in our forces together. Yesterday, one of the comrades very correctly emphasized that the same way that global imperialism is operating on a unified program and platform and uses all its forces in a united way, I think we all agree that the forces of peace and progress and socialism should also bring their forces together and work on a global scale, together on a unified way at the global scale. These reactions of imperialism we have been witnessing all over the world. It started with the coup in Ukraine in the 21st century, extended to Syria, attacks on Iran, sanctions on many of the revolutionary states and also resisting countries around the world. And probably the most recent one, we have been witnessing the crime against humanity in Palestine with the genocide that the Zionist state of Israel is carrying out. But the point for me is that we should not be focusing solely on the regional actor of this process. Zionism, although it has to be fought head-on, is not a single entity. We should realize that Israel is one of the main military bases of the United States in West Asia. And in that sense, we cannot separate Zionism from US imperialism. And we have to be clear about that. This is why I'm saying this, because I want to redirect the focus to the main cause of all the misery of humanity. People in the United States, I have witnessed, are angry at the US government because of what's going on in Palestine. But you know what the angle is? Why doesn't our government doesn't do anything? It is totally result of a false understanding of the whole situation and not understanding what the nature of imperialism is. Because US imperialism is doing everything it can in Palestine. How? Providing the weapons, right? All over the place, giving free hand to Israel to do whatever it wants. The only demand by United States government from Israel is kill in a more humane way. Don't cause trouble for us. And this is exactly the approach. They are involved directly. So if we want to fight Zionism, it has to be part and parcel of the fight against imperialism, especially the United States imperialism. And this is the issue. Now, if we make imperialism the focus, we have to look at our weaknesses, as it was before. I mentioned yesterday. One issue was that we are not acting on one coordinated plan fighting against imperialism. And that is one thing I would like to emphasize in my talk. The second thing is the approach that is mostly done in a way in different countries. I know about the United States, that the peace movement in our country is fighting against war, against social problems, everything in it, against civil rights violations in a separate ways. That is, there are people who are fighting for civil rights. There are people who are fighting against war. There are people who are fighting against, maltreatment of immigrants and minorities. But they don't see that all of these problems are a result of the same thing, which is US imperialism. The funds, the government's budget, discretionary budget, 65 to 67% of it goes to the military. No wonder that people have no food. They're facing inflation. They're facing lack of housing and everything else. The problem is that we know what the cause of the problem is, but the general masses of people don't know that. And this is our responsibility to bring this understanding that imperialism is not just a matter of policy of Trump or Biden. Imperialism is a system that as long as it exists, it will do the same thing all over the place. And whenever it is in trouble, as it has been in the past, it resorts to fascism. And this is what the response is right now to confront us. They are promoting fascism. They started in Ukraine and then they did all over the place. You can see the signs of it, the results of the elections in Europe and all that. So they are getting ready for the battle. And we need to get ready for the battle also. And I think
Y
it has to be
pienso,
in a unified way, not a separate fight, different continents, different countries. We have to unite. And that is the main message I would like to bring in. Along that line, I would like to also put some meat on the skeleton of what I said, that we are involved with our comrades in Venezuela and Cuba for some of these unified projects globally, or at least at the region, at the continental level. One is we are organizing a mass popular grassroots movement globally, particularly in Latin America and the Caribbean, to popularize the issue of Latin America and Caribbean, making it a zone of peace. And it requires the involvement of the people to make it real. And in that sense, we are trying to put together a global campaign for that with the help of our Cuban and Venezuelan comrades. And of course, we're going to be benefiting from the position of our dear comrade Jorge Ariaza in charge of ALBA, which is actually the initiator of this project. Another thing we are doing, of course, I should mention that with this comes the question of fighting US military bases as part of this project of making Latin America and the Caribbean the zone of peace. So that is combined with the fight for removing US bases from the continent. That's the one. And also, another project that we are doing very closely with comrades in Cuba and Venezuela is removing Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, which has been going for too long and really is hurting not only Cubans, mainly Cubans, but everybody around the world. And we should put a stop to that as fast as we can, because it is being used as an excuse to crush the anti-imperialist movement and the socialist movement around the world. So with those projects, we're going to go on, and I encourage you, I invite you that once these announcements are made, join us from all over the world and try to get this win, this fight, to end it with our victory, and victory for the people of the world. I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aman. We would like to now invite Elisa Salvador from the League of Angola of Solidarity and Friendship with the Peoples. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to be here today. My name is Elisa Salvador. As Carlos Ron said, I am from Angola, and I am the chair of the Angolan League of Friendship and Solidarity with the Peoples. I am also the vice president of the World Council for Peace in the African region. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank Carlos Ron, president of the Simon Bolivar Institute for Peace and Solidarity amongst the Peoples, for his invitation to participate as international observer in these elections in
como
July
também
28th,
registrar para participar neste segundo encontro da
as well as
Alternativa
participating in the
Social
second
Mundial.
encounter of the World Social Alternative.
Como vice-presidente do Conselho Mundial da Paz, fui convidada para abordar algumas palavras
I was invited
relacionadas
to
ao
give
tema
some words related to the
Alternativa para a
issue of
Paz em
today,
África.
that is alternative for peace in Africa.
É verdade que
It is true that
não é fácil falar de
it is not
paz
easy to speak of peace
se temos em conta
if we
o
take into
conceito de
account
paz.
the concept of peace.
Eu antes quero também agradecer
I
aqui
would like
os
also to
preletores que me
continue
anteciparam,
to thank
porque
the
como disse
people
aqui o
who
senhor,
spoke before me, because as
praticamente
was said here by the
os nossos
gentleman before
preletores
me,
desde ontem
Bahman,
foram nos
since
elucidando
yesterday we have
com a
been
situação que o
we
país,
have
que o mundo
been
inteiro
illuminated, shall we
está
say, with all of
vivendo.
this situation that the world is living today, with
Dizia
the
eu que se
participations
devemos
of
em
our
conta o
brothers.
conceito de
So
paz,
I was saying that if we take into
podemos
account
afirmar
that
que não é
concept of
possível
peace,
ainda falar em
we
paz
can then
efetiva
say that it is not
do
still possible to
continente
speak of
africano.
effective peace in the,
Porque
in the
existem vários
continent of Africa.
países em
Why?
conflito.
Because there exist still many countries that
Paz
are in
pressupõe-se
conflict, that have
como
conflicts
estado
today.
de tranquilidade
The peace is a presupposition
harmonia,
of peace and tranquility, of
ausência de
harmony,
conflito ou
or
de
of
violência.
absence of lack of conflicts or
Podemos
violence.
dizer que
We can
é difícil
also
falar de
then
paz,
state that it is difficult
porque
to speak
mesmo
of
nós
peace,
aqui presentes
because even here,
não
we
sei se
present
podem dizer
here,
que tem paz.
I don't know we can speak
Porque
that
para
we can
dizer
say
que
that
tem
we have
paz,
peace, we live in
temos
peace,
que
because
ter
it
realmente
seems that
tranquilidade.
in order to have peace,
E muitos
we
de
have to have
nós,
peace,
nos nossos
and
países,
many of us in our countries,
principalmente em África,
mainly in
vivemos na
Africa,
miséria,
we
com
live
fome,
in poverty,
com
we live with
guerra.
hunger, we
Como é
live in the
possível
midst of,
falarmos de
of
paz?
wars. How is it then possible to speak of peace if we live
Só podemos
in
alcançar
this,
esta paz
under this
realmente
situation? We can only achieve
em
that state of
África,
peace, a true peace
quando
in
for
Africa,
demolido as pontes
when
motivadas
when
dos tais conflitos.
there is the clash and
E eu
of that
pergunto,
conflict, when we
o que
annihilate that
motiva
conflict. And I ask
os
you,
conflitos afinal em
what
África?
motivates the conflicts in Africa? What is its
Os
motivation?
conflitos na África
The
são
conflicts in Africa
basicamente motivados por
are
disputas
basically
territoriais,
motivated by territorial
golpes de
disputes. That's the
Estado
origin of
que
them.
geram
Coup
crises
d'etats
políticas,
that generate political crisis
rivalidades
in the country,
tribais,
tribal
motivados por
rivalries
questões
that exist
religiosas e
motivated
outros,
by religious issues,
disputas
amongst
por
other
água e
aspects,
recursos
disputes
minerais
for water, for
e a
the mineral
inversão do
resources
povo na
that
miséria.
exist, and the immersion of the people
Observamos
in
hoje
total
conflitos internos
total lack,
no Burkina
total
Faso,
poverty. And today we see that there are
na
internal
Somália,
conflicts in Burkina Faso,
Sudão
in Somalia,
e
in
na República
Sudan,
Democrática
and
do Congo.
in the Democratic Republic of Congo as
Sendo
well.
que o conflito
And
na
that
República
conflict in the
Democrática do Congo,
Democratic Republic of
que opõe o
Congo
governo ao movimento
is a
rebelde
conflict
M23,
where there is an
supostamente
opposition of the
apoiado
government
pelo
by
Ruanda,
the
dando a este conflito
rebel movement,
maior dimensão.
and this gives this conflict greater dimensions because it has
Ainda assim,
the support of an important
São feitos
institution.
vários
However,
esforços combinados entre líderes de
many efforts
diferentes
have been
países
made between leaders of
objetivo de
different countries
diminuir
in
os tais
order to
conflitos.
decrease those conflicts that are present.
Aqui nesta sala
In
tivemos a
this hall,
oportunidade de ouvir ontem
I had the opportunity
o nosso
yesterday to
companheiro
listen
do Mali e
to our
detalhou
brother from
muito
Mali
bem
that
aquilo
spoke very
que o seu país
very well
passa,
and very clearly that is occurring
assim
in
como outros
their country
países
today,
de África.
just like in other countries of Africa as well.
Nós em Angola passamos
We in
o mesmo
Angola
problema.
had the
E nós
same
conhecemos o
problem,
inimigo comum.
and we know
Já se
we
falou
know
aqui da
that common
necessidade que
enemy
nós
that we have.
obtemos.
We have mentioned him. There's no need to repeat,
Há necessidade de
that.
realmente nos unirmos.
but we have the need to
Todos
unite
os
ourselves. There is
países
the
de
need to unite
África
ourselves with all of the countries of
aqui
Africa
representados
that are here
não só
represented today,
devemos levar essa
and
mensagem aos
that are
nossos
here and that are not
países.
here represented, we have to take this message
Que
to our
nós
countries, to
precisamos
all the
realmente
countries
de
of the
viver essa
region,
paz.
that we need to
Mas para
live
vivermos essa
that peace.
paz,
But in order to live that
tem que
peace
haver
and
boa
experiment that
vontade
peace and breathe in peace, we have to have
dos nossos
goodwill
dirigentes,
by part
dos
of
nossos
our leaders,
governantes,
by part
das
of our
instituições.
governors, of the heads of
Só
governments,
assim,
of the different institutions.
nos
Therefore, and in
juntando,
this way, and only in this
poderemos
way, and
realmente
uniting ourselves,
alcançar a paz.
maybe,
O
maybe
engajamento de
may we
Angola
be able to achieve peace. And the commitment of
em
Angola
alguns conflitos com vista à obtenção da paz
in that mediation of
na nossa
conflicts,
região
or in order to
é
obtain that
vista
peace in the
com
region,
muita atenção,
we see with
pois
great
o
attention,
nosso presidente
because our
João Lourenço
president, Jean
tem
Lourenço,
merecido
has
reconhecimento dos diferentes líderes
deserved the
africanos.
acknowledgement made by
É
the
assim que
different
foi
African
otorgado a
leaders,
distinção
and
de
it was
campeão da
it was
paz.
and it was given to him the distinction
paz
of champion of
É
peace.
fundamental
The peace is
para o
fundamental.
crescimento pessoal,
Peace is
para
pivotal
a
for the
construção
personal growth,
das
for the
comunidades
construction
resilientes, para
of
garantir
resilient
sociedades
communities, in order
sustentáveis
to
e
guarantee
para a
the
própria
society
sobrevivência
that
do
is
do
sustainable
nosso
and
planeta.
for the survival of our
Todos e
planet.
todas
All of
reconhecemos a
us
importância
together,
da
we
paz
acknowledge the
e
importance of
desejamos
peace.
viver
And
num
we
ambiente
wish to live
pacífico e
in an
justo.
environment that is peaceful
Então, o
and
que
fair
podemos
for
fazer
all. So,
para evitar
what we
essas
can
brigas,
do in order to
estas
avoid those
discussões
fights
e
and
agressões
these discussions and
no
this between
continente
this
que nós vivemos.
aggressions and attacks in the continent where we live,
Em primeiro
what is
lugar,
it that we can do? That is the question.
eu
First of all,
penso que o
what we can
respeito,
do, I believe that there has
respeito
to
é a
be
base de
respect.
qualquer relação.
Respect is the base of
É
any
essencial respeitar as
relationship.
opiniões,
It is essential
as
to
escolhas e
respect
a
the
vida
opinions
dos
of others, the differences,
sem
what,
interferir ou
the
praticar
lives of
agressões,
others, without
sejam
interfering,
físicas
without
ou
meddling,
simbólicas.
never attacking
Devemos
anyone
trabalhar para a
physically or
paz
symbolically. We
no
have to
mundo
work
e em
for
em
peace
particular em
in
África.
the world,
E
especially in
isto é uma
Africa.
tarefa de todos nós.
And this is
Cada de
a
nós
work that we all
deve
have to do. Each
sentir
and every one
agente
of
da
us
paz,
has to work for the peace.
difundir a
We
cultura da
have to
paz
feel
no
that
cotidiano,
we should all be agents of
fomentar
peace,
clima de harmonia
to
na
infuse
comunidade.
peace and to sponsor
Denunciar
an environment
Debe
of peace and
denunciar
harmony. We have to
situa-
denounce
Ser
situations of
voluntário
injustice,
e doar o
be
seu
a volunteer,
tempo
Mary,
é
and
grande
donate, give your
gesto
time to
e uma
help.
prática
That
de
is a
lutar
great
pela
gesture,
paz.
a great
Vamos lutar
practice
pela
to
paz.
fight for
Em
peace. Let's
conformidade
fight for
com a
peace.
declaração da
according
16ª
to the
sessão da
declarations
Assembleia
of-
da União Africana,
Of the
realizada em Malabo,
16th African
Guiné
Union
Equatorial, a
meeting that
28
was
de
held
maio de
in Malawi, in
2022,
Equatorial
foi
Guinea
considerado o dia
in
31
May
de
of
janeiro
2022.
como
It was
Dia da
considered
Paz e
the day
Reconciliação
31
em
January
África.
as a day of peace and reconciliation in
Para
Africa.
concluir, podemos
That has been
afirmar
the day of reconciliation in Africa,
que
31
só poderemos
January. Now,
festejar
to conclude, we can say that only
esta
can
paz
we
em África
make
quando
enjoy this peace in
desarmarmos
the African
as
continent
nossas
when
mentes
we may
e
be able
trabalharmos
to
de mãos
disarm
dadas
our minds, when
como
we can change our
irmãos,
minds, when we can
formos
work
e
together
pormos fim ao conflito que
hand in
subsiste
hand
na
and
África
substitute these
Ocidental,
conflicts that
na
exist in
África
Africa
Central,
today, in the Western
na
Africa
África
and Central
Oriental,
Africa as well,
na região dos Grandes
and
Lagos,
in
em
Eastern
toda a
Africa,
África.
in different
E isto
regions
é
of all of
possível.
Africa. This
Tem
is
que haver
possible.
simplesmente boa
We
vontade
have to have
por parte dos
goodwill
políticos
to
e
do so by
governantes, como
part
aqui já
of the
disse.
politicians and
Os
the
políticos
heads of
africanos
state. The
devem pensar
politicians of
mais no
Africa
crescimento
have to think
econômico
more
do nosso continente
in the
para
growth,
podermos
economic growth of our
competir
country, of
com
our
outras
continent,
regiões
so
do
that we may
mundo.
be able to compete with
O
other
nosso
regions of the world.
continente tem
Our
tudo para dar
continent
certo.
has
Temos uma economia
everything
forte e
to
estável
have success.
para acabarmos com a
We have
miséria
sources of
e
income.
garantir o emprego e bem-estar
We
para
can,
todos.
we can finish,
Assim,
we
sim,
can
teremos
annihilate
uma paz
destitution,
efetiva
hardship, poverty,
no nosso
and we can
continente
have
de
effective
África.
peace in
E
our
podemos
continent
dizer bem
if
alto,
we eliminate,
viva
and we can
a
therefore
paz
say,
no mundo.
long live peace in the world.
Viva a paz no
Long live
mundo.
the peace of the world.
Viva a
Long
paz
live
em
peace in the world.
África.
Long live the peace
A
in
luta
Africa. The struggle
continua. A
continues.
luta.
The struggle continues.
E a vitória
And the
é
victory
certa.
is-
Muito obrigada.
Is close by. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, compañera Elisa.
Thank you, Conrad, for inviting me to participate in this very important session. My name is David Denning, and I'm the General Secretary for the Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration. I'm also an executive member of the World Peace Council for the Americas region. But today's session and meeting here at this World Social Alternative is a very, very important session for us in the Caribbean region. So I want to use this opportunity to bring greetings from Barbados and our Caribbean region. And I'm also happy to know that we have a sizable delegation from our Caribbean region here to participate in this forum. Brothers and sisters, before I address this peace agenda, I want to extend solidarity to the government and people of Venezuela, because this is very, very, very important for us today. Venezuela is a brother, is a sister, is a cousin, is an aunt, it's a helper, it's a country that have stand by the side of the poor and powerless people of the Caribbean region. And because of that, I want to say to you that all of the progressive forces that relate with us, that we have some kind of relationship with, stand in solidarity with the United Socialist Party of Venezuela. We wish you all the best on the 28th of July, and we look forward to a people's victory in Venezuela. And when I say that Venezuela is a sister country to our region, I can speak about its support, and I can speak about its action. When Hugo Chavez was alive, Hugo Chavez participated in the meetings for the summits of the Americas. And the summits of the Americas was developing a project similar to the NAFTA project. And you know, we need to remind our revolutionary brothers and sisters about these things. You remember when they wanted to develop the free trade areas of the Americas? It was Venezuela who created the conditions for a Bolivarian alternative that gives small nations in our region a space for survival against the free trade areas of the Americas project that were coming out of the summits of the Americas. And small developing nations like Barbados and others were able to fight against the free trade areas of the Americas because they had a brother like Hugo Chavez in the Americas that was standing in solidarity with our people's struggle. You remember the IKEA program that was developed by Cuba and Venezuela that helped many of our citizens in the Caribbean region? that is real solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. You remember the Petro-Caribbean Agreement that helped to save the lives and help us to deal with the economic situation in our Caribbean region. This was another project by Hugo Chavez for the people of the Caribbean. In fact, our sister nation, Guyana, benefited from that project because in the Petro-Caribbean Agreement project with Guyana, they were able to operate under a barter system where they were able to pay with rice for fuel. And that helped the Guyanese economy. And then it also helped the Guyana rice farmers and the people who were working on those farms and the Guyanese people in general. And then, if there is one nation in this hemisphere, whenever there's a disaster in our region, that we know that we turn up and do everything possible to save the lives of the poor and powerless people in that country that is faced with a disaster, is Venezuela and Cuba. And Venezuela have done their part in our region. I remember when Venezuela went into Haiti immediately after the earthquake to help the Haitian people, deal with that crisis situation, help them to construct houses, and help the poor and powerless, send their boat to the Caribbean so that we can send materials to Haiti, because the ship came to Barbados, and we were able to organize with our social movements in Barbados to send things to Haiti to help the Haitian people. And it was Venezuela who sent that ship to our region to help our brothers and sisters in Haiti. And because of all of that, my brother, I want to say to you that the election on the 28th of July is not only an election for the Venezuelan people, but is an election for the poor and powerless people of the Americas. And that is why all of us must stand up together to fight a battle so that the United Socialist Party of Venezuela and its president must win that election so that they can continue to develop that Bolivarian alternative for the poor and powerless people in the Americas. Comrades, on the peace question, we are fighting a war in our region. It's an ideological war, an economic war, a political war, and a military war. And we must unite our forces so that we can defend our region against US imperialism, against our former colonial masters, against our colonial masters, because some countries are still colonies within our region, and therefore we must unite our forces to defend our people. Our movement, the Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration, want to say here today that we object to any military force going into Haiti that is backed by the United States of America, Canada, and France. All three countries are the enemies of the Haitian people. And we object to CARICOM's position in relation to this issue. It is wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong. If CARICOM want to do something that is right, then they should talk to the real and true friends of the Haitian people. And that is Cuba and Venezuela. Cuba sent over 400 medical workers into Haiti to help save the Haitian people. And I mentioned earlier what Venezuela did in relation to the major disaster with the earthquake. Well, Cuba and Venezuela are the friends of the Haitian people, and if you want to do something, then you should talk to those two nations so that we can look at an developmental program for the Haitian people, not war. So our movement stands in solidarity with the Haitian people, and we object to the intervention, and we object to any war against our Haitian brothers and sisters. Cuba, we join with the forces here that have called for Cuba to be removed from the list of countries by the United States of America as terrorists. We call for the removal of the blockade against Cuba, the economic and political blockade. We call for the removal of the military base in Guantanamo. And we also call for Cuba to be allowed to develop its own nation state and for Cuba to be respected by the United States of America. We call for that. And we say to you that Cuba is a brother and sister, not only for us in the Caribbean, but for every nation in the world. It is Cuba who helped to save the poor and powerless people during the crisis situation when we were going through the COVID-19 problems. Cuba sent its its medical forces all over the world. We in the Caribbean benefited from that process. Cuba helped to liberate Africa and created the freedom for Southern Africa, Namibia, and many other African states. That's why we must stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Cuba. Cuba is a positive nation, and we must stand next to our brothers and sisters against that war by the U.S. imperialism against our Cuban brothers and sisters. In Venezuela, there's also, of the military build-up that is taking place in the borders between Venezuela and Guyana. We must stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in Venezuela and against any form of military threats, any form of military action against our Venezuelan brothers and sisters. And I want to say that our movement object to the behavior that is taking place in Guyana by the Guyanese government. We do not support that action. And we are saying that progressive forces in our region, in our Americas, must object to what the Guyana government is doing against the Venezuelan people in terms of allowing the United States of America to set up a military base in Guyana. And I will also say that our Guyanese brothers and sisters are not benefiting from the mining of the oil in Guyana. ExxonMobil and the imperialist forces, they are the ones who are benefiting, because if you visit Guyana, you will see that the conditions remain the same. And ExxonMobil and the imperialist forces are making a lot of finances and are assisting Guyana with small amount of finances for the resources that they're taking from our sister nation in Guyana. So that, my brothers and sisters, there are several wars that are taking place in our hemisphere. and we must stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters and help them to fight against U.S. imperialism and the fascist movement in our region. Comrades, we in Barbados are fighting a very important struggle, a struggle for reparation, because that's a war also against our people. Our people suffer a lot during slavery and continue to suffer. At this present moment, one of the plantations that existed during slavery still continue up to this day in Barbados and are exploiting Barbadian people. And I'm speaking about the Drax Hall plantation. And we must continue to fight a battle against the Drax Hall plantation and its owners and demand reparation for our people. We must join with the trade union movement and the Latin American movement and a global movement to fight the struggle for reparation, because reparation is a must. And yesterday when our brother Sakaya explained everything about the reparation struggle, I felt happy. But we must work together to build unity in our region so that we can mobilize our forces in the Americas to fight the reparations struggle. So I would like to end by saying that at this forum, I would like to stand in solidarity also with our struggling brothers and sisters in Nicaragua, in Bolivia, I would also like to extend our solidarity to the children, families, women, and men in Palestine. And we must develop a struggle under this forum to demand the independence of nations like Puerto Rico and Guadeloupe and Martinique, Bonaire, Cayenne, and the list goes on. We must demand independence for these nations. And we must organize a campaign, a major campaign to demand the independence of these nations. My brothers and sisters, I want to say thanks to our brothers and sisters in Venezuela for giving me this opportunity to address you and to come here. And let me say to you that I feel as though I am a Venezuelan participating in this election, and we are going to defend you before and after the election. You can depend on us, the progressive forces in the Caribbean. Comrades, we must defend our region so that it can remain a zone of peace. Long live the unity between Venezuela and the Caribbean. Forward ever, backward never, the words of our brother Morris Bishop. Thank you.
The great participation that we have seen here that enriches us, that strengthens us in that struggle, that continuous struggle for peace as well, and has a date and time because the 28th of July is a key date. And I'm not going to repeat all of the valuable contributions made by those that preceded me this morning in the panel. I will support contributions that are very important from Africa, that because we know very little of Africa. What then there are the means that inform us of what is truly happening there in the African continent? What struggles are being waged there? Always, I like to highlight with respect to what the comrade Bachman said that in the United States we always have to say that there's a people there who struggles. Also, also the struggles against that system who lives there that is unjust, imperialist against the government. A people there that suffers as well in the United States, just like all the peoples of the world suffer. So it is very important also that we extend our solidarity and the joint work with the forces of the progressive west of the left. And to speak also of peace is very difficult. This was said by our friend from Angola this morning. It is very difficult, but we have to speak of peace. It is necessary to do so. We have to leave that vicious circle where we are immersed in, or that is offered to us at least, that because we have to achieve peace, it seems that there's no other exit. There's no other peace. After peace, normally after a short peace time, there is usually a long war with a lot of suffering. And after that comes a phase which is even longer. In order to go back to a phase of peace again, to return to peace, it's a long, and this imposes then on us, this is imposed on us by the dominating forces of that society, that world society, divided into classes, and therefore there are wars. And the struggle, the class struggle internationally, is expressed also by wars. And there should be a defense of our peoples, and therefore permit me to the motto of that encounter of Bolivar, from Bolivar to Chavez. That's the motto. This is very important and very useful, this motto, and very necessary to have, to not to go back to the past, but go to the past in order to construct the future. Because Bolivar, the the Bolivarian thinking helps us. It strengthens us. Why? Because for Bolivar, peace was not pacifism. It wasn't peace and tranquility, but peace was justice. It meant independence. It was loyalty and non-tyranny. And with these Bolivarian concepts of justice, of independence, of struggle for sovereignty, defense of sovereignty, in truth, we are strengthened in our Bolivarian Bolivarian country to continue to struggle, and we overcame it, and we overcame many problems, and we overseeded them with the thinking and the words of Simon Bolivar. That helped, that gives is a great contribution and continues to be a great contribution because of that issue of peace and justice, peace and independence. Naturally, also, Bolivar did much and made great emphasis in the capability of defense of our peoples vis-a-vis the attacks that are going to come to us. This is the essence of imperialism. We are it has been 200 years from the programming of the Monroe Doctrine, and in 1821 when it was applied. In 1821, the Monroe Doctrine. That is not the past, and I always insist that that is the policy, the foreign policy of the United States that they continue to apply, no matter the name, no matter who the president is in office there. And that Monroe Doctrine, this is a character who lived in the same time of our liberator Simon Bolivar, Monroe. when there was already a clash there, political, ideological clash amongst two different visions of our America. In truth, with that thinking of the capability of defense, that maybe reminds us of our liberator in the agreement of unity of the treaty, a treaty of unity and union and federation and confederation, better yet, in Panama, when he states and speaks of the urgency of being ready from the defense point of view and from the offensive point of view with an army, our own army, to face this, and that in truth can defend us, defend our countries, that is, and to defend ourselves against the danger of imperialist domination over the world. Also, it also helps us in the aspect of peace. But Vladimir Ilich Lenin, who wrote intensely on this topic, and I was reviewing the famous Decree of Peace of 1917 that one could state is far away, has nothing to do with the world of today in the 21st century where we are. But there we see many analyses that can be applied today, that apply to Venezuela, because finally, because the hardest thing is to govern in an alternative way vis-a-vis a dominance of imperialism on the world and the powers of of NATO. And there we see that aspect between a government that has many challenges before it, is facing so many problems, and having to decide what is the priority is key. Where do we start? These are questions we ask. Of course, the hope of the people is always that there be an immediate change, that the left arrives to a government, and supposedly the, we have the task that starting tomorrow everything has to change and improve from one day to the next. And Lenin there helps us to understand and gives that priority that in his time, and I'm sure many didn't understand it then either, because Lenin said the first priority is peace, that there be peace. And there were peasants who were hungry, there were workers and people who dedicated themselves to revolution, and they did many sacrifices. And of course, they also asked that things would be resolved very quickly. So that, shall we, guiding principle, the first priority then should be to achieve peace. And this is something that we have to apply here to Venezuela as well. When I say the first element means that is not the only priority, of course. Of course, we have to manage many things in parallel, but also there that moment that we live here in Venezuela, that in truth is nothing new. You know, all of that trajectory from Chavez until today has been a constant attack on in hybrid war, as is called today, that includes everything. These attacks against President Chavez, and one says, well, we can say that miraculously that Chavez survived that political process and that attack that he received. And modestly speaking, it should be a support for you all. Commander Chavez also, and who lived coup d'etats in plural, coup d'etat in plural. There were so many that the mass media wouldn't repeat it. There were so many, one after the other. In any case, our commander Hugo Chavez also made emphasis on that of peace as a peace phase, but he spoke of a revolution, a peaceful revolution, but an armed revolution. This is another element that is essential here in Venezuela, that not automatically can you copy like No, here we defend here in this process, and it is therefore important and it is essential the civil military union in Venezuela. We share and always offering peace, always was said by the liberator Simon Bolivar in 1814, and that is the policy, the current policy today in Venezuela. We have to continue to compete. It is in danger today, and the enemy awaits that we are off our guard, thinking that we're going to thinking that we're going to rest, but there can be no rest. We have to continue because we cannot fall asleep because with the continuous attacks and maneuvers and pressures, immense pressure that exists and a huge international pressure against the process of the Bolivarian Revolution on us. With that, we there can be no excuse that imperialism attack us. That is their task. That is their essence, is to attack us. So we have our topic. We have to defend ourselves, of course, but we have to see also how we advance in the midst of all of this. In order, we have to remember the efforts that have been made by President Nicolás Maduro when in the midst of the civil war that is called the folklorically called the guarimbas, the guarimbas, translated to, I don't know how you translate it into, but you say guarimbas. Yeah, that's a Venezuelan world. That is that it was was like a war of in Venezuela against the government, and it was very difficult, where the opposition not only had two public powers, that is the National Assembly in their hands, as well as the public ministry in their hands, but also besides this, they occupied territories, they controlled territories of Venezuela. They would close they would close doors and close streets. And at that time, the President Nicolás Maduro calls to create a constituent assembly. And it seemed something crazy at the moment, at first, but it was the solution to this problem. So it was they called the people and to call them in a referendum, a democratic referendum and constitutional referendum that was called on to see what is the solution to that problem. If that was unbearable for all of us here, for the people. And so this call to to the Constituent Assembly to be created in the year 2017 will continued. It was followed by the people of Venezuela that always wants the peace. So it was created, this Constituent Assembly, in order to achieve peace, and by way of electoral means, constitutional electoral means, we were able to achieve that monster, conquer that monster that was in the power, with support and backed up by the United States and by the European Union as well. And this is what someone said has always warns: never copy, but create. That there should be a heroic creation by the peoples, adapted to each need. And all of Latin American and Caribbean nations, also as well as the Venezuelan people included, that we demonstrated that creativeness that we have in our blood in order to overcome the enemy. That I know that is powerful in their weapons. They are more powerful. They have all of military apparatus is huge, more than what we have. Also, there is also an issue which is very important to delve on, that complicates us. So to speak of peace is not easy, comrades. It's not easy at all, because sometimes sometimes amongst we are amongst the people of Latin America and the Caribbean, but sometimes there are different powers, foreign powers, imperialist powers that also want to meddle with us, and therefore we have difficulty sometimes to surmount this because we have our neighbor countries. For example, we have Guyana, that you know that Guyana, where naturally the task of all of us is to search for a peaceful solution to the problem. And there we know that the United States is in there, and the U.S. government is in Guyana there. There we have also the government of the United Kingdom, as well as the Exxon Mobil and so many other imperialist interests that make it very difficult, the direct communication and peaceful communication with the state of Guayana Esequiba, which is the new name. So President Nicolas Maduro, vis-a-vis of this, found a constitutional solution to this problem and decided and to let the Venezuelan people to solve this. So a referendum was called, a recall referendum. That was in December of last year. There were elections, referendum. So and this was a Venezuelan experience to see what the people of Venezuela wanted with respect to the Guayana Esequiba situation. And in the best case scenario, in truth, the people is the one who decides. And this referendum was a success. This one of December, where the Venezuelan people decided in December 2023 that that territory that at the moment is administered by the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, but historically it belongs to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, though. This is a difficult case that we should all know of, and we should try to solve it amongst all of our peoples in a peaceful way. And President Chavez made a great effort here and made proposals that were concrete proposals. And in this sense, we have to continue with this guideline that he started. And we also see this in Africa as well. There are regional conflicts in Africa. This is the interest, that is the essence of the Monroe Doctrine, to to make us combat each other, go against each other, and all of us, we have the great task then to influence to a maximum extent so that these current problems that we're facing, that the cause and the reason is or are in the past, where when we were colonies, so in truth they should continue to be solved, the different aspects. And lastly, on Sunday, this Sunday, 28th July, we will be decided, and I don't want to exaggerate, but it will be decided once again, peace in our republic. That is what it. So you probably have the information and the statements, because there are aggressive statements that are being made by part of the opposition of Venezuela, by part also of the mass media, international mass media, imperialist mass media that exists, with forgeries and false information, and we can easily fall for their traps. So there's a rumor going on that the so-called President Nicolas Maduro said that if he doesn't win, blood will be shed. And here's the aspect of communication, which is key. But of course, how many people could believe that? There are some people who would believe that, who could believe it. So we we need your help so that the truth and reality of the 28th of July be expressed in all the world. And lastly, I would also like, uh, and I want to speak of a fact of the past, because finally, what we are doing here is constructing a movement of peace here in our region. So this was initiated in a very concrete way in the first World Congress of Peace in 1949 in Paris, in Prague, after the Second World War, when the people, the, the great political leaders, as well as artists, scientists, military people, they they thought of thought of how to have a world without wars. That is the ultimate goal, is to have a world without wars, but we're so far from reaching that point. And here I would like to leave here a reflection to all of you. That Congress was not called World Congress of Peace. No, that was not the name of that Congress, as could be foreseen. But no, where the main figures, there was a special Nobel Prize winner went there, Pablo Neruda, the writer, Picasso, the painter. So these were these great people, and they all decided to give another name to that event that for me would be the guideline for us to follow, that is called the first World Conference of the Partisans of Peace. That peace has to be conquered. We have to struggle for the peace. It's not going to be given to us in a platter, the gold platter. No. Many thank you very much to all, you all, and we will continue to struggle for peace. Thank you.
The sword of Bolivar goes through Latin America. The people of Bolivar defending Latin America. Long live Bolivar, long live Chavez, long live Maduro. So with such a joyful moment, because we in Latin America, in Venezuela and our rebel Caracas, we know peace is built with joy. Please let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And now I will invite Guillermo Barreto from the Simon Bolivar Institute to introduce the following panel about an alternative for economic justice. Guillermo, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Please be seated so we can continue with the activities. Please be seated so we can continue with the following panel. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Please, we are about to start the second panel. Please go back to your seats. Let's start our second panel. Today, July 24, in which we celebrate the anniversary of the birth of Simon Bolivar. The second panel is about economic justice, an alternative for economic justice. This is related to the inputs you provided after the document that was drafted in April, and the economy was one of the prominent issues. According to our dictionary, economy is the use societies do of scarce resources in order to produce goods and services. And the word economy, according to etymology, means the administration of the home. The world's economy in the recent years has been dominated by a model imposed by capitalism, and in particular the US empire, because their economy depends on the production and maintenance of a military apparatus. For the US, warfare is not a means to achieve an objective, it is an objective itself. So this seems to be very far from the administration of a home. Is the destruction of a home. It is an economy that depends on exploiting resources and death. It depends on death. Because, and this means we must look for alternatives. That's why we have this panel called Alternative for Economic Justice, because we must rethink economic models. We must think about how we should transform the current system to produce life instead of death. So I am going to introduce the panel as I give them the floor, and we'll start by inviting Paula Jimenez. She comes from Argentina. She's a researcher from the Latin American Center of Strategic Analysis. She has studies in national defense and strategic studies. So I welcome you to Venezuela, and you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to the Simon Bolivar Institute and the team that has been organizing and guaranteeing the existence of spaces of reflection and debate. We know Venezuela has become the center of the people's diplomacy. We gather here every time there's an international event, not only to accompany the Venezuelan revolution, but also to be in a brotherhood to strengthen alliances that will allow us to have such needed processes in current times. And in order to talk about economic justice in such a moment difficult for our humanity, I would like to reflect on what we're doing in the studies center I belong to. They are related to a deep analysis of the capitalist system, the transformations that are a result of the advancement of social relations of production that are more unequal and unequal, and as we have seen in the different platforms and media outlets, it seems as if artificial intelligence came to replace human work, or that's what they want us to believe at least. And this advancement of social relations of production, if we could think about a system in which just economic justice was truly the center, we could obviously think that artificial intelligence could perform the work of humans, and we could dedicate to recreation, to relaxing, as they say here in Venezuela. But this capitalist system, in order to exist, needs uh, relentless exploitation, and it hasn't brought the richness distribution nor social or economic justice. This is related to this book we've been developing with a team with which I have collaborated. The author is Lucas Aguilera, but we have collaboration from a team, and I want you to share some of the ideas we are proposing in the book. The development of these productive forces, especially after the pandemic in 2020, in which we were isolated, we were in a lockdown, when historically, when there's a pandemic, those who are in a lockdown are the ones who are sick, not all healthy citizens. So they wanted to bring people back to their homes to impose a new time, which is digitalization. What we are proposing precisely is that we are going through a new phase in the capitalist system, which is related to the advancement of digitalization. And instead of bringing more social justice, it is just bringing more voracity and exploitation of our living conditions. It claims to be freedom because, as it happened in feudalism, and we went from that to capitalism, slaves thought that by going to the factory they could be They could have more freedom than previously because they would only work for 8 hours and would receive a wage, and that was the illusion of freedom. We do know that capitalism only brought more exploitation because from historical materialism, which is the theory we use for our analysis, we know that the extraction of capital gain only enriched a minority instead of the working force. So, in this new phase we are proposing has a similar behavior. We believe we go to platforms and that we can enjoy, entertain ourselves in that the consumption in digital platforms brings more freedom. But what it is actually happening is that what is actually bringing is more exploitation because it is not only your working hours in our jobs, maybe 8 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours of work. But when we end our working day, for example, in Argentina, there's an average of 8 hours of screen time per person. That's the average per citizen, and that's part of the world average. 8 hours in front of the screen. That's a full working day. So we're going to work for 8 hours, and then we will spend 8 hours on the screen. And we believe we are interacting, we are sharing our life, creating relations, but what is actually happening is that these digital platforms, the owners of the technologies, this new financial and technology elite, which is seen in Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, the great technology owners that tell us the world has changed. But it turns out that that so-called entertainment time is a time in which we're also producing richness. So I believe in the acceleration of the times, in the rupture, the fracture of the working day, the broaden of the exploitation days. Can we think about economic justice? Can we go within the capitalist system and to build through reforms and economic justice, because we are witnessing this comes with violence. It is not only screen time, but this also has an offensive. For example, in Argentina, we have a wave, a violent wave that comes from the most extreme sides like Javier Milei that just want to organize the world in a new configuration that's brought by the phase of digitalization, where we're not only we're not paid for what we produce with our screen time, but also the worsening of working conditions that we thought we had already conquered. Access to salary, a compensation, holidays. What we thought was the conquer of the working class, it is being taken over with violence. So we must propose a justice project of social and economic justice when there's economic violence, and this will not happen within capitalism. This is a debate we also have within people's movements, some members of progressiveness. Some of them believe capitalism can be good, can be moderated, but that's impossible. It is impossible to build conditions for equality and social justice. They just want to take over all the production of our humanity. So that's why it is very important to believe that something must opposed to that capitalism. And I am trying to be brief because I know you are all hungry and you want to have lunch. But I want you to think that what we are producing as a humanity and something they are taking from us, it is part of what we have produced as a humanity, the general worldview, our intellect, which is important for us. It belongs to us, and we should build a more equal model. So the only thing we can uh, propose as an opposition to capitalism is a different model. When you are here in Venezuela in this juncture, I would like to present the existence of building this alternative. There are alternatives to capitalism. There's the possibility of having a different model that is human oriented. And in that sense, the Bolivarian Revolution, with their 21st century socialism that Chavez presented when he talked about the communes, about the 21st century socialism, he talked about how important it is to have a horizon to project the construction of the 21st century socialism. We have a successful example. We have the potential of building an alternative to the exploitation model, producing humanity. And in the face of that, we currently are in a juncture in which we are opposing from Latin America. I believe Venezuela, with its socialism, with its capacity to put human beings in the center, and then we have the example of Argentina with the fascist model that through the use of these platforms they are building narratives in which they have false discussions and lies that are trying to divide people's popular sectors, and through these antinomies or antitheses, they are just lying and proposing to take us to a different path. In Argentina, in less than 6 months, the salary has lost almost 50% of its value. So, what economic justice can we have if they're only proposing to have more neoliberalism, neoliberalism 2.0? They are just promoting warfare, they just want to expropriate us. Being the center of humanity, of knowledge production, debate, the interpretation of our times, we have a very important task. I- Our militants, our intellectuals must interpret this time in order to build the victories we have developed and sustained as it has been done by President Nicolas Maduro in the recent years, because they thought that after Chavez there will no longer be more socialism, and see how Venezuela has deepened and broadened that socialism and has also given tools to the whole world to continue building and showing that it is actually possible to build humanity in the 21st century. We have a huge task in front of us, and in order to talk about social and economic justice, it is fundamental to sustain these projects, models, and specific cases that are successful, like Cuba, Nicaragua, like Venezuela, like Palestine. And that's why they're attacked, that's why they're sieged and blocked, that's why they intend to take them and that's why they intend them to fall. There are projects that must be sustained, accompanied, and deepened. It is not enough with sustaining them. We must deepen and broaden these project so we can take humanity to a place in which we can have technology at the service of humanity and not to the service of a minority. So we are currently in a decisive battle, and it is not only the victory on July 28th here in Venezuela, but also in the territories in which we live to continue building the 21st century socialism, because they want us to believe that we can no longer talk about socialism, that we are in post capitalism, that we have lost, that it is already done, as we say in Argentina. But there's an alternative, there's a possible path. Um, we must understand that we have to continue working in order to produce humanity. The only way in which we can have social and economic justice is through socialism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Not, well, let's continue then with another person of this fifth panel. I want to invite then our sister Andreina Tarazona from Venezuela. She is lawyer in global economy. She was Minister of Women, and she is also President of Emerging Technology Institute. Andreina, you have the floor. Well, thank you very much, dear Guillermo. I want to take the opportunity to thank two brothers, comrades here, Jorge Arriaza and Carlos Cron, for being also with their team, people who participate and part of this international event within the framework of the visit of you of the electoral process that we're going to live in Venezuela very soon. That is this 20th of July. Also, I want to thank all of the national government, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Venezuela. And just to stay in time, I didn't bring my phone to see if I'm doing well. She went to get her cell phone to make sure that she's on track. In any case, I know that it's almost lunchtime. This is a there's terrible moments to give us a speech or to talk, but I will try to be brief and explain and present to you part of the presentation that I have for today. I told me that the central issue was economic justice, and I went on to bring some reflections and ideas that take us from the general aspects, from the global aspect, until and then come speak of some initiatives and routes that we have decided to have from Venezuela within the framework of the new global scenario and also within the framework of our own economic transition towards socialism. Therefore, I would like to start speaking of some important figures with respect to global growth that indicate that for the next 5 years, the world is going to grow 3.1% growth. There will be in the world where the which is the slowest in economic terms, and as emerging economies will grow 4%, the so-called developed nations they will do it in 1.6%. But in counterpoint, but contrary to different to this of global deceleration, there's another scenario where after the pandemic of COVID-19, the multimillionaires of the world, of the economic global, tripled their wealth. The rich got richer, especially for those of you who are young. We are consumers, for mass media. We were able to see an event which was terrible a few weeks ago that didn't that the social network were intervened. There was a great uh, wedding in India of multimillionaires in a country where they have a scandalous index of poverty and abject poverty. They just squander their money in the world, and this has to do that vis-a-vis in a scenario of little global growth. The rich get richer and squander more money, and this means that this humble and simple global growth will be accompanied by, as never before, of inequalities in the distribution of riches, and this it tells us then that this structure of destruction of growth that tells us that 10% of the richest countries have 76% of the world riches, whereas 50% of the poorest countries, only 2%, will continue to maintain their standard for the next years. If from the progressivism and from the emerging economies that have new alternative models, if we don't do something about it. And then also we find ourselves with the continental inequality will continue in the next few years. As you know, Latin America, besides, is a continent that is with more inequalities after the African continent. But also, we have to say that within this framework and economics global scenario, women are the ones who bear the worst grunt according to inequalities. And according to recent reports, women continue to be barely 51% of the income of what men earn. We are 70% of the people who are illiterate in the world, 70%, and only we have achieved to occupy the 10% of political representation in the state positions. And I say in this scenario of progressive people because always feminists are always accused of being hysterical women, even in from the left wing, and they are afraid when we women we continue to lift our banner saying that we want to construct a different world. There necessarily has to be a change because within our countries and within our political parties there should be greater spaces for women within the 21st century, and women continue to be put on the back burner. We have infra representation in the states, in the parliaments, in the main positions, and under the premise, revolutionary socialist premise, and of political theory that we want to take political power from the class consciousness. We have to transform relations. We say it as women. With women in the political power, we consider it will be much easier to go ahead with all of the policies to break those gaps of gender that continue to um, undermine women. And within this context, I wanted to say some issues that are fundamental with respect to principles of economic equality, because when they told me of the topic, I started to think what would be those principles of equality by which the world, progressive world, should fight for? Or where should we find a global context where we are all equal and included? But we know the economic opportunity states with respect to equality in the Concert of Nations in the UN Charter. There is a great barrier there of cement, shall we say, a cement barrier. That is because we don't have equality of conditions either in the distribution of global wealth. And one of the ways that this non-access of equal to of distribution of riches of conditions. It is not only this first figure that I commented before, where 10% of the richest countries accumulate 75% of the global wealth, but also it is also expressed in concrete terms in access to technology as well. 63% of the world population today has access to internet. But when we see continents as Africa is a continent that only 30% of its population have access to internet, whereas the country from Europe and South North America have 90% access. And this is fundamental in order to have access to technologies that can alleviate conditions of poverty and extreme poverty in our continents. For example, in access to telemedicine that could help so much our countries in conditions of hunger or unfavorable health conditions. And then we include a second element, which is the famous transfer of technology, which is very expensive for developing countries and also a great challenge when it means intellectual property and industrial property in order to make backward um, developing countries in more than 55 years vis-a-vis their so-called countries that are developed. And here we find ourselves then in huge challenges of progressism, of what to do in order to reduce that gap of the technological inequality, which is fundamental for us to advance policies, to advance initiatives, and to break with that inequality. But also, there is something else in the Center of Studies that I direct. We would like to use or sometimes we like to lift the banner of a concept that can be controversial within the left wing, which is the right to development. The right to development of the countries of the periphery, of the countries of the global south, within a global context that indicates that if we do not make changes for the next years, then those who will continue to accumulate and exploiting the resources for their own development, and besides as in a sustainable model for humanity, are the low rent. Supposedly for the year 2016, 60% of the destruction of the resources will be done in barely 3 countries of the so-called developed countries. And for us who live in the global south area, this scenario represents that this figure, these conditions that indicate that the countries of low rent we consume 6 times less than those of high rent, and that we impact 10 times less globally in the environmental realm. There's a maintenance of that premise that the natural resource continue to be distributed in in an unequal manner. In countries, in the case of Venezuela, a country that is an energy power, and you know this very well, a country that has a challenge of increasing its production of oil and if its gas production, the right to development is a fundamental banner, a right of development that we conceive under the banners of sustainable environmental sustainability. But we cannot continue to be blackmailed or for those who pretend to impose so-called environmental agendas on us where they pretend to have a right to what we have and that we limit our development of our productive forces and our natural resources. If they ones who have um, exploited the planet for many years, and they should the ones who have to limit the use of resources and permit that the countries in developing countries like Venezuela, like Latin American countries and African countries to make use of their resources under the premise that only with generation of riches is it possible to distribute that riches or that wealth. And on the other hand, we consider also that within this scenario for progressivism, it is important as for the left wing to identify that the participation in economic decisions in the world is fundamental for the strengthening of new blocks of power. The BRICS mean for us an enormous possibility to affect where we are going towards to, in order to break with the agreements of Bretton Woods and the dictatorship they have pretended to impose on us and have imposed on us to the world, and also has brought about that countries that have been blocked and sanctioned, as Venezuela is one of them, has had to pass through a terrible period of abject poverty and hardship because the dictatorial forms still exist, and if we don't change them for the next decades, it will be unfeasible. So we have to find new alternatives. Afterwards, I want to mention very briefly in an initiative that I believe should be of interest for all of us. Of all the people that today we are studying, struggling for a better world, that of the route started by China that pretends besides to give to the world new interconnections under the premise that vis-a-vis the sanctions and vis-a-vis the dictatorship, my generation did not await to see, and it was a surprise for all of us to see a Donald Trump struggling for protectionism, commercial protectionism in the States, and to see President Xi Jinping of China living, rising up with a banner of commercial liberty. I think these are juncture elements that cannot be in the margin of our debate. In the left, and what role does it play in our government? So just like two important banks that come to with respect to the IMF and the World Bank as well. So these are an Asian Bank of Investment Infrastructure and a new Bank of Development of the BRICS. These are two important initiatives in order to finance the development of our countries that for sure the next few years will bring consequences in the development and transformation of our own productive matrices. And lastly, I would like to comment some ideas and make some comments on what implies the emerging markets and specifically the role of the BRICS and the role of China in the redefinition of method of economic transition from the left. We have identified that the greatest learning that we can have today of those multiple experiences in the world commented by Pili. We have other experiences that in the 20th century we tried to strengthen that route of transition towards socialism. From these, we can have as an experience that the definition of a method, and in the end, or in the fall, with the fall of the Soviet Union, or other aspects of these models, there emerged two alternatives. The method, which is gradualist of experimentation, from up to down up without dismantling the political system that the People's Republic of China produces, and another one that is applied by the Soviet Union. Here there are two teachings for our generation on the methods that from our countries we could implement under the premise that each country has their own reality, their condition. And in Venezuela, that recently went through a period of economic crisis, we can say that today, thanks to the definition of a gradualist method of President Nicolas Maduro, that would not apply other types of neoliberalism attitudes. Venezuela can say today to the world with great pride that we're going to grow more than 5% in our GDP. Yeah, Venezuela is experiencing the first and the lowest figure of not only of a low figure for percentage of speculation or non supply of the market, but also we right now we have that we are including a new method that will permit to include the dynamics of the national market under the premise that besides we have productive nationalist for aspects. So these are methods and experiences and theories applied from Venezuela that will permit us to identify also in the Asian giant a world feed that Venezuela besides shares in terms of social ones that China has achieved to in the last 40 years of its economic reform to get 800 million people out of poverty. In the year 2021, they declared that world that they had eradicated poverty, extreme poverty in their country. And I think here Venezuela, in their brotherhood and fraternity with the People's Republic of China, we have identified elements permit us, as PD said, maybe in the horizon to transcend capitalism with our feet on the ground and to that there be a transition towards that phase, that future phase to close, your brothers and sisters. Besides, I would like to say, and we consider for the Venezuela, of the importance that the strengthening of our political systems have to do with the being in the political power with a view long reach we can inside in that reality global reality. You know that for the Latin American people the issue of representative democracy is, in my opinion, has been the greatest hampering element. Structurally speaking, in Venezuela, we have a challenge to sustain ourselves in the political power in order to have a work route that for the next 50 or 60 or 100 years can be to diversify our economy under the premise because we are an energy power. We'll continue to strengthen our oil industry so that Venezuela can continue to be a focus of energy focus for our people, but also that oil rent continue to be distributed equally amongst all of us. Lastly, I would like to invite you women that the 28th of July, with great strength and commitment, we know that we are in the midst of a battle that is being waged for that new world where the wealth is not is to produce differently, but also to be distributed in a different, better way, to tell the world that it is possible an alternative to capitalism, and it is possible to apply methods that with great sense of being practical, can place the human being in front of everything. When in Venezuela we find ourselves with some criticism from the most radical left, President Nicolas Maduro, we lift our banners, we socialists, men and women, saying that socialism and the project is not an objective, but the objective of any political project is that the people live well. And for that, we have to maybe make reviews and changes or studies of where we're going, or or how to apply the method in a given moment. We are going to do it. What we won't permit in Venezuela is that there exists more stores that are closed, that there are, because if we're in the power, we want people to live well. We are convinced that this transition period exists, and we will consolidate it after the victory of President Nicolas Maduro. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Paula was explaining that there's no good capitalism. And all of those inequality indicators that Andreina explained does not mean that there are problems with capitalism. The indicators are capitalism. Capitalism does not exist without these issues, so that's why we want to propose an alternative. Before we move on to the next panelist, I wanted to invite the Executive Secretary of ALBA-TCP, Jorge Arraza, to say some words. Good morning. Well, good afternoon. And I'm sorry I am interrupting reflections of economy for justice because a few minutes ago we received a message. And since I know here everyone is a communicator with their social networks because President Nicolas Maduro has sent a brief message from the road or an airport, so I would like to share it with you. I was having a conversation with him very late. We were discussing the event, the upcoming days, our project. He asked me about the document. He reminded us that ALBA must have the unionist spirit of Bolivar, especially today. That's the birthday of our liberator. So ALBA must sustain and support the alternative. We will build and put the Bolivarian Alliance at your disposal. As I said yesterday, the one that proposed the idea of advancing in such a beautiful project of a world social alternative was President Maduro. Early this year, when we had the encounter in Iguazu, and some people thought that it was not going to be translated into concrete actions. But now we must take on the responsibility of leadership and take it to the world. So without any further ado, please could you play the audio of President Nicolas Maduro? Well, Jorge, please convey my greetings to the over 250 guests from over 100 countries to the second edition of the World Social Alternative of ALBA, the Bolivarian Alliance of the Peoples of our Americas. We are battling. The battle of Venezuela is the battle of our America, of our independence, dignity, and sovereignty. The victory of Venezuela will be the victory of the Unionist independence project, the future of our beloved homeland, and the brother homeland. Latin America and the Caribbean have the right to a future independence and sovereignty, and the victory of this Sunday will be the victory of the peoples. The world must understand that as our brothers do so. The victory of Venezuela will be the victory of peace and stability for the next 50 years, and the victory of an alternative to capitalism, to destruction, an alternative model made by the power and the intellect of a people. I convey my greetings to you all, and we will keep in touch permanently by winning the battle of freedom in the whole world, in Venezuela, in the American continent, and in the world. We will prevail. We are thankful with the president. I know he wanted to come, but tomorrow we will close the electoral campaign, and you are all invited in order to participate. It's been a massive campaign with an overly human effort, with a generous man who has faced everything. I would just like to share an anecdote from 2019. The pressure over the shoulders of Nicolas Maduro was also out of this world. I don't know if you remember when they said we are going to have a summit of the Americas in Peru, but if Maduro is invited, we're not going. He was accused of being the chief of a drug cartel that had the objective of taking the Colombian drugs, take them to the US and overflow the market. And this was in the times of President Duque in Colombia. And this was in order to insist in the efforts of Trump with his intention of invading Venezuela. And we were in a meeting with the president, and I noticed he was a little bit confused. He didn't know where to go. I was concerned. Maybe he doesn't even remember where he lives. And turns out he was sleeping in different places because there were real threats of an assassination attempt. Some people say that's paranoia. But when they invaded Iraq, the first bomb arrived in the home of Saddam Hussein and in the government palace. So everything he has resisted will be seen as the victory that will compensate and will be a gift for everything he has endured. Long live Venezuela. And now I have the turn of speaking again after such great figures, but we are going to continue, friends. I will give the floor to Josmer Arellán from Venezuela. He's an economic advisor of ALBA, an expert in unilateral coercive measures, blockade, embargoes, and all the names we give to those actions. Yes, it is such a commitment to talk after President, the Executive Secretary of ALBA, and the President of the Republic. It is an honor to be here. Thanks to the Simon Bolivar Institute, and thank you to Bolivar. Today is his birthday. Long live Bolivar. He's here with us. His sword is raising. Bolivar is justice, economic justice. and we are going to talk in the framework of a world social alternative. I would like to first clarify I am director of the Central Bank of Venezuela, but today I am not talking on behalf of the bank. I am just talking as an advisor. But I wanted to say that I was born in Caricuao, a popular sector of the city. And without Chavez, it would have been impossible that a kid from a humble neighborhood in Carigua would have become director of the Central Bank of Venezuela, and I have been there for over 5 years. And I think no one in the world would have liked to be the president of a bank with an hyperinflation of over 150,000%. I think no one would like to do that in the world. So I would like to tell you what we did to overcome that hyperinflation, how the people felt this crisis in their day-to-day life, and they blamed Nicolas Maduro and the revolution instead of the sanctions. Carlos Ron, always ready to learn, we built something very meaningful. It is an article we are going to. Vijay, is Vijay here? Uh, it will be published in the Tricontinental Institute. That's why I was looking for Vijay. But when we talk about our economic crisis, we are compared to other countries, and they say, oh, Iran overcame sanctions in a better manner than you. Cuba has undergone sanctions for 60 years. Why did your GDP fell by 65%? Why did you stop producing oil? And they sell this false narrative. Obviously, what we did is unprecedented. It cannot be compared. No country that has been blocked in the world has been imposed a parallel government, a man, a puppet that was given assets from the republic that he robbed, that could have been used for vaccines, for example. It is not a game. And why did they used such a different formula? It's because we have the largest oil deposits in the world. That's what we must understand. It is an issue of economy. They need the 300,000 million barrels so they can perpetuate their predator system. That's why Venezuela is so important.
Siguiendo con la exposición, ya tengo 4 minutos. Yo voy a ir detrás para adelante,
I am
porque
going
no me da tiempo de explicar la
backwards.
propuesta, porque ayer escuché a Guille y a
Yesterday, I
Luis
listened
Fernando.
to Vijay and other
Y una de las cosas
panelists,
que
and
podemos
one of the
hacer es
most
poder
important
plantear esta
things
alternativa
is to make
socialmente. O sea,
proposals.
aquí tiene que nacer
Here,
lo orgánico,
we must
lo
have an
teórico,
organic
también es cierto,
proposal. Yes,
pero lo práctico
theory
también es
is
importante.
okay, but
Ayer lo
it
decía
is
en
also
uno de los
important
meetings.
to have
Y
organic
voy a hacer dos
proposals, and
propuestas
BJ was
concretas
saying that yesterday. I am going to make
para
two concrete
lo que quisiera que
proposals,
ese sea un esfuerzo
and
de
maybe we
tratar de
could
concretar
have a
de manera
survey
eficiente.
because we have been
Vamos
talking
a ver
about
cuál es
polls
el
and
mejor modo
elections.
para resolverlo.
But
Porque
I
sé
would
que hay
like
muchos
you to
resultados.
tell me if you agree with these
Em,
two proposals.
Creo que es necesario crear el Centro de
Firstly, I think it
Pensamiento
is necessary
Económico
to have
y
an
Social.
economic thinking center for the
Centro
world's
de
social
Pensamiento. Varios
alternative.
de nosotros integramos
We could have
ese conocimiento
a
económico.
few of
No
us
sé si
as
constituye alguno de los
members.
que están de
If
acuerdo.
you agree with me, could you raise your hand?
Aprobado.
Approved,
Bueno, no tiene
as
nada
President Nicolas
serio
Maduro
detrás de esto.
says.
Esto
This is
vamos a
just an
empezar a
idea.
estudiar antes de
The
febrero.
economic thinking
Para
center of the
construir
world
esa
social
manera de estructurar
alternative.
estas tres partes
We
para
must
hacerlo.
uh,
Y como decía
gather
Raúl,
all
aquí
of
no hay
our
plata.
ideas.
Esperemos
And
que sí esté dicho
I don't know
en
how they
castellano
say
mejor.
this in English, but it is
Ya no sé
basically
cómo.
without money you have no clothes.
La alternativa social necesita
So
recursos,
the second
¿verdad?
proposal is that we
Podríamos
need
proponer la
resources.
creación de un fondo de
We could create an economic fund for life within the World Social Alternative. So the World Social Alternative could have its resources. We could reach BRICS banks. Could you express their opinion raising your hand, please? Is it approved? These are two concrete ideas.
Bueno, ¿qué nos dijeron? Wow, tengo 5 años estudiando esto, es un libro que
So,
no
going back to
había
what
antes,
has happened to
es un
us,
libro que no
this
había
is a book that
conocido
has been
en 6 años.
studied. This is not this
Pero
statement. I
este
know you're
libro tiene
hungry, but I used
muchísima
this book because it
se cuenta
describes
con
how
ideas
we were
de color.
hungry because of them. And this is
5 años estudiando esto vale la pena,
explained in a painful manner.
porque he hecho encuestas en la calle.
I have done surveys on streets, on the
Eso es lo que nos
streets,
hicieron
and
pasar.
I have seen what they made us suffer, what
Hacíamos
we
experimentar.
endured. They wanted to exterminate Venezuelans,
Sí,
but we resisted, got them, and we are still standing strong.
y aplicamos una fórmula magnífica de
And we
Dios
applied a
para aumentar. Que ha
magnificent
hecho crecer nuestro
formula
continente,
that made
que
us
ha hecho que
grow.
aquí hacíamos cola de 1 o 2
We used to
horas
have
por un pan. Y hoy en día
3 hour
hay
queues
una
to buy
multitud.
bread, a loaf of bread.
A un pancito hacíamos cola.
So we would
Para
have
una
a
leche
long
hacíamos
queue
cola.
to buy a
No había
bag
medicina,
of
la cantidad de
flour. There
medicina
were
que era
no
98%
pharmaceuticals.
línea.
We have an 88%
Entonces, eso
scarcity
nos hicieron.
level of
Y
pharmaceuticals.
hoy podemos
That's what they have done to us.
ver esa resistencia
And
y
today, the people, after
desabastecimiento.
that resistance,
Hubo una hiperinflación de más de
has
6.000%
supplies.
en un año.
There was an inflation
La
of over
devaluación de la moneda de más de
2,000% in a
600% en un
year.
año. ¿Quién
Our
aguanta 600%
currency
de devaluación
lost
en un año? Dios mío.
its value.
¿Quién
Who
puede
can
aguantar eso?
endure 100,000% of inflation? The people of Bolívar and Chavez.
Bueno, ya para ir concluyendo, me quedan
And
exactamente 2 minutos.
in order to finish, I only have 2 minutes left.
Yo tengo un discurso un poco más técnico, pero un discurso un poco simple para
My discourse was a little bit more technical, but I got emotional because when you live in Venezuela, you endure these hardships. And after such a journey, as Chavez said, our president was able to overcome the storm. We did it with blood, with tears, even casualties.
insista a buscar
But we didn't give up.
ese.
We will prevail.
Entonces, ya para ir cerrando, pues ya cerré mi
So,
discurso,
I already made my proposals.
quiero que
So, I
sepan
want to close by saying
que lo
that
que hacen con la medida coercitiva
what they're
unilateral
doing with the unilateral coercive measures and the wrongly called sanctions is a different manner of having warfare.
al todo el mundo, o sea, el planeta cuando se inunda de armas nucleares,
When the planet is
ya
filled
no
with
es
nuclear
tiro,
weapons,
ya
the
no es lanzar
strategy is
bombas.
no
Si no
longer
lanzan una bomba,
fighting.
no tenéis ni bomba, pero si se lanzan cosas más
Because if you have nuclear weapons,
no te van a servir. Entonces,
then we are going to destroy each other. So the US said, what are we going to do if we cannot drop our bombs anymore? They created an asphyxiating mechanism, which is an embargo to nations and their economy. And why they're able to do this? After the Bretton Agreement, they imposed the dollar as the currency, and there are different hegemonies in the world, and they have to generate, and what we have to do is to generate actions and policies to break the hegemonies. One of the hegemonies is the hegemony of the dollar, the currency. The BRICS have been thinking about what to do. Then they have the hegemony of trade. If you buy something from Venezuela, I will punish you and exclude you from international trade. The third hegemony, payment systems. This seems as something very simple, but the SWIFT international system was taken away from us. And if you don't have access to SWIFT, how are you going to pay? So we have to create new payment systems. Then we have the hegemony of financing. the the IMF and the World
Nosotros
Bank.
estuvimos con el pueblo que necesitaba,
So
¿verdad?
the
Avanzar.
peoples that need to
Y el Bolívar
advance
se
don't
fortalece
have
es
no
porque
one
depende
to
de muchas
reach.
cosas. Por lo menos
And
nosotros
then the
tenemos la dependencia del
last
petróleo.
hegemony is dependence. For
Ellos,
example, we have
alegóricamente,
oil industry dependence,
perversamente,
unfortunately,
maquiavélicamente,
and they
sabían que esa era
knew
nuestra
we depended on oil.
dependencia y atacaron ahí.
So they attacked us.
No, yo tenía unas láminas, pero ya se me acabó el tiempo.
I had some slides, but I don't have much time left.
Uy, gracias. Gracias por dejarme.
Okay,
¿Cómo se dice para inglés?
they're giving me extra time.
Me va a pasar algo adicional. Ajá. Porque yo quiero que vean el impacto de las medidas coercitivas
Because I
unilaterales
want you to see
unilaterales.
the impact of coercive unilateral measures with three variables. Could you go, please, go back to the first one?
Ajá. Em, dado mi condición de académico,
Considering
mucho cómo refutar
my
esas matrices
situation as an academic, I have to think how I'm going to refute the matrix of opinion that states we have destroyed PDVSA. And they say, oh, you're not efficient, you destroyed PDVSA, PDVSA. And my question is, well, first let me explain the graph. The red line is Venezuela. That trajectory is Venezuela. And the green point line is like a clone, a model that's repeating Venezuela. It is as if a model that has an hypothesis of how the production of Venezuela could have stayed. So can you see that up to October 2017, the production is the same both for Venezuela and the clone. So after October 2017, the clone stays with a stable production and then Venezuela falls. It falls because of the impact of the unilateral coercive measures. So the clone represents what could have happened without the unilateral coercive measures. Next slide. That man is not that hungry. He knows how to yell. Then we have the loss, and please write down that number. We are going to publish this book in August, and you will be able to know more about this. It is called 10 Years of Threats and Impacts. So our loss is 228,773,021 $21,000 billion dollars. That's $56,000 per minute. Now, let's go to the GDP. Look at the graph. In 2014, and they said we were in a bad situation. In 2012, we had a GDP of $372 billion. And before Chavez, the average was below $80 billion. So please see the level of growth from 2003 to 2012. We were in a bad condition before that. So it was a GDP that had a leap from 80 billion to over 300 billion. And this is according to their indicators, because Venezuelan indicators are measured differently, in which we include education, housing, healthcare. It is much, much bigger. Now let's go to the other model of measuring, the conventional, traditional way of having economic indicators. Economists love to use GDP as an indicator. I am a court clerk. I don't usually deal with economy. I am currently studying a master's degree and I had an issue with a curse because I said this, and if he's listening to me, greetings to my professor. But from the Austria school,
Bueno, estos son para ahorita, no es economía y hay que estudiarlo
this
después,
is
pero
part of economy, and we must
ajá.
study this in the Center for Thinking Studies that I just proposed. But we have the acceleration of the economy. You can see the numbers on screen of the fall of the GDP. And please listen to the following figures. We were in a growth of 22 consecutive trimesters. This is more than 5 years of sustained growth. So they had to attack in some way such a successful model. That's why they apply unilateral coercive measures in such an evil manner. And they were our main oil buyers. Half of our production was exported towards the US. So many economists and analysts that claimed we were in bad condition. Yes, there was a the acceleration of the economy. We were having a sustained growth, and we it fell because it had to stabilize. And then we had the world crisis of 2008, 20, and 2010. And then in 2014, we ended with $214 billion. So my question is, we go from the moment in which things were harder, but did we start in a bad condition? Please look the figures at the year 88, 1989. We went from that to 2014, in which we started with $214 billion. No, we weren't in a bad situation. Please do not lie anymore. Stop lying. Yes, there was a slowdown in growth, but I was in a much better condition than in the past. And then you came and you blocked oil trade. You prevented us from financing the fall of the oil prices that had a fall by 70% between 2014 and 2017. And regarding unilateral coercive measures, they are so evil. As they did with Floyd in the US, George Floyd, they do the same thing with unilateral coercive measures, but you try to escape. But you are so evil that they siege, so you cannot explain, sorry, you cannot escape. So we couldn't ask for financing in order to compensate the loss of income. The IMF, who don't even care about humanity, they denied us $5 billion to buy vaccines for COVID-19. What happened about COVID-19 spreading in South America? The president did a great work with the help of Russia, China, and Cuba, and they saved us with their vaccines. But if it depended on the IMF and the $5 billion, and we were one of the few countries that were denied resources, so we couldn't buy vaccines. So that's the level of aggression against Venezuela. Next slide, please. And let's remember this is an alternative for life. There's another slide, please. We have the loss of the GDP. When we measure the loss between GDP of Venezuela and Venezuela's clone, it it reached $1 trillion
de actividad económica en Venezuela
that we
en los
lost
últimos
in
12
the
años.
Venezuelan economy from
Una cifra
2014 to
impresionante.
2023. It is so
Y
hard to
finalmente,
measure
todo esto
such
se
a
reduce
huge
en la
figure.
economía, en
And
la
this is
educación, el
translated
ingreso de la
into
gente,
education, the people's
la calidad
income,
de vida. Ustedes
the
saben que
life rate,
la tasa de mortalidad infantil creció
the
en Venezuela.
child mortality rate grew in
¿Cómo usted se imagina
Venezuela.
el crecimiento de una tasa de mortalidad en un país infantil?
How is that measured in that country, the child
Pues
mortality
bueno, para
rate?
cerrar, mire cómo venía el clon de Venezuela
So
en cuanto
see
al índice
how
de
the
desarrollo humano.
clone was
Nosotros
behaving in
veníamos en
terms
un
of the Human
0,68, un
Development
nivel
Index.
alto
We
de
would
desarrollo
have been
humano.
in
Después de la llegada de los
0.78%,
gobiernos
which is a
unilateralmente
high
coercitivos,
level of development. But after
prácticamente
the
venía en
unilateral coercive
crecimiento
measures, our
o la economía en
trajectory
crecimiento.
fell. And
Pregunto
as you
yo,
can see, it was growing
el modelo
previously.
nuestra alternativa como modelo,
Our
modelo
alternative
alternativo era exitoso.
our
Tuvo
alternative
un
model was
desarrollo muy
successful,
significativo.
but then in
Ustedes dicen,
2021 we closed in
es cierto, quiero
0.69.
agradecerles que hayan visto
So
la
thank you
experiencia
for
nuestra
taking a
y
look at our reality,
logramos
knowing that
controlar la
we
inflación,
overcame this, we
logramos
controlled
controlar el tipo de
inflation,
cambio,
we
hoy tenemos
controlled the
los
currency
índices de inflación
exchange.
más bajos
We have
de los últimos
the
20 años,
lowest inflation rates in
tenemos
the last
índices
20 years.
de devaluación, por decirlo de alguna manera, más bajos de los
Our
últimos 25 años,
currency has lost
aunque sea
the
económicamente
lowest
se establece la
amount
desigualdad nuevamente, hay
of
abastecimiento,
value in the last
nosotros
years. We have
vamos a seguir
supplied our
luchando, porque este modelo alternativo
supermarkets,
de capitalismo
and we are
vamos a seguir
struggling because
todos,
this alternative
que
model
cada
of
día
capitalism
tendremos
is
una
the
voluntad para
socialism for
superar
all of us.
Bolivariano,
And here we are next to
una línea
Bolivar Square.
chavista
We are unionist,
de
Bolivarian, and
socialismo
Chavista.
puro.
So
Muchísimas
the
gracias.
21st century socialism will
Gracias por escuchar.
prevail. Thank you very much, and thank you for the extra time you gave me.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the exchange rate, please think then that all of that occurs with that because of the blockade. It's not maintained. It's not that we improved because they alleviated us from the sanctions. No, all of this has been done with blockade, with effort of the people, of a government and a people that resists because the blockade continues. We're the ones who are improving. Now let's continue then. Brothers and sisters, I want to invite now Coronado. He comes from Costa Rica, member of the Latin Network and coordinator of the group of on regional integration of he is sociologist with specialty in public economy political Jorge Coronado. Thank you. In Costa Rica we say I'm screwed because to speak after our brother Arriaza of President exec Nicolas Maduro and the panelists, and it's going to be difficult to to supersede them and to maintain your attention after such great speakers. In any case, I'm also representing the Latin American um, platform TLC that we developed different actions on these different issues here. I would like to state that the economic justice topic should be a key debate of progressivism and of the government and socialism that of course not necessarily is occurring. Unfortunately now in Latin America there was the imposition or was imposed on us the neoliberal model with respect to economic realm that is sustained into 12 instruments. Attraction of foreign investment is one. under the paradigm of free trade using two tools: the free trade agreements on one side and the bilateral agreements of investment. That what they have done is to dismantle our national economies and transform us simply in producers, exporters of agricultural commodities and of raw material only. And this is what the economists called the reprimarization of our economies. I mean, it's based on primary aspects. To benefit who? To benefit the great big multinational corporations that exist. They are the ones who benefit. And the other instrument, the second one, has been the the fiscal aspect. And by way of this, the economic elites have used two ways, two elements. One, fiscal fraud on one side, or on one part by way of the financial and banking secret, of the fiscal secret, of the offshore societies that create in these tax havens that they create, that are not accidents. They are essential parts of the capitalist model, of neoliberal models. And in the fiscal fraud, I'm going to speak of two data. Annually, they don't perceive in Latin America, in our countries, that is $423 billion due to evasion of two taxes: the the rent tax and the value added tax. $423 billion per year. Now, what can we do? What can we do in our countries with those levels of resources? And the sector, the exporters and importers sector, on the other part, takes out or produces $85 billion using flow illicit flat cash flows, not because they do illegal activities, but they're illicit because they do not pay taxes, nor the exporters, nor the importers either. That's why it's illicit. Now, this is an absolute rich wealth. That means our countries then, what has occurred, as was said by in the initial part of the panel, it has transformed us in the most unequal continent of the country, of the world, and poverty is between 40 and 60% of our population. So there's 40 to 60% poverty in our countries. And to face this implies, in turn, as has been said here already, response responses of rupture. And in Latin America, we have diverse examples of this. For example, we obviously have the example of Venezuela, but also that of Bolivia, of Honduras, that today they speak of diverse socialisms. Each one, uh, through their national ways, they construct their alternative models or alternative ways. And it is interesting that today, and at a global level, this model of governance, that is economic global governance, starts to break up, starts to break. If we have the topic of the BRICS, the great crisis of the G20 and the OCDE or OECD, we have the most protagonist role of China and role in economic realm that they play today. We also have the dismantling, to a certain extent, of different financial institutions that have imposed this model, like the IMF and the World Bank. And unfortunately, today in Latin America, the IMF, after we were 22 decades literally having to gotten them out of the region, they are back in the region again to impose the same recipe, the same formulas that that were a failure then, and they were imposed on us 20 years ago. They're going to do it again, and in that lapse of time, we have to state that our social movements, we are facing and assuming the challenge of the proposals made with respect to economic justice and social justice as well. And it is also relevant to link what we do from the social movements, from the thinking centers, alternative thinking centers, with the actions taken by the progressive governments and left wing governments. Not always do we coincide in the joint actioning or action, but it is more imperative that in Latin America we then develop a greater level of interlocution from the political point of view with respect to proposals that we may make. At the end of the year, in November this year, we will hold in Rio de Janeiro the summit of the G20 group, where Brazil will hand the chair of the G20 to South Africa. You can see then that in these last 2 years, the G20 group of countries, which are the most the richest countries in the world, presided by two countries members of BRICS, and where the chair of Brazil, after 30 years or 20 years, he corrects himself, has forced the G20 to discuss the fiscal topics when G20 had transferred that discussion to the OECD, to 33 economies, the 33 most rich economies of the world, countries of the world. And it has taken, and Brazil has created a proposal, and we, from from the this Latin American platform, we state from ALBA-TCP that in the case of Latin America, we have to speak of a tax to the rich or to the wealth, because there are only 4 countries in Latin America who who pay for that. About 70% of the tax income of the region come from the consumption of people and not of the patrimony. And this accentuates poverty and inequality. It is not the same thing to pay a value-added tax for a liter of milk to a worker, than to pay that liter of milk by the owners of Global Vision, for example, which is a major television network. So the G20 starts to discuss then the issue of wealth and the super rich. And we have to put this issue on the agenda at a level of Latin America. It should be on the agenda to be discussed, and we are going to hold a summit of the peoples in November, where we are mobilizing hundreds of representatives of social movements, and where the social organizations of Brazil, like the CMT, and different org organizations of women as well, will be summoning us in order to present there at that summit the different proposals with that we have made to Brazil, as that we are going to also make proposal to South Africa. And we are also in a process which is very interesting, and giving backing or supporting the presidency of Xiomara Castro of Honduras, of the government of her country of Honduras. The technical term is to denounce. In colloquial terms, to renounce. She just renounced. There was a renouncement to the CIADI, and I will see what is CIADI. The bilateral treatment of protection of investment bring forcefully a clause that says that any difference between one state and an investor, a foreign investor, it has to be eliminated in a tribunal of CIADI, which is a tribunal also of the World Bank. And besides that, you cannot take your own lawyers, but the World Bank is the one who has their panel of expert lawyers that today defend one entrepreneur, for example, the past, and tomorrow they will defend the state. And of course, you can see, you know, if you can read between lines. Why? Because it says that the countries of the South, don't have certainty or legal or that our judicial system are not reliable. So that's why they put their own lawyers, and that's this institution is is opposed to Latin America, which is a continent that now has greater denouncements in Argentina as well. Mexico, for example, is and Brazil are the three countries of this International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, or CIADI. They have many. Um, these are not statistics of today. In any case, the pressure has been huge, and the government of Honduras, and we're urging them to to that we make this denouncement making holding a global campaign of support. And more than a decade ago, the brother Correa of Ecuador, when he was president then, had done the same. And Ecuador has maintained itself, and the West, the right wing of Ecuador wants to insert Ecuador within in Ecuador, and there is this it's a topic, and it is economic, and it has to do basically with an aspect of sovereignty and defense for our sovereignty. And there we are, move social movements, political expressions, and the government of Honduras fostering and so that people make known. And then the right wing says, as they're saying, the government of Honduras, that that is going to um, take have the foreign investors who will leave the country do not, because they will not believe in the legal power and in the judicial power of the country. So, but it is true that effectively, to reach economic justice and social justice has brings about ruptures and problems. And now we start to see this, because in the 20th century, the fundamental contradiction was between the East and the West. And today, in the second decade of the 21st century, the fundamental contradiction has been passed to the North with the South, and with the global South. And this global South starts to remove all of this architecture. And it isn't by chance that we are in a scenario of war right now, even at the doors of a third world war. The war is economy in under terms. That's what they said. So what I want to do is insist in that the economic topics are not an issue of patrimony or of technicians or of economists. No, the economic issues is an aspect of citizenship. If we do not discuss on monetary policies and fiscal policies, then we will do not have states that are capable of developing public policies or public services, universities that are universal and inclusive, and we will not be able to achieve social inclusion. That's the bottom line. Now, in the case of the treaties, free trade agreements, and the bilateral agreements of investment, we have been facing the European Union in this realm since from its platform. We have been facing it with negotiations that have been trying to be developed between the European Union and Mercosur. But unfortunately, in Central America and in Mexico, in Chile, and in the Andean region, in all of these countries, we have for more than 20 years free trade agreements with the European Union and Latin America. And this issue is also very relevant. Why? Because next year in Colombia, we have we're going to hold a summit, Latin America, Europe, European Union, excuse me, that will be on the side of Latin America with the chair of CELAC by brother President Gustavo Petro heading it, or chairman of this institution. And there we will need to place and forced to play the economic issue in the free trade agreements in the bi-regional relation, Latin America and European Union. So this is a powerful agenda that we have been fostering from the platform in order to face. Why? Because what we say is that the commercial relations cannot continue to be or can be based on free trade. And this is a challenge that we have before us in the years of discussion in the BRICS, because up until now the BRICS continues to speak of free trade. They continue to speak about that. And and this is a debate that we have to give in the midst of the of the left wing, because it is a way of free trade, the correct way to follow, because we do it between ourselves, or is it effectively the construction of a new paradigm that is a bit the route that has been stated by ALBA-TCP, but that we need first to go into depth with these debates. And I believe that it is pivotal that centers of thinking, we can put this on their plate to be discussed. And lastly, I would like to mention the following, because a few days ago, in at the end of June, in Honduras, by the way, because Honduras right now has the pro temporary chair of CELAC, which is our instrument of social movement, has to empower it. Well, there we held an event on social CELAC, and social CELAC is to construct a pole of social movements in the interlocution with the governments. It is obvious that CELAC, there is the right wing even, where we had an incident with 8 governments of the right headed by Argentina. And unfortunately, the spokesperson was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of my country. But there was Peru, Paraguay as well. And we were questioning why, where when we organized social CELAC, is as if the social movements, we would have to ask permission to the governments to organize ourselves to develop our actions. In these activities, social CELAC, we proposed a proposal with respect to economic realm and integrate in a human rights realm that we have been constructing. And our brother Arriaza, he mentioned this morning the the event at the beginning of the year of Fostiwasu, that was the issue of integration of the peoples. And from that and other initiatives taken, we have been nurturing our agendas of when we speak of people, and when effectively this issue of integration and economic integration, we require for that to place them in the agenda when we speak with governments. And I believe also that this Sunday, what is at stake, not only in the Venezuela scenario, but in the continental and geopolitical scenario, an election that is essentially an election for our natural resources, because others want to take our natural resources, and our natural resources. Therefore, they require, just like we have been positioning solidarity and political militancy, we have to develop in turn solidarity, the political militancy by another Latin America that is possible to achieve, for because a better world is possible, another world is possible, and to advance based on the rights of the great majorities. So, brothers and sisters here present, I believe that we have a great opportunity before us to be able to give in a militant way the solidarity to this heroic effort made by the Venezuelan people of facing and confronting not only this right wing that is squalid, but also facing imperialism. And they have confronted it, showing them our strength and our conviction and willingness to struggle. Therefore, please, we have to keep going. We have to multiply our efforts, and then let's expand this solidarity, and that the Venezuelan people know that they are not alone, that we are not alone in this fight, in this battle, and that we are struggling for a Latin America that is different. Long live Bolivar, long live Chavez, long live Maduro.
Thank you very much. And in order to finish this panel, we will give the floor to the last panelist that comes from a beautiful island that was originally called Borinquen. When there was the Asian Revolution, the Africans and descendants that liberated Haiti, they restored the indigenous name to that island. It was a reparation, and maybe we can give Puerto Rico his indigenous people back, his indigenous name back. Carlos Vega, you have the floor. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, for being part of this forum, and for being here in Venezuela, for in such an important moment for the Venezuelan people, because we need to have a solid victory on July 28th to show the world that Venezuela is on the right path. We are conveying the message from the independence movement, national movement from Puerto Rico. After 126 years of colonialism of the US empire, precisely tomorrow, we are about to celebrate the 126 years. July 25, our country was invaded by the US Army. And since then, they have been trying to portray Puerto Rico as the showcase of democracy and capitalism. But that model, when compared to the one developed here in Venezuela, has failed. And the failure of the economic capitalist model in Puerto Rico represents the failure of the world capitalist system. In 2006, Puerto Rico was bankrupt. The external debt of Puerto Rico cannot be sustained. In 2016, the Congress, which is in charge of paying that debt, because it is not Puerto Ricans the one that took on that debt. It has been the colony government established by them, the ones that had taken on that debt. We wanted to audit the debt so we could hold those who were responsible accountable, and so they could respond for that, but that has not happened. The response from the US government was to impose the commitment law. I don't know if you know it. It was a law prepared by the US Congress, signed by the president. I think back then it was Obama. It created a tax council, a tax board with 7 members who are the ones who make decisions regarding the economy and finances of the colonial government. There's no participation of Puerto Rico. They are all appointed by the US without any participation of Puerto Ricans, of course. And these 7 people since the government of Luis Fortuño in Puerto Rico. It is a government from the Annex Party, which is proposing that we become a formal part of the US, because the US and EU and leaders, no matter what political party, either Republicans or Democrats, have always been against Puerto Rico having the possibility of becoming a US state. The only ones that do not understand this are the members of this political party that continue deceiving the people, making them believe this is an actual possibility. But this has been dismissed by all power spheres of the US. But that seven members of the board had imposed measures developed by neoliberalism in other parts of the world. These are austerity measures, and they have been imposed in an evil manner. One of the colleagues was saying that there was a moment in which there were no pharmaceuticals in Venezuela. We have pharmaceuticals in our country, but they're not affordable for our citizens. They are so expensive, Puerto Ricans cannot afford them. Maybe we don't have scarcity of other supplies, but the people cannot afford them. So, as it was said in the previous panel, there cannot be peace without national sovereignty. And Puerto Rico lacks that sovereignty to make their own decisions that will take us to a good living state, which is our purpose, the purpose of the Bolivarian Revolution, building a better society where all of us can live in a better fashion. That's the purpose behind the alternative methods that countries like Venezuela are developing. So it is important to be solidary with them. The economic situation of Puerto Rico that has taken our country to bankruptcy has also caused massive migration. It is said this affects many Latin American countries because of what is going on in our countries, because of political instability. These conditions are not part of the Puerto Rican situation. However, 5 million of our brothers have abandoned our island, and they are living pressured, discriminated, because they have gone to the US and their society, its society, and this is being demonstrated by Trump's campaign. But the US society is racist, and Latin citizens are the victims of that racist society, and my brothers are the one suffering from that in the entrails of the imperialist monster. Puerto Rico is the unfinished cause of Simon Bolivar. He used to say that without Puerto Rico, we won't have a sovereign Latin America. If Puerto Rico continues to be a colony, the security of Latin America will not be guaranteed because our territory has been used in many times for the aggressions that have been developed for other countries of our region. So Puerto Rico and its independence must be a task of the whole Latin America. It is important for us to struggle and defend the independence of our country. Our economy, it's like an extension of the imperial capitalist economy. Our consumption market fully depends on the US. We import around 90% of the products we consume in the island. They take immense wealth from our island, and they are not translated into improving the living conditions of our brothers. Puerto Rico does not provide security for the development of our people. In the last years, over 600 public schools have been closed. One of the greater interests of this tax control board is to eliminate public education, eliminate state universities, because they know that with education, a people can start discussing the alternatives it has in the face of the situation it is living, and they can develop those alternatives and look for their own liberation. But for them, that's not important. Healthcare has is now part of the private sector. Many Puerto Ricans leave the country because they don't have the possibility of receiving decent healthcare services. Many of the doctors have left the country, and it is very hard to have a medical appointment, so the population cannot address their needs. Essential services like electricity is now belongs to the private sector. It belongs to a private company that was created in order to enrich themselves with the money that was going to arrive in order to re-establish the electrical network that was completely destroyed after Maria hurricane in 2017. And this, along with the earthquake, has affected the infrastructure of the electricity distribution. However, this company didn't understand the details and how hard it was to manage an electrical system in an island which is mainly which mainly has mountains in its geography. They thought it was going to be easy, and now they have failed. The population is demanding to end the contract that was given to them. It involves millions of dollars. An example of this situation is that when the public sector was operating, the wage of the executive chairman was of around $125,000 per year, but they now are earning $1 million per year, and this is around 30 executives with salaries that are in the millions paid by the people of Puerto Rico. We must achieve the independence of our country so we can have sovereignty and the needed power to make our own decisions. Our reality, we couldn't say it is better or worse than the situation in other countries of Latin America, but it is different. And one of the main differences is that we don't have sovereign branches in order to make our own decisions and develop alternative models that will help us develop a social change that's permanent and can benefit the whole population. I agree with everything that my colleagues have said. Latin America has to develop their own alternatives. We have discussed many economic alternatives that are necessary so our American continent can continue being a place of wellness for our people. Our economy is designed according to the ones dominating and not according to the benefit of our people. And if we don't have power to make different decisions, we wouldn't be able to reach a different model. So, my proposal is that each of you takes the need to be solidary as we have been doing here in Venezuela. To be solidary with the cause of the peoples that are still under the colonial domination. The colleague from Barbados in the previous panel was mentioning all of the Caribbean countries that are still under colonial domination, and these are part of of America, of the American continent. That's why we need your support in order to achieve our independence. Puerto Rico is still a business for North American capital. Since 2011, they passed laws that have tax exemptions to the millionaire investors that come to Puerto Rico, which has displaced the population because those investors come to our country with the idea of creating employment with the investments that they bring, which has not happened. And the colonial government has not taken any measures in order to actually verify that employment is being created. However, these investors continue enjoying from the benefits of the tax exceptions they have both in the US and in Puerto Rico. And the government of the US has started to investigate this because they consider it is a fraud in terms of the payment to the US government, and this has caused the displacement of our population because the investors come and buy the properties in the best areas of the island, especially near the shores of our country, which are the most desired areas for them, and this has displaced full communities with gentrification. So our people will not give up with our resistance. We hope we have solidarity of our people. We will not surrender. So we can achieve the goal of Simon Bolivar of having a Latin America that's fully independent. Thanks once again for the opportunity. I apologize because I didn't really talk about economy, but I wanted to show a contrast between the economy that has been developed here in Venezuela and the benefits it has brought to its population despite the unilateral coercive measures and the blockade. Venezuela is still in the path of progress, which is the opposite of the model imposed in Puerto Rico, which is the exploitation of the richness and wealth of our country. We must compare and contrast these two models. Puerto Rico is a representation of what we don't want for our American continent, and Venezuela is a model we should follow, and we should do it in our according to our context and path. Thank you very much, colleagues. Well, thank you very much to our six panelists, Josmer, Carlos, Paula, Andreina, Jorge, and President Nicolas. So we will now go to have lunch, the same thing as yesterday. Remember, your bracelets have specific colors that indicate where you are going to have lunch. So have a good meal, and we will see you in a while.
on behalf of the Simon Bolivar Institute newly to reiterate to you our thankfulness for your attention here. A solidary revolutionary greeting. I present myself. My name is Carmen Reyes. I am executive director of this institute, and accompanying me here, this this situation that this institution that we have with ALBA-PTA. This is the second encounter of this friendship, this relationship of friendship, this institutional encounter that has going into depth in favor of our peoples, because the alternative, the social world alternative that has been conceived is a tool or an instrument for all of our peoples, for our social organizations, our social movements that are here represented today by each and every one of you. There are two things that I wanted to say is right now, first of all, that you continue with the social media of ALBA PTA, the channel, the networks, the social media in Instagram, in all these different spaces where we are placing information, pictures, videos, and all of the registers that the alternative has had until today. So please register and follow and feed our content. Besides this, I wanted to say that this afternoon, our second second part and the closing, but before closing, we would like to do it with a block where we want to dwell on the social world alternative of policy and justice in politics. And we wanted to start this topic with one of the phrases that Bolivar gave us today in his 241 anniversary from his birth, where he says that justice is the queen of all virtues of Republican, and it safeguards liberty and safety. So if there is no justice, if there is no, that we cannot say that there is equality and liberty. And this topic, which is fundamental for us in Latin America, in our continent, we want to work with it based on one of its main antonyms, which is we're not going to speak directly of justice in politics, but we're going to start to speak based on what is the discourse or what is the content, the debate of the offer that for them. I'm not the one who will speak, but we will bring here four sisters who are studious academians and militants of justice as and each one of these women, based on their experiences and their studies made, they are going to give us that rapprochement to take so that we take back with us and have an idea, initial idea, because we don't believe and we know that that we cannot close the debate here, because this is an open debate, a debate that emerged from the contributions that in these weeks started, and better yet, months ago, since the end of the first encounter, from the different social movements and their contributions in that first part, in that first encounter. So this afternoon, then, we have invited four sisters. I will present them as they step up here to the podium to speak. And so this today will start then with Claudia La Roca. Claudia is a lawyer. She is university professor. She is chair of the American Association of Jurists of the Argentinian branch and regional representative. And she's also a great sister who has been with us here in Venezuela, helping us to litigate in favor of Venezuelan justice. And she accompanied us in that response that was given to that nefast report of human rights, mainly where we were accused of violating that with many of us here present. We are our witnesses are, which is all the contrary. So I give, so Claudia La Roca, welcome. La Roca, thank you for coming here, for always being with us. I give you the floor, Claudia. Good afternoon to you all. It is a pleasure to be here in this forum. On behalf of the American Association of Jurists, I thank the Simon Bolivar Institute not only for the invitation extended to us, but especially the summoning here to discuss this topic here with our sisters and brothers of our America. Also a pleasure to share this panel with the other members of this panel accompanying us this afternoon. I know them all, and it is a luxury to be able to debate here with them. This topic, the relation between justice and politics, is in this times fundamental. First of all, we should complement what was said by Carmen with respect to what justice we want, that assures liberty and equality, but we could say that we should await from our judicial powers the safeguard of our institutions, democratic institutions and Republican institutions, the solution or resolution of conflicts, social and individual conflicts and collective conflicts, also the full updating. And for this resolution, in these resolutions, human rights and also the defense of the autonomy and sovereignty of our peoples above all. And this is not just a phrase because such as established by Article 2 of the pact, without sovereignty and self-determination of our peoples, it is not possible the realization of any of the rights, civil or political rights, or economic rights, or social or cultural rights in America is um, is is part of this. So based on this concept, we have to assume that in our America, unfortunately, or in a greater part of our America, the judicial powers have not fulfilled or are fulfilling their role. Not to justify, but not to such. We can think, for example, what was the role of a judicial power in each one of our dictatorships, for example, or in which one of the coups, hard coups and soft coups that have occurred in our Americas. Have been just guardians of and violations of the rights and democracy in our region. So, what we should strive to investigate is because there is a debate going on now with respect to why these conducts are occurring by the judicial power based on the matrix of these conducts. And those who have made the matrix of conducts of these jurists they say it's because of corruption, circumstances, specific particular interests of sub-operators of justice, certain pressures that are doctrine, positions, or ideologies are different by those who are part of the jurists. But we don't share this. Our organization sustains, on the contrary, that these factors that effectively do exist have been analyzed and systematized from the 80s in order to organize a continental plan. A plan is the Condor Plan. It's as valid as a Condor Plan. So some of us call it the judicial war, but those of us who are part of this organization, we know since we started that it was all systematized in the 80s by way of the Santa Fe documents. Perhaps the best kept plan, hidden plan, because every time I know that I always insist on a topic. It's a vice that I have, but I always have the vice of always asking who knows the Santa Fe documents. Does anybody know? And unfortunately, I find that very few hands shoot up. There's knowing that they know what these Santa Fe documents. So I always try to briefly tell you what were these documents. They were made by specialists of the CIA between 1980s and 1986. again, there was one in the year 2000, the Santa Fe number 4, dedicated to explain that the main enemy of imperialism was Commander Hugo Chavez. So Santa Fe 4 was established the greater part of everything that was suffered by the Venezuelan people because without doubt they said they identified Chavez as and Bolivarian revolution as their greatest threat. And it said in this document that these documents, I'm going to synthesize this. I recommend that you read the Santa Fe documents made by specialists of the CIA. It explains what was said before. They speak of different aspects, fundamental aspects, economic issues it dwells on. It's very important, this document, but briefly, the main objectives were installation of governments close to U.S. and independent of advisory for economic reform, neoliberal ones that facilitate the investment of the United States and European ones in Latin America and to weaken the economies and local corporations in Latin America. This policy has known as the Washington Consensus, what was explained before, dealt with before, from one stream to the other in the previous panel. Also, its objective was to weaken the opposition, the socialists, and not favorable to their policies, and were against with aspects of populism and struggle, and that to work and to finance paramilitary groups, to weaken the basis of traditional culture and popular movements of the left of Latin America. Besides this, and within this campaign, there was appreciation and financing of evangelical church to channel the social protest to religion, and also to overcome the U.S. culture as well. Very well. Of course, as was said, as a consequence of this planning, the consensus of Washington, with all of domination that we see or that we saw in all of these last decades of the financial system, and above all, multilateral organisms of credits, and this is the basis so that the blockade made to Venezuela, to Cuba, and everyone who opposed themselves to the hegemon interests be so brutal and effective, their blow against all of us. Of course, they established there the communicational hegemon as well as the technological hegemon, the data networks, etc. Of course, the capability of fire of others aspects of warfare, but I know I have little time, that's why I'm trying to summarize. You would say, what does this have to do with justice? Well, in the Santa Fe 2, in part 3, recommendation number 7, it says specifically that its strategy to work with permanent institutions of Latin American nations and strengthen regional cooperation. Under that, the judicial power is seen as a determining factor, and it establishes there in the document as objective the collaboration, the financing and support to the judicial powers that translated itself later, and we saw it especially in Argentina, in courses and in trips, in exchange. So every 4th of July, for example, our judicial powers always go to the embassy in order of the U.S., I suppose, to celebrate the independence of the United States. Besides, and habitually it occurs, they have meetings of meetings that are like trainings for the jurists and the lawyers, for excuse me, the jurists or the judges. You know that during this time, I mean, there would have been coups of all types, soft and hard ones, some frailed ones, like the one here in Venezuela, some with great success, like the Honduras that have succeeded, others haven't. And at some moment, there is such a degree of brutality that then they will recur to something that they had prepared, and it is the use of the judicial power as another way of domination, domineering process. And as we say in the association, the continuity of the Monroe Doctrine by way of the judicial power of the country. That we have the most emblematic cases are that of Brazil, Argentina, of course, Ecuador, El Salvador, Peru, etc. Much has been said. I don't want to dwell too much on this, but we all know that this is an issue of the judicial power above all of the other powers of the state by way of persecutions, criminalization, and above all, vice situations where there doesn't exist the principle of innocence until proven guilty, so and they create chaos, and no one understands in order to, and that it ends with a sentence that has nothing to do with the reality and what the process of what had really happened. But of course, that in order to do this, they have the cooperation, clear cooperation, which with the previous cooperation and alliance of the mass media. Besides, it's a sort of lynching media, lynching for those who are victims of this system and who go against the system, I suppose. And hence, there is a sort of truth or half truth that has no contrast, and it doesn't matter what happens. The important thing is what occurs. Well, this this is why this is a continental process. Is not only dedicated to combating certain political levels. It has combated, it's criminalized references, social reference organizations, and above all, there has been is the destruction of politics as such and the destruction of the state as a guarantor of the good living, good basic living conditions of people, according to the human rights of our people. And this has been, without doubt, the objective of this Santa Fe document. And we have had very and unfortunately though, and I cannot avoid saying that in Ecuador, for example, the country that I represent, which is Argentina, perhaps is it's an experiment because without doubt it was the one that laid the basis so that a project so-called a new fascist right wing, as that of headed by Javier Milei, for example, had became had access to the to power. And what is the role then of the jurist or of the judicial power? Well, the same thing as occurred within the previous in the old dictatorships is to share the power. And I believe that it is my moral obligation to warn people of what is this new project about. That is to say, President Milei, uh, he just decreed something of urgency where it literally says violates our national constitution. He took he he eliminated our constitutional rights of human rights, and he dismantled the state as the institution that was obliged to guarantee fundamental rights of housing, health, education, transportation, communication. It is devastating what has happened. And of course, behind this, then comes the dismantling of the state. But in truth, then came the basic law, and and then it is going against the labor rights, um, and only the labor jurists try to be able to stop this reform of the basic labor law of labor rights for the workers of Argentina. What this law said was that they would take away all protect, they would destroy the the protection of the local corporate companies, that there would be an end to the agencies of communication and public information. They would end or abolish the huge structure of science and technology of our country. They would be very especially because this has special vocation, President Milei, with the whole structure with respect to protection of rights of gender. So this is a patriarchal, savage society, what he wants to create. I don't want to say much more, but what I want, but now again, we have implanted in our country a neoliberal society. That's not the only thing. That's why we're going back to a society that is medieval society, where there's great cruelty and perversion, and above all, the promotion of poor against poor, citizens fighting against citizens. This is the culture that is existing, and we have to warn that these new right wings are not a difference. Um, according to because behind these new right wing institutions, there's a new capital, a new order of capital of the Western world, which is that conglomerate where there's a unification of the financial system, which is speculative, and the speculative group forces along that group with the capitals of the communications realm, technological and financial realms. And so they don't attempt to sustain a society with some degree of order, institutional order, or such social fabric, because what they really search is to create devastated societies where they can preserve the strategic resources they want to be appropriate by way of these political groups, and that is to say, have them in their hands. I don't want to say much more because we can think, well, maybe there's no way out, there's no way to abolish this, but we are trying to resist in Argentina, in the social institutions, in the trade unions, and in civil society as well. We're fighting. We're a group of professionals and others. We are going to organize a resistance, and without doubt, we will go back to a society where the center be the human condition, that concept about on which you was organized the construction with respect to ideal society, with all of the conventions and documents of human rights. And of course, and following and in line with the proposal made by the proposal of the day and of yesterday as well, we believe that without doubt it is important once and for all and necessary that we deal with the creation of the judicial powers. We believe that briefly there should emerge in this type of forum that are so important, because the key in order to overcome this vanquishes is, and that there be unity. The world today is telling us that this is the message, and we realize now the importance of integrating ourselves with other peoples and with other orders, and to get away from this devastating capitalism. So what I was saying was that perhaps one of the main proposals is that we should to take into account is that of the training and creation of women to and to teach them, especially those of the judicial power, proving their roadmap of life, because this is something much has been said in the United Nations, especially in rapporteurs, with respect to independence of the judicial system, the international standards, and judicial independence. But in truly, but what occurs is that we have worked greatly on independence, depends of political power, but not about the economic power, which should also be independent. So we believe that it will be indispensable to create men and women who are committed with human rights to train them to and with our interest, the interest of our people in mind, and with sovereignty and self-determination of the people. And this should be a north, the heading that we should have for the creation of and the training of these new people and the requirements to be selected of our operators of justice, that is, our jurists. Also, I would like to finish saying that it is possible, of course, this way and this the way of thinking and this aspect of solidarity, human solidarity, will propitiate that we can overcome some aspects of the past. For example, the five heroes of Cuba, who lastly, not only Cuba, the rebel Cuba, achieved it, but also solidarity, transnational solidarity, also that the government, the sovereign state, would reclaim also, and lastly, the world recover liberty of freedom of press with Julian Assange. Thank you. I was saying then that this is possible to and going into depth, and that from here we can maybe have something will spring from here that is more organic in order to wage this battle in all of the fronts, because we still have many people, political prisoners in our Americas. And therefore I want to finish liberty to Daniel Hanwed, to liberty for Glass, Andres Salas, and liberty to Simon Trinidad, liberty for all of our brothers and sisters that are in jail because they have struggled and fought for the rights of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. I wanted to comment on two of the ideas that Claudia was sharing with us. The fact that the justice of politics would be to safeguard human rights and the sovereignty of our peoples. So, with this first panel, we will now continue by inviting Karina Olivo. She's a feminist, studied politics. She's candidate in Santiago facing the right in Chile. And we would also like to convey our greetings to our comrade Daniel Jado. Well, first I would like to thank the colleagues with which I am sharing this panel, the team of the Simon Bolivar Institute and ALBA-TCP, all of the colleagues from Venezuela that always have a space for reflection and solidarity with a country like Chile, especially in such hard times in terms of the diplomatic relations of Venezuela and Chile. Because in terms of friendship, it has been, we have had overwhelming support. In April, we had the first encounter to which Daniel was going to attend, but I think a month before that he was undergoing the he was denied the right of going to Venezuela, coming to Venezuela, because the office of the prosecutor was claiming that he was looking for asylum in some of these Bolivarian countries. But he just wanted to share the municipality perspective of a project that was carried out in Recoleta. Lofer has a particularity, and I would like to support the words of Claudia there's a particular element which is a discipline element, and you don't discriminate towards who it is oriented. When you have media persecution, which is the first one with which you are accused, persecuted, and condemned, afterward you have the judicial forces in which you are condemning a political process. It could be the senior office of a municipality. It could be a political leader that has a counter hegemonic uh, discourse, or any other person that it's overseeing the rights of their territory. And when you have that disciplined character, they try to indicate that people should be against someone that is being processed because of corruption, because of violating a norm, because that's what they usually claim. But this is actually an discipline act against the citizenship, not that individual. It is so the citizens will always be afraid, they will be doubtful about change processes, and to lose all hope that something can change. Daniel was very calm because he thought there was no lawfare process, as it happened with Lula in Brazil, with President Rafael Correa, with President Cristina Fernandez, and so on. However, they convinced us that the judicial branch was acting independently, that it was a respectful um, branch of the Constitution and the guarantees and rights of inhabitants. However, after 2019, the social revolt that was known all over the world, going against a neoliberal model, meant a wave of permanent attacks, first against political leaders, but also against the constituent process. There were some political leaders that were claiming that that constitution that was drafted in a democratic manner with elected individuals was had mistakes, had errors, was not serious enough. It didn't respond to international standards, but it was the sole constitution that was going to offer something different from the army generals, because the 1980 constitution is not the only one written by the army of Chile. The previous ones were also written by the army. So this was going to be a response to those models of distribution of the wealth, those who are acting against the neoliberal model, those who were successful and useful for the people. And that's what Daniel Hadwe was collecting in the municipality of Recoleta. It is part of Santiago. It has around 350,000 inhabitants. They have a low purchasing power. There's a big immigration population, but there are also a lot of senior citizens. And why do I want to talk about the case of Daniel? Because he's a friend that's behind the bars, but because we're also seeing the installment of a way of acting that's being imposed, that's part of lawfare, and this is the manipulation of political processes. We were questioning free market and the pharmaceutical industry in Chile. In our country, the pharmaceutical industry has very high costs. What Daniel was doing was purchasing those pharmaceuticals and selling them at a fair price. This was so successful that we replicated the model in 170 municipalities in the country, which is almost half of the municipalities, and they had a popular pharmacy in their municipalities, and this included municipalities with a higher purchasing power. However, this started an attack from the media towards what Daniel was doing. He was just trying to build different people's services. We were giving, for example, high tech headsets for people with hearing disabilities, because, for example, the state gave a number of ear devices to people with uh, hearing disabilities. But once you receive one device from the government, and if it damages or if you have any issues with them, then you cannot access the benefit again and you have to purchase it with your own money. So Daniel wanted to correct some of these weaknesses of the system. Daniel went from winning the election with around 30 something percent. Then in the next elections, he won with a 40%. And then in the last election, he won the municipal elections with 60% of the votes. When Daniel was part of the primary elections for the presidential elections, he didn't win them, but his image was affected by the image portrayed by media outlets. In May 29, they started the formal legal process. He's accused of five crimes: tax fraud, um, bad management of the funds as a mayor, bribery, and two crimes more. These are the five crimes of which he's accused. However, they don't have any proof. The only evidence they have are the declarations of another person that's accusing him. His name is Cesar Ramirez. He's a worker of the company that was supplying the popular pharmacies, and he has been previously accused of illegally selling uh, products to Canada. He was bringing them from abroad, claiming they were organic, and illegally selling them to, um, to Canada. He is claiming that Daniel was part of a bribe during the pandemic that involved masks and alcohol. He's also being accused of buying the supplies and medicines for the pandemic with an overprice, with a 1000% of overprice. However, he never handed any products with surcharge. Actually, one of the companies involved in this issue are has declared itself bankrupt. There are other issues with the legal process. This quality is the company that's on the side of Cesar Ramirez. They're not only accusing Daniel, but also they are also being accused, being charged of crimes. So the person that's accusing Daniel is also being charged of other crimes. So he has been denied different rights in order to give him, to put him in jail before the bars. They have completely ignored the principle of presumption of innocence. And there were also some irregularities with the previous investigation. For example, they were investigating the bank transfers. We've also had irregularities in which we had some people have been convened to appear before the court during the investigation and they haven't been able to do so. I don't know if you have seen the images, but this was on the media, the images of Daniel entering the high security prison in Santiago.
y de ahí de manera sistemática se le han negado bastantes derechos. Incluso este martes
This
se le
Tuesday,
había dicho que se le
he
empezara
was denied
a
the
diseñar
right
un jarabe para la tos.
of having a cough
También se le permite a
medicine
las personas que pueden enrolarse para poder
that was
visitarlo. Eso fue
prescribed to
principalmente lo que
him. They have also restricted the amount of people that can
Eh,
visit him.
al día de hoy, las juezas, tanto de la Corte de Apelaciones como del presidente jurado de garantía de
The
Santiago, han
appeals
dicho que
court
Daniel es un
judge
peligro para la sociedad.
established that Daniel is
Es un
a
peligro
danger
porque
for
levanta los precios
society
completos. Eso es una cosa
because
simple.
he created
Capaz que
those
llegan
popular
y no solo tienen
pharmacies.
pruebas, reconoce que no tienen prueba alguna, pero están con el convencimiento pleno de
The
que
accusing
indictar a
party
Daniel, que lo imputan, son 15 años de
are
presidio
looking for
como
15 years, a
inocente y
condemn of a
hasta la
sentence, sorry, of
prisión.
15 years.
También los jueces plantean de que por la cantidad de delitos que
And
nosotros
the
identificaciones
judges claim that because of the
y el
amount
hecho de
of
la necesidad
crimes
ratificaría
and
de
the
que esta
fact that he
prisión
was a
no llega a
mayor,
que va a ser clonada el día viernes,
that by the way, the
también
municipality
pienso que
still
es claro
doesn't
lo que
have
dice
a
el señor
mayor.
Recoleta
They
para los
claim that he is a danger
de
for the
Chile,
neighbors of Recoleta
puede
and
vencer
citizens
la
in
presión
Chile.
preventiva. Pero
And that's
adicionalmente
why they
aumentaron las
insist in
condiciones
keeping him in
de
prison
albergues
while the
en
process is
donde se
developed.
tornó embargo, por decirlo así, de los bienes,
There was
la
also
venta de
a
bienes personales.
precautionary
Tuvo que ceder su
measure
casa, su propiedad, un vehículo
in which they
e
took
incluso su
over
propiedad
the
por parte de su
goods
marido.
of Daniel, his
Y esto
home,
también
his vehicles, and even
parece ser
goods he inherited
ilegal
from his mother.
viniendo de una ilegalidad,
And this is
a
illegal.
propósito que él te quiere estar revisando todos los bienes de Antifar para liquidar una deuda.
And they are
No quieren
doing
pagar las
this
deudas,
with the excuse
pero
of paying the debt.
este momento es muy triste muchas veces cuando la respuesta
And
de algunos
the
compañeros
thing is
es
that the
como que no
response
funcionan.
of some of
Creemos
our
que los
colleagues
resultados
is
son
that
positivos.
institutions
Eso no solo es
work and that we
lamentable,
have to wait
eso
for
es
the
un fenómeno
result
político,
and
eso es un
the
fenómeno
decision of
sociopolítico,
the court.
porque la
And
democracia
this is an
no,
issue because
no se ejerce en la medida en que
democracy
antes de la
cannot be
constitución política.
exercised
La democracia funciona cuando hacemos
as we
instituciones
wait for
y
the
funciona
institutions
siempre.
to work. Democracy will work only if we enforce and
Y por otra
oblige
parte,
institutions to
no
actually
podemos decir
work.
que las instituciones funcionan
And we cannot
cuando
say that
padre
institutions are
del
working
expresidente Díaz de la UDI, el partido
when the
de
father of the
presidencia,
former president of UDI, the party
partido de Ortega,
of
el candidato de la UDI,
Pinochet,
el
the
general
candidate
Castro,
of
Nicolás Pedro Rodríguez,
UDI political
Dictadura,
party, the daughter of the
fueron condenados a 6
dictatorship,
años de prisión por abusos sexuales
he
contra
was
menores,
condemned
incluida
to
la niña de
6
Daniel.
years of prison for
Todos
sexual
los
abuse
órganos auxiliares
towards
van a esperar que se ejecute
his
su sentencia.
grandchildren. And
Por eso
he
yo
is
no les
currently
recomiendo la
waiting at
clandestinidad
home
a mis
for
compañeros
his process
tareas
to
de
end.
oposición
So isn't
ni
he
la
a
prensa.
danger to society, a
Y esta
sexual
condenación
abuser?
no es
But rather, Daniel is
porque
considered as a threat.
Daniel escribió una carta.
And I want to read something Daniel wrote and sent you a letter. So I will now proceed to read it.
Queridos compañeros y compañeras,
Dear
mientras escribo esta
comrades,
carta cumple ya
as
50 días
I'm
de mi
writing this
asesinato
letter,
comenzó la
I
persecución
have
política
been
y
for
institucional
50
que
days in
pretende
prison.
minimizar el proyecto popular que acercó la justicia social a la gente
The
y
media
consolidar
are
las
trying
autoridades neoliberales
to,
de dictadura y
sorry,
reproducir otro
we were
sistema político
trying to impose a new
constitucional
model that would
basado en
question
procedimientos civiles
neoliberal
que no hay alternativa
model
posible.
that are trying to go against
Principalmente
neoliberal
está
models.
dirigido
My main
a la
crimes are: first, I am a Palestine. Daniel is Palestine. I don't know if you know he's
Porque se dice
from
que la tierra
there.
donde nace es el pueblo,
I am
y él es el pueblo.
committed to the cause
Y
of
él
my
también fue
people.
hijo
And
único de Abraham,
thirdly, wanting to
que era
change
hijo
the
de Abraham,
selfish model
descendiente de
that
Abraham,
has been
descendiente de
increasing the
Abraham.
privileges of the elite.
Buscar ustedes en farmacia, cotizar, recuerden que se
The
aceptó
pharmacy
un modelo
changed,
para tener un criterio para asegurar el metro cuadrado. Este
and the
conocimiento
different
no lo harán.
companies that have
Cuando
increased
ustedes
the
vayan a cotizar en
prices of
farmacia, tienen que
housing and
mirar que
pharmaceuticals have been
haya
the main
el orden.
enemies
El
of
orden
our
es este,
people's
la lectura que se van
management.
a cobrar
And it has been
la mayoría de
ratified by
lo que es
majority in
legítimo
the
y al
ballot
día.
boxes
Yo no sé
by
qué
those who
ustedes
live
piensan,
day to day in
porque yo
our
fui electa para
country,
acá,
and
cuando
that now
querían
know
desmantelar
the
nuestro pueblo.
project we want to
Nosotros tuvimos
propose.
que
Since
recorrer
they couldn't use
una travesía.
democracy to kick
¿Qué es
us
lo que ustedes
from the
piensan
municipality,
sobre
they
lo que
want
es
to
la
use
condición de
force and
cuando ellos
violence. I
recorrieron
want
esta
to
región
say that I have
para
different
decir que
friends in
nadie
the
se quedara
world
después
with
de
which I am
tanto
going to
tirar
continue
sobre
dreaming
nuestro pueblo.
with a better
Hasta
future,
que
beating in a
esa decisión
common
política de ayer empiece
beat,
a
the big homeland
surgir
of
y hacer
Allende and
realidad.
Bolívar and Chavez that
Y
they
digo
always
este
dreamed
principio
to
de la
build.
democracia de
We
los
are
pueblos
living in
porque
hard
puede ser
moments. The
digno
democracy of the
o
peoples is no
poder
longer the
no
common minimum
necesario digno
of
para el diálogo.
coexisting,
Cada
and
uno
it
de
is
ustedes tiene
now
sus planes,
hatred
pero eso también
the
es cierto.
main aspect
Pero
of
si ustedes
politics.
destruyen los pueblos,
Now
como
they're
nosotros
those
estamos
enemies
viendo
are
después
the
de la
ones
guerra
that
civil
are
en
going
Colombia,
against our
van a
political
terminar
parties, and they
destruyendo
are opposing the
sitios
freedom
históricos
of the
como
nations, and they are
el edificio
intending
Colón,
to restore
donde
colonialism
los hijos
against
trabajaron en la tierra.
which we will continue rebelling.
Pensar el pasado para nosotros,
Thinking
como
about
decía
the
otra
past,
compañera,
and he's also talking about the
gobierno,
50-year
amigo del
anniversary of
expresidente,
the Salvador
cuando
Allende
buscar el futuro
government.
se estará fijando.
To
Están
dispute that future, we have the
discutiendo
task
lo que
of
va a pasar.
militants, of
Como país hay que hacer
answering the
lo para
project
preservar nuestro
of
modelo futuro, para
the
no se comprometer
people's government, and we
con la
must
convivencia de
commit
paz.
with a Chile and the continent
Quieren
of the
quedarnos
poorest. They
sin
want
saber
to
que
trap
nuestros
us
ideales siguen en
without
pie.
knowing that
No
our
quieren
ideas are
quedarnos sin
out
saber
there,
que somos un
without
movimiento
knowing that
político
we are a
que
seed
lucharía
that will
porque
flourish.
nuestra
They
voz
want to silence
permanente
us
y
because our
sincera
voice
y
is the
obediente
voice of thousands
triunfará.
that were
Nosotros
here
somos
and the
verdaderos
millions that will
referentes.
be in the
Hoy
future.
los que
As
estamos con el
our
poder
president
nos
said, we are
marchamos y
vindicating
la
them
hacemos
even
todos.
stronger.
También
The
estamos
history is
conscientes de que nos
ours
resta
and it is
pelear
made
por nuestro
by the
futuro.
peoples. Daniel Hadwe, July 2024.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Karina, for bringing us these words of our bread brother Daniel Haro. And what we want to repeat what he says to leave it as part of this panel. That is that history to dispute the future, create the future is something that we are discussing. This future that we have to create ourselves with a judicial power that today has personality and that will not be forever or nor for a long much time longer either. We want to continue now our panel speaking of of Lofer, and in this occasion we want to invite our Tayla Tayalvina, a lawyer, university professor, militant of the cause for liberation of diplomatic and brother Alex Saab and his liberation, the free the Alex Saab movement. There was something that not only was done by Venezuela but other brothers of the world, and we know that lawfare as such can be defeated, as has been said by Claudia, has been said by in examples amongst the five Cuban brothers, and as we await will be the case of Daniel. So Laila, you have the floor. Welcome. Later I will explain in detail. Before I can, first of all, I would like to thank you, brothers and sisters from the Institute Simon Bolivar, Simon Bolivar, our Vice Minister Carlos Ron. Lofer is a phenomenon that also, because we have, all of Latin America has had to bear with this, and also by Venezuela. And it is something that is important to remember. Why do we remember it? Why? Because it is possible to defeat the lawfare of our people from our territories with our people together. And that happened in Venezuela. And that's why we know that the case of Daniel Howie, for example, is not going to be a different case from that of, for example, Julian Assange, or different from the case of liberation of our diplomatic man from Venezuela, Alex Saab, who, thanks to God, to the strength of the people, because we achieved to create worldwide movements, we were able to achieve his liberation. And of course, thanks to the direct action taken by our president and the resistance of the Bolivarian and revolutionary government, that we were able to achieve his liberation. The truth is that when we said Venezuela was not exempt from this lawfare, and we know this is a continental plan by way of this Condor plan and the application of lawfare. Since before Chavez arrived to power in 1998, there existed lawsuits and there was a tribunal of Supreme of a Venezuelan tribunal, because executing and pursuing that at that time still was not president of Venezuela. In 1998 starts then the first actions against President Chavez, and then in 1999 they continued. There were accusations, even just to see the to check it, that they accused Chavez of being dementia, suffering from dementia. Therefore, he should step down from the power. And many of those magistrates who were part of who were behind that, they were behind President Chavez, also tried to impede that he govern. And this happened in that in the year 2002, when also he was being we saying that he was mentally incapable of being president. In the year 2002, we saw this Supreme Tribunal Justice. Remember that in 2004, in April 2002, there was a coup d'état that they defeat President Hugo Chavez, and barely 2 days later he was reinstated. That was 11th and the 13th, or 12th and 13th of April, he was reinstated. We say every 11 has its 12 and 13. And President Chavez was reinstated thanks to the popular forces defeating that coup d'etat. And the truth is that judicial power at that moment, when that occurred in 2002, said months later that there didn't exist a coup d'etat, and that those who had executed this coup, they had good intentions, something totally inconceivable for the people. I remember that people went to the streets, and Commander Chavez told us, "Calm down." Even he said I remember someone who said I had to. Chavez said he had to swallow sand to calm down, because he was clear of something, that it was necessary that there be a judicial revolution, and that it was important to take that judicial power not in favor of Chavez, but in favor of the interests of the people. Because what is it that attempts, what attempts against that lawfare? It attempts against democracy, goes against the decision of the peoples, against the sovereignty or the sovereign right of the people, trying to remove a president from power that was elected historically by the people, and to has served these great powers. So this is the greatest damage that this lawfare does, and that's why it has been faced and confronted Venezuela by way of this judicial revolution. We know that there are different ways, there are multi forms, to go ahead with the attacks and to stop the people. We know what happens in Chile. We know what the surveys say of possibility of access to Daniel Howie For example, if there were elections today, presidential elections held today in that country, what would happen? And that is the objective, or that is the reason of being why Daniel Howie today is behind bars. We also know how the judicial power has that stopped and not permitted that Cristina Fernandez be reelected again as president, and the judicial power and that power that they have has stopped some way and has brought about the catastrophe called Milei that exists today. That catastrophe, of course, is threatened not only Argentina but also Venezuela as well, and many with their possible twin brothers in other parts of the world. But I'm sure that in Venezuela they won't have access to the power because there is a power, a people that is aware, that is resilient and is organized, and of course, and will impede that this 28th of July, that they have access again to power. They have done so much damage to us in the past, so much harm in the past. And we're speaking of these ways of attacking. You mentioned, Claudia, of the Condor Plan, for example. In the Middle East, for example, how they have terrorism or the fundamental Islamic fundamentalism as a way of controlling the peoples of those regions, or the constant conflicts and coups d'etats and weaknesses of the states in Africa, for example, also as ways of maintaining the or dominating people, and also in Europe there exists that phenomenon of the Russophobia that they have against the peoples of Europe. Because be careful with the monster of Russia, that's phobia for the Russians or European Union that aligned to that hegemonic, like an NATO show, aligned with not only to purchase the weapons from the United States, but also to put all that in sedation in favor of the interests of the United States and the great imperial power. And in Latin America also, we see the destabilization, the attempts of coup d'etat in Venezuela. They have tried in different thousands of ways how to do it and how they applied on us in a ferocious the sanctions on Venezuela against our people. They have done so much damage to us, Venezuelan people, so much harm we have suffered, we have bared, and how much we have resisted. And here we are standing, continuing to support our region, our president, and new again this Sunday. I'm sure that President Nicolas Maduro will be a victory of all of the region and all of the world, because we, as Venezuelans, as people that we are, we will continue to contribute to that multipolarism, the multipolar world that we need so much, that new way of power. We will continue to give our put our helping, contributing to those demands that we always have had against the genocide. For example, I was telling in the case of Venezuela, we have waged the battle internally. We have been able to finish with lawfare by way of the judicial reform. And in Venezuela, since they could not internally go against us, they had to use international mechanisms. Even that system, that weak system that the United States had, they had to activate it in order to apply a lawfare against Venezuela. And in March 2019, we saw Attorney General of the United States, William Barr, his name, to speak and to place a demand, and our vice president of the United Socialist Party of Venezuela, Diosdado Cabello, they said he was a drug trafficker without any type of proof. Without it, they tried to sue us. They took a judicial action, and a few days later, after suing us, the State Department of the United States, they they published a statement or a note where they said there was 15 they were they would give $15 million for the capture of of Nicolas Maduro. This is a violation of international of impunity, any all heads of state of any country. But evidently, we are in the face of a violation of this magnitude. And months later, then there was another element of lawfare. So it's important to consider, Claudia, how there has been the application of lawfare, because in Venezuela we can say of the internationalization of lawfare. They have not been able to break the judicial system, internal system, because it is sovereign, it is patriotic, it's independent, and of course they've had to recur to other systems that are and therefore violate the international law. I say it also not only due to the case of of the case against Nicolas Maduro, when the United States used their weak system against the president, but also months later they take to prison, they violating the sovereignty of a third state, as was Cape Verde, and they put in jail when he was on a mission, on a diplomatic mission. They they put up behind bars a Venezuelan diplomat who is Alex Saab, who was in South Africa and Cape Verde, and then he was in jail there in Cape Verde, and from there started a battle that we can say was one of the most overt battles of the United States, where we saw revelations. For example, one of these is that there is a confession made by the Minister of Defense, that is Secretary of Defense of the United States, saying in one of his books that he published, he says that that Minister of Defense, that they were clear that Saab was the one who was in charge of violating, as if it was a violation, that the attempts of a people to survive to a blockade that was inhuman, illegal. Well, for them, it is to violate, said Alex was in charge of violating the sanctions. Why? Because Alex would bring to Venezuela the the pharmaceutical products, that is the medicines, the fuel, as well as the necessary food for Venezuela. And that was, he said, that was money laundering. Can you imagine what a shame, how shameful that those people, that they even reveal it and they say that he was the man who did tasks for the state. That is, that they asseverated, and they were clear that his work was a diplomatic job. It was a state. And then Mike Pompeo, in his book, I believe it's called, it has a certain title. No, Pompeo, there were two books. Mike Pompeo, he says, not a chance. The fact is that in this book, Mike Pompeo, he describes how they did and how they convinced a country as Cape Verde, that had diplomatic relations with Venezuela, that 1 year before had accredited the ambassador of Venezuela in the year 2019, and how they had convinced that country that they not that they violate diplomatic violation, they violate a convention that they are part, and worse even, they violate the decision of a regional tribunal that demanded the immediate liberation of the diplomatic person Alex Abab, and not doing enough harm with that. When there were going to be elections in Cape Verde, 1 day before, they took Alex Abab and they took him to the United States without having finished the judicial process in that country, that that was that judicial trial, because they were going to hold elections. A new president probably had promised a new election to comply, if he won, to comply with all the decisions emanated by the Tribunal of Sediao, and and the most important part of it was to liberate Alex Saab. So, how lawfare then, even though we were able to defeat it within Venezuela, it continues to do harm outside of Venezuelan borders, and it has different, and it all has political objectives, because we have to remember that the conflicts, the world conflicts, have a basis, and it is which is the control of the natural resources and the territories, and Venezuela is not exempt from that, or any of your countries, or any country for that matter. That's why that lawfare is a problem of everyone that concerns us all, and it's a duty of those who achieve to take the power as one of the first that's actions that have to be taken, which is the judicial revolution, as a formula, direct formula, to defeat that lawfare, and of course to extirpate the elites from those high military command and within the judicial system. And this way, I believe and we believe that it is very important from the peoples of our America to contribute to defeat the lawfare, and with that contribute then to defeat all of those attempts made that violate or try to violate the sovereignty and independence of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laila. I just wanted to rescue two of the elements regarding lawfare. Not only the continuity of the Monroe Doctrine, but it is also an expression of what's still valid today, which is the Condor Plan. So we have a doctrine from the 19th century, but also the worst that has come out of our continent from the 20th century, which was the the Condor Plan to go against the people's proposals and make our continent an open vein continent, as Galeano said. I would like to give the floor to our next guest. It is such an honor to have her here. She's a combatant from the Salvadoran guerrilla. She has been defending the equality of her people, and not only in El Salvador, but in Central America. Nidia Diaz, I am proud to say that I have been her attaché and also of Commander Chafi Handam at the beginning of year 2000, and I was able to know some of the stories that they told me. And beyond those stories, I will very humbly, and Daniel would laugh because I also did this with him, but it's the fact of having the stories about the resistance, but also about how the Condor Plan in the South and in Central America, and I think Venezuela, the revolutionary Venezuela has not always been like this. And the stories that Nidia may share with us, if she wants to, the same stories she told me, they will show how important it is to defeat the right in its different shapes. So, Nidia, I invite you to come forward, please. Well, I would like to convey a revolutionary and solidarity hug to the combatant people of Venezuela and you, strugglers of all parts of the world. It is an honor for me to share some experiences and ideas of what's happening, and they have just specifically requested some of those stories of what's happening in El Salvador. So it is important to remember the places where we come from. Our generations were born in amidst a struggle, and they continue struggling. And even when we are in the government, when we have the power, we're still struggling. It could be to transform the struggle to defend ourselves or to strengthen our model for a moment that humanity is living. I don't know if you have heard this of barbaric actions or socialism. And that those who are struggling are with socialism. And there are others that want to deepen and perpetuate that barbarism. I see how Attilio uses social media and it's always in the front. I we are close in age, but I am seeing that many people that's not necessarily young, but are dominating the social media spaces. And a few years ago, we weren't part of that battle. We also have a legal battle. In El Salvador, we have had many years of struggle. We had a dictatorship in the year 1932 until 1992, 60 years of dictatorship. And then we opened to a democracy. But now we weren't going to defend those struggles with bullets. Rather, we were going to defend them with the politics in the ballot boxes. And we have been a very strong people, and there was an obligation to sign peace in El Salvador. We were very good at people's movements and organizations, and even in the electoral struggle. However, we had difficulties with the battle of ideas and now with judicial processes. In that historical path, after when the war started in 1980, there was a breaking point in which the Plan Condor was starting to be developed. The Vietnam War had just started, the Sandinist revolution had been victorious, the war breaks out, and many of us thought this was going to be quick, and we were dreaming about the socialist Cuba and their January 1st or the July 19th in Nicaragua. However, we had 12 years of a civil war. During the first years, Duarte came back from Venezuela, and I want to mention here and make a parenthesis. Duarte came in 1972, supported by the COPEI political party, and when he goes back to El Salvador in 1980, he brought a team with him that helped him during the first 5 years until 1980, 85. And amongst them, there was someone called Ambassador with Leopoldo Castillo. And I met Mr. Castillo in jail in after an interrogation. He was ambassador. There also was the current candidate, Edmundo Rosales, were there. And they were part of an evil plan, which was the extermination of Christians and martyrs, amongst them priests, nuns, because we were developing the theology of liberation. I remember Leopoldo Castillo was called the assassin of priests. And now he's a candidate with the intention of having the presidency. So we cannot forget what they have done in the past. And processes, as in the one in El Salvador, with casualties. And it was because of an evil plan that was obeying the Condor Plan. In the different interrogations, there were Venezuelans, not only in my processes, but also with other people. I cannot tell you if it was exactly that person, but the voice is similar, and they always had that ambassador, and it seemed as if they were always preparing for a war. But it was the involvement of the empire that was dragging other governments and other countries that were obeying the US in the counterinsurgents against the uh, people from El Salvador. I cannot forget such a difficult time in my country because these kind of figures that are now uh, trying to have the presidency as it is happening in Venezuela, but they will not come back. We are here accompanying you, so those kind of figures and puppets will never come back because in the past they tried to stop our processes. Do you know the Front Faragundo Martí, the solidarity and struggle of that front? Because there were some that didn't want the people to be victorious, but there were others supporting our cause and our struggle, which is, of course, determined by internal factors. But without that accompaniment, that struggle, it is very hard and slow to achieve a victory. So that's why peoples not only have internal factors, but there's also the accompaniment and struggle of international uh, peoples. You may already know what we went through and how we defeated the dictatorship in the 90s, and then we started a democratic process with an institutionality that had 38 reforms of the Republic's constitution with the objective of making up a law that was not as today's democracy. It wasn't protagonic and participative, but it was institutional. And with this institutional democracy, we would have a transition that would allow us to have our struggle. There were new institutions, of course, new laws, and neoliberalism since the year 1989. I remember the Caracazo, that event here in Caracas. I remember that Dominican Republic also started its process. And as we were having the democratization of the country, there was another parallel process that was outgoing, in which there was a clash between social and civil rights and economic rights. There was a part of society that was isolated. After this dispute for 18 years, the front got to the government and didn't have the power, but it was part of the government, and they started a social program. We weren't able to dismantle neoliberalism. We were always against the private sector taking over. We're looking for tax reforms. But there's something we may already know, that if you don't cultivate the memory of the peoples, you create um, conditions for going backwards, which is what happened in 2019. There was an ally of us because the party system of El Salvador had two members in the front, the ideological political membership and the allies that in during the juncture could have specific functions like being a mayor, even presidential candidates that didn't previously belong to the front. And the formula that was victorious in 2019 used to be one of our allies, along with an ally called Sanchez, Mr. Sanchez. In 2014, we had a different formula with only colleagues from the front. Sorry, I wanted to say 2009 to 2014, and then from 2014 to 2019. Then the poverty had reduced by 10 points, and we had around 200 projects and programs. And that's where the narrative started to be built, which allowed Bukele to win the elections, which was basically exploiting the people's dissatisfaction. When the people loses the memory of their history, they take advantage of that and they also lose sight of the future, where you want to go. So he exploited that situation, and it is a tragedy of the empire to say, for example, that struggle was useless, the peace agreements were also useless, the peace negotiations were filled with corrupt negotiators, and people start listening to that and absorbing it. And they also start generalizing that some people are corrupt, and then the full political party is seen as corrupt. And if you don't have a debate of those ideas with a political ideological struggle, people start believing those claims. So they just claim they're going to erase everything that has been done that according to them is bad, and that they want to remove criminals or thieves. So the narrative that's being promoted by denying history puts Bukele as a libertarian, as someone with new ideas that's going to reform politics and democracy, and people believe that discourse. Not only those abroad, but also those internally, even within the left forces. And we have a process of dismantling our culture. It's been 1,879 days with this government in El Salvador, even now in the new period of Bukele. This is 62 months. And we have seen how the process has advanced of dismantling culture. He has even gone further to structures of cultural heritage, not only the monuments of our heroes or martyrs or monuments regarding specific moments like the signing of peace agreements. They were already buried by Bukele, destroyed, but he has also gone over the 38 articles that were part of the reform or the amendment of the Constitution. In 2020, along with the police and the legislative branch, he started to direct a session, and this is where he ruptured the branches of the state. Then, in a session of the Congress in 2021, he removed the general prosecutor by violating the Constitution, and he appoints a new Supreme Court that's going to change the Constitution or have a decree against the Constitution that allows him to be re-elected. We also include here legislation regarding the control of the state, because we have a system of checks and balances and also transparency, and they completely erased everything related to transparency. So that's the current situation. We must go back to having a democracy in the country. And then we have a battle against our strugglers. The moment he was in February 2020, in which he dealt with the parliament, and when one of the deputies says, "I am I'm at your disposal, and I will sacrifice my life to defend the homeland. And I am going to go against the internal enemy." And who is the enemy for them? The opposition and our people. And many people are applauding what he's doing, but there's also other people. I think in March It's been 28 or 29 months of the exception regime by, and he did so by er- eliminating the pact, and he did so with the endorsement of the US. And journalists have showed how the pact between the Maras and the gangs allowed him to have the victory and have a relative success during the first years until I think March 2022. So back then he declared the war against the gangs. We suspended they suspended 10 constitutional guarantees and they changed the rules of the due process. And when you suspend the due process times, because it used to be 2 hours for the administrative capture, and then the judge would decide if they were going to be freed or if they were going to be imprisoned. And it started to be extended towards 15 days, then 60 days, and so on. But it wasn't only because of the exception regime, but also towards politicians. There were false accusations against politicians. And there's three elements that I want you to analyze. Because there are different figures that have been part of the political persecution. It started with the opposition that was considered an internal enemy, with the undue use of the institutions related to justice, which is what we call lawfare. For those who worked in media outlets, there was also a plot from the right to denounce some facts, especially towards the right. In the exception of the Supreme Court of Justice, they passed a law to investigate public officers of the previous two governments in what they called the battle against corruption. And Bukele said the meaning of those crimes, which was the damage of the honor and image of public workers, which is the basis of these accusations. And with this exception, they ordered false investigations that didn't have the due process. They were stigmatized and condemned from the public opinion, even in the case of the General Secretary, Mr. Gonzalez, and the former secretary of our political party. And there was also harassment against the president of the Congress, the Legislative Assembly, Lorena Peña, and the interrogation against the magistrate Eugenio Chicas, who were sieged before by the Legislative Commission that was investigating the use of public funds for NGOs. They were claiming that all funds that were allocated while they were at the front, it was as if they were gifting that money. But these processes were actually controlled by the ministries. There's also people in exile because they are afraid of the actions of the government. They have frozen their personal assets without respecting the due process. They are also opening processes by committing crimes against humanity. They have also gone against commanders of FMLN. There was also an order against Eduardo Sancho, sorry. And I also have an opened record with around 6 charges. They also go against journalists and people that have freedom of thinking. We have different journals that are digital journals like the Que Latino, which is being persecuted, and they have tried to block their resources, and there are also community radios that are being sieged. There's also harassment against candidates in 2021 and 2024 with a special procedure. So all of them will have bad results in the elections. Two candidates abandoned the country because they were afraid about their integrity. One of them is transgender and is now living in Canada. They have also there's espionage, and they are able to intervene their phones, hack at their conversations and of those of the opposition. How many political prisoners do we currently have who were public officers and are currently in jail? Because some of them have
Order for the capture.
a capture order, but many of them are, for example, ministers. The first one was the public security minister, director of the police. He had the freedom letter for 8 months, but he hasn't been freed yet, not even the director of the jail. And there are many of them that already have the liberation letter, but they haven't been liberated from jail, and they are accused with aspects related to economy. They said that the director of the police had allowed them to have a workers' partnership in jails to sell the products they manufacture there, and the money was given to the new government, and that now they had to respond regarding that debt. I could say that regarding political rights, they are violating many aspects. In the case of figures, besides the 25 prisoners, we have around 35 colleagues that have left the country, and 10 of them already have the capture order, the order for their capture, and Interpol has already said they are going to go against them. We have, for example, Cibrido Reyes, who was president of the Congress. Regarding the perspective of civil uh, procedures, the trials. And we went from millions to thousands, and they have been seizing their assets. We also have mayors that are also in jail amongst those 25. We also have trade union leaders. We have a few colleagues that are part of trade unions. Some say there are 30 of them, others say 9, and if people are defending the betterment of salaries, they are also imprisoned, as it happened with a colleague which was fired without compensation and then she was imprisoned. We also have some accused of crimes against humanity. We have 5 important people who are fighting to avoid going back to the mines because metallurgical mining was prohibited. And now they are saying that they can reactivate that sector, and they have capturing those who are part of the struggles of resistance. We also had journalists that have been threatened, and some of them have been arrested.
There's a committee in El Salvador with parent persons that have to do with the political prisoners that struggle for these political prisoners, their family, their relatives. At the same time of this situation occurs, we also see what are called the victims of the regime. what that we separate them from all of this political persecution. But this has a basis or a fundament, which are the undue processes with a suspension of their guarantees. So there's accumulation of 80,000 prisoners per because they're suspicious of have participated in some type of movement, and but nobody knows exactly if they've been tried or not. The thing that the reason that took them to put a regime of exemption, or the character that supposedly participated, have they have their flaws, and of those 80,000, there's the responsibility of the state that supposedly in the jails, like 303 people have died in jail. They have because and they were brutalized in their lungs, or they didn't, or they had chronic diseases and did not receive medical attention, and they died. They just died in the prison, and they just give the families the corpses of the bodies of their family member and with their relative without any and how many have been tried? They have not been duly processed. And the last thing of this last week that has occurred in El Salvador is that there is debate now. What they want now to do is the Minister of Justice and Security has presented. He has presented an idea, or a new idea. Has presented a new idea that if they're going to condemn me for something, then since the sentence hasn't been made, and maybe if there's an offense against a person, but maybe it's an offense and you're going to get 40 years. Well, while go to trial and I get the condemnation, I can be in provisional detention half of the time of the half the time of the sentence. That means I can be 20 years detained, provisionally detained, while I go to trial. And that means that before having complied with half of the sentence, and there's debate now in El Salvador, and lawyers that you call clients, they are in this debate because this is a measure which is arbitrary, as was the other one mentioned before. There were so many people that were in jail that they were going to be trying them as a group. For example, if these are accused of belonging to the Mara 18, all of those are accused, we're going to judge all together because there is such a delay that they don't fit in the prisons or in provisional detention, and many die. They are in difficulties, and since there's no budget enough to maintain all of these people, to feed them and clothe them, what they do is they say that they have to put in an account, bank account. They have to deposit money if they want that their detainee has food to eat. That's the only way. So this is a time bomb because the security is not combated, people putting people in jail, but attacking the real causes, true causes that take this to. And if this is violated, then the due processes and human rights are violated, then the way of resolving this, it will explode in their faces as the jails in Ecuador. So this is not solving a problem in any case. And besides that, the causes that originate the common security that we say, which is something common, the normal delinquent. What are the causes? Well, because of hunger. People rob because of hunger, because they don't have a job. There's migration. There's a social fabric that is broken, and all of that is happening in El Salvador. Today we have more increase in extreme poverty. There is social inequality has also increased. All of the programs closed, even all of the part that has to do, like Claudia mentioned, with respect to the rights of women. Everything, all of that has been dismantled because of lack of money. The 200 social programs have been closed down. So many programs that have to do with social rights of people. So the objective condition in the country grow, and also the needs grow. And then the Movil, which is a movement of relatives of the regime of exemption victims, their mobilizations are huge. They mobilize many people, many families of the relatives of these people who have been detained. There's also committees of people to the people who have been disappeared, not of the armed conflict, no, or those that still want transitional justice, that everything that has to do with that, they usually are filed down and took away their social benefits and fringe benefits after what was achieved after Civil War. No, I mean now the people who have been disappeared. There's a community also of relatives, because before the regime of exemption, people started to disappear because there was given an endorsement to the Maras that appeared. Many people started to appear dead, or sometimes they would disappeared, and they found common tombs. And there was struggle. Also, there's a struggle movement in El Salvador for everyone who has disappeared. There's also resistance. The day that the Legislative Assembly, the 9th of February 2020, that they went on Sunday, I think that was Thursday. 4 days later, people were on the streets, and then they were started the small concentrations and mobilizations. The street marches have not ended. Level of organization, the National Bloc of Resistance and Rebelliousness. It is an organization that encompasses many sectors and organizations. The trade unions are also reactivating themselves, and the different organizations as well. As Claudia said, this is top. This is a phase of resistance against this. The oligarchy of El Salvador has started around Bukele, because one sector there was was not. But no, everyone, all of the trade unions, the professional groups, the entrepreneurs, they're all aligned. We have always said that that is a fascist, authoritarian, neoliberal regime, corrupt as well, and populist at the same time. Populism, then, Bitcoin, the this and that, the acts that take to Miss Universe, the great sports events, and orchestra in a plaza so people without work can listen to music and feel anguish due to the high cost of living. Go to the plaza, the relights and distraction. It's like a circus. And they, with funds from China, of relations with China in the year 2018, there was a big library, but they don't have one sole book in that library. And they decided to close the national the publishing house. So what I want to say is that the struggle continues for us. And of course, the struggle of resistance takes us that there we can also differentiate that a regime, fascist for some, or fascism is back in Latin America, but for us, it is not a person of the democratic sector, but the fascists are dictators from the dictatorship, and they sponsor capitalism, neoliberalism, and populism as well, and corruption as well. That's what it characterizes it. So the enemy, the main immediate enemy that wants to destroy you, destroy the value struggle and the other values, we have it make it more visible, and this will give possibility that the struggle be more effective in El Salvador. On side, on the other side, we will continue to denounce the capture of all of the politicians possible. They try to capture all of them with accusing them of things that are false without proof, without times to be processed in time, with an anticipated condemnation. That is, they don't permit that they have to prove. They lynch people by the media, lynches them, and there is a media force which is just defamation, and they rob the goods and assets. They make them pay, and they're not burglars, so they take away their goods and assets. That's what we are living, and also they start to kill people because now the judicial system is doing that. So we call this pay, paid killing. This is something because today, those who attack you, those who hit you, these are the judges and the system that and the judges who commit crimes also are also crimes because criminals because they sponsor this. There's also struggle against the judicial system. So, and we base ourselves on the principles. People that are on the streets at night say, "Here, we can always chapter. We live like in we can be captured because we don't base ourselves on the principle of innocence, but principle of the people are to blame. This is what is happening in El Salvador. What what occurs is that the communications, what the people today feel, is like a crisis. They give in mega fraud that occurred. They didn't have to do this fraud, but they did it in favor of the deputies that controls the Congress. And the tribunal said that they are going to, in 7 years, they are going to give a response to all of the international organizations that observe the process. But they're going to do it in 7 years, just as memory and account due to what happened during COVID that was stated by Magro and that was taken out because he said that the CIA was being investigated. There were 12 different cases. Amongst them, the funds that were used to purchase treatments, COVID medicines, treatment for the sick. So all of that was in the TV. These are enough reasons to continue with this struggle. We consider that there's a time of struggle, of popular struggle, of much resistance, of much battle of ideas. They're not going to stop us. They're not going to shut, even though they take away the image of Saint Romeo, but they take away the name of Saint Romeo from the airport. I guess the airport is named Saint Romeo. So, but these are daily problems that people face that affect the lives of the people. So we we know that things are subjective then in our country, and there's some that are objective. There are reasons to struggle. There are many reasons to struggle, and we continue in that route. We continue to struggle. We'll continue to denounce all of these barbaric events that occur there, where the case of El Salvador will be discussed in the United Nations, which is the fourth period, where there will be the analysis of the universal study of the period of 4 years. Well, when they studied El Salvador in United Nations 5 years ago, in September 2019, they studied the 10 years of government. At that time, there were congratulations, recommendations, etc. And today, all of the bodies are preparing themselves for waging that judicial battle, so that the battle continues for us. And in the midst of this battle, we continue to struggle for Latin America that is free, because Venezuela continue to transform the country and helping the people of the world, because Argentina, Ecuador, and all of those forms of models of libertarians, or those who think that they are the owners and the liberators of this, then the dictators, that this will be reverted, that there be an advance of the progressive forces. Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, Brazil, all of them, Colombia, all these countries that have the possibility to help each other to advance and also to struggle to transform the realities that each one has. Thank you very much. Dear brothers and sisters, I know that this panel continues supposedly. So let's continue with this panel here, the contributions. Basically, I want to rescue something that Nidia said, she corrects herself, that we have to know our historical processes so that they not repeat themselves, especially to know where our adversaries and our enemies, of course, that continue to bother us. Now, with more preamble, I want to give thanks for the four ladies here. Thank you that you're all welcomed in Venezuela, including Laila. Thank you. And now we will continue for the closing of this block and of this day. I want to invite our brother Guillermo Barreto, who is going to do the moderation of this other part. And please stay seated, stay in here in the room, and thank you very much for your attention up until I want to reiterate that we continue. You can follow us in ALBA-PTA for the event. And thank you. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Well, let's continue then with the afternoon session with the closing panel for today, for this session. The session, we hopefully there will be much to think about later and debate the challenges as we have as humanity that we are. I invite you to send suggestions, observers, with respect to the document of the social movement, which is a document that is an ongoing document that will hopefully will enrich us amongst all of us here. This last panel is called Guarantees for the Balance of the World, or the Equilibrium of the World. This is the last panel. And the closing panel, this is the concept, the Bolivarian concept that we have here, that liberators started to outline in the letter of Jamaica in 1815, that had to do with the construction of that world, the creation of this new world, of respect amongst the nations, and of relations, respectful relations amongst the nations. Bolivar saw the threat that existed of the United States at that time then. And he considered very important that there be union of the new republics that were emerging day by day in all the area, be it a union, a one sole nation, or union as a confederation, also as the sole way of negotiating to relate ourselves, of talking with other powers as the United States and the British people. So this last panel has to do with this world that is emerging today, and we are witnesses of this, where there starts to stop being unipolar, and it starts to be multipolar. And this is what we wanted to be dwelling on in this last part of our, shall we say, meeting. So I will present them one by one of our different panelists as I give them the floor. And I will start with giving the floor, presenting Taimur Ragma, and Secretary General of the Workers and Peasants of Pakistan. He is also the General Secretary of an alliance of 10 political parties of left wing, bearer of a Pakistani group, and there are many surprises here, and Professor of Political Science of the University of Science of Pakistan. So I give the floor then to Professor Taimur Rahman. Taimur Rahman, you have the floor. Muchísimas gracias, camaradas. Lo que quiero decir tal vez sea nada nuevo para mí, nada.
Perhaps the only claim I can advance is that I will try to present what you already know in a somewhat new and admittedly clumsy way. Last night, as I was learning about the history of Caracas from my comrade and friend Carlos Ron, he shared with me this incredible picture that represents not just the inequality created by capitalism in every major city of the world, but I think of the state of affairs of the global political economy. I believe this is a picture of Caracas, one of the main streets, roads, and you can see that the two neighborhoods are completely polar opposites of each other. This picture starkly raises the question, how can a minority maintain control over the majority of economic resources? And how can the majority maintain itself on such a small minority of resources? Those who create have nothing. Those who have everything create nothing. This contradictory world can only exist on the basis of engendering further contradictions of its own. For this contradiction to exist between these two worlds, the people must not unite. They must constantly contradict themselves. The contradictions amongst the oppressed are themselves the consequence of the contradictions amongst the oppressors. Imperialism engenders the contradictions amongst the people of the world, making them fight each other. We need to recognize that it is only the realization of the nature of these contradictions amongst the people, as reflecting the contradictions amongst the exploiters, that the people are able to overcome their powerlessness. Hence, for us, politics is the art of reconciling the contradictions amongst the people and exploiting the contradictions amongst the rulers in order to advance the power of the oppressed in relation to the oppressors. In other words, the oppressed are no longer determined by the agendas of the oppressors. We will no longer fight your wars or feed your hatred. The oppressed will and must drive and determine history by dialectically inverting the subject and object of history. The oppressed will use the contradictions amongst the oppressors in order to advance their strength in relation to the oppressors as a whole. This was the strategy of the Bolsheviks who made the Russian Revolution. This was the strategy of the Soviet Union against Nazism. This was the strategy of the Chinese and the Vietnamese Revolution. It has been the essence of every revolutionary movement, in fact, in all of human history. I know we live in a period of profound retreat, a period of counter-revolution, though that may not be obvious here in Venezuela. But in many parts of the world, the Nazis, the fascists have won, and won decisively. And they have rewritten history. This is perhaps epitomized best in the case of Afghanistan, a society where the memory that this was a country, this was a society once led by communists is buried under the rubble of war. Today in Afghanistan, women cannot go to school, they cannot go to university. But this defeat comes at the end of 2 centuries of continuous revolutionary struggles. From 1789 to 1989, from Bolívar to Chavez, the forces of revolution are suppressed, that is true, but also they have developed as a consequence of 200 years of uninterrupted and unmitigated struggle. So while a quick recovery of the revolutionary momentum may feel difficult, but recovery is also made inevitable by the injustices of capitalist imperialism and brutal exploitation. The destruction of entire economies, such as Pakistan, under the policies of the IMF, pushing people into poverty, as has been the case in Central Africa, subversion of democracy, as we heard in the last panel, in Latin America, the fate of the world itself hanging in the balance with climate change and nuclear war. That is what imperialism has brought us. That is what capitalism has brought us. Our success, therefore, depends on our ability to unite the oppressed and exploit the divisions within the system. This is why understanding the opportunities that multipolarity places before the revolutionary movements of the world is crucial to turning the tide of history in our favor. BRICS represents an economic magnetic pole that for all those countries that want to escape the grip of IMF-led austerity, which of course is nothing but policies to make the rich richer under the slogan of macroeconomic stability. And if Palestine has shown anything, it is that even in the 21st century, an age of 3D printing, artificial intelligence, and information overload, it is still pure violence that is the basis of the capitalist imperialist system. Mangled bodies, broken bones, blood shed, barbaric death, and more death remains the only basis of empire. That is why many people want to see a military or political magnetic pole in opposition to the serpentine grip of NATO, which is nothing but the continuity of the last 200 years of gunboat diplomacy of Western colonialism. Multipolarity, therefore, are the cracks in the wall from which a thin sliver of light passes through. We must place the thin edge of our wedge in these cracks and hammer that contradiction to break down these walls of oppression. But this cannot be accomplished by the capitalist class of the third world. The experience of how the IMF has literally shrunk the Pakistani economy demonstrates that the capitalist class would sooner accept its self-liquidation as a class than unite for any project of national economic rejuvenation. It can therefore be accomplished only by the people who need it the most, the people who require it the most, the people on the wrong side of this divide, the people whose blood and tears flow through the annals of history, forming the bedrock of all that human civilization has built. It is time for humanity to take back what rightfully, collectively belongs to it. It is time for humanity to recognize its umbilical cordal connection to Mother Earth, save our mother from the destruction of the cancerous parts of itself. It is time for humanity to solve the dilemma of humanity, break the mental chains on our imagination. It is time for humanity to conceive a world without billionaires on the one hand and billions of poor on the other. And the first steps in that direction in the 21st century are being taken here in Venezuela. Here in Venezuela, another future is becoming possible. Here, the glimmer of the future can be seen from the cracks in the wall. Here, the people, those people, are taking their destiny in their own hands. Here, the people have rejected neoliberal capitalist imperialism. And that is why I am honored and proud to join you on this historic occasion when the people forced to live in shanty towns will emerge not as the object but as the subject of history. Socialismo o muerte. Un pueblo unido jamás será vencido. ¡Viva Venezuela! Thank you.
Thank you, Taimur. Different causes have gone through this space, and I wanted to take advantage of this moment to convey solidarity greeting and reiterate the support we in Venezuela have sent to the Sahrawi people. We have combatant colleagues from the Sahrawi people that have struggled in order to recover their land and for the right to self-determination and existence. Long live the Sahrawi people. I will now invite Georgette Kuri. She's from the Network in Defense of Humanity. She comes from Mexico. She studied, has a master in Latin American Studies and a PhD, and is professor in the Science and Technology Institute and studies Marxism and resistance in the Global South. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, in this closing panel, in order to talk about the multipolar world and its balance, and I want to summarize some of the things we have said. But the important thing is to think how are we going to realize all of the elements we have said. And how we must reflect on how the different regions of the global south as poles in the multipolar world throughout the 21st century. And I think we started this challenge with this forum, the World Social Alternative, that's being discussed and built. We have three important tasks that are related to recognition of our identities and our common problems, and of course potential solutions, the potential we have as peoples in our history. We also are socializing in order to share common experiences, struggle experiences throughout the history of our peoples, and also to socialize how in these struggle processes in the last decades we are betting on new ways of having social politics, and this is being registered in our history. Venezuela is an example of it, not only for Latin America, but in general, for the peoples of the global south. So this is how we are building this agenda, the program for the peoples, something we must solidify as the geopolitics of the 21st century. The project of Venezuela has been called the 21st century socialism, but this goes beyond economy. It is also with has to do with politics and social elements, and this is how we build our agenda. And we must remember this is a long-term process that needs its own transitions, but the idea is to see how we have achieved different logics of geopolitics. And this is how Venezuela in 1999 in Latin America inaugurated a juncture, which is another of the challenges we have in Latin America, which is overcoming the junctures of the progressive governments and bet on them, because it is not only a political juncture, because since 1999 to today, we must overcome the junctures, so they are only a first historical phase for the peoples of the global south, which is related to the multipolar world, and this is what we are betting on. These practices are related to something we learn from Venezuela every time we come, which is the protagonic role of the peoples. Not individually, because this is something we already know in the world very well, but instead defend the collective protagonic role of society. So this leading role, it does not only belong to some individuals in the elites, because politics are built every day. And because of that's what we are defending, those geopolitics. As I was saying, in 1999, Venezuela inaugurates a wave of progressive governments. They obey the people's will of the masses. So, in that sense, these people's governments have to build a program to guarantee two aspects. First, that they can sustain in time, that they don't have to depend on first having a left government and a center government, maybe a right government, and then going back to the left. The idea is to consolidate us in the structures of our societies. There's consensus because we don't want that to have warfare, hunger, poverty, sacking, scarcity in the global south. Besides, the peoples of the global south have the resources, we have the wealth, we have the land. Unfortunately, in the past, they have been managed by colonialism to benefit imperialist countries. But I think we can revert this process. And I am referring to the 21st century regarding the role Latin American has that could make it the pole of the multipolar world, because we must retake the ownership of that wealth, of those resources. We must manage them ourselves. And this common agenda that should advance towards unity and integration is the only way in which we can have an opposition against the domination politics. And as we have said in the previous encounter, this geopolitics of domination is related to a specific phase of imperialist capitalism, what we called hyperimperialism. It is dangerous. And that's why it is much more dangerous. This policy of domination doesn't have a social project. What it does is exercising a warfare geopolitics of disaster with the military. It practices anti-politics, it bets on diplomacy, and it is a sample that there's no social project in the geopolitics of social domination. The economy it practices is not sustainable. It is the politics of disaster, of the predator, that has not only ended with life in the planet, but it has also sickened the social network of our peoples. So this geopolitics of domination, it is seen as a threat to humanity, to life on Earth. And we could say that this geopolitics has a specific ways, and when we talk about Latin America specifically, we can refer to those that in the recent years have reacted with attack actions amongst the against other Latin American government. For example, what happened in the Mexican embassy in Quito, and other verbal aggressions of extreme right governments against these other governments. that are representatives of the people's will of Latin America and the Caribbean. So, in such times of warfare, the actions of these governments can be interpreted as trying to create scenarios of confrontation within Latin America. Because we have seen how profitable warfare is for countries like the US. Their economy and the reproduction of capital is based in a warfare and weaponry, and their economy is based on this. So for them, it is profitable to drop bombs in other regions of the world, of course, with geopolitical objectives. But this is not only in the global north, not only in the US or Europe. This project has also emerged in the global south, unfortunately, and in the 21st century on the multipolar world, it's no exception, despite having some advancements. Just because we are constantly sieged by the empire in our peoples. There are governments that are still allied to this project of the geopolitics of domination and creates confrontation. It would be good to have support from the global north, resources, financing, but that goes against the people's will, at least in Latin America and the Caribbean. So all of this geopolitical trend of far right governments also help maintaining the conditions of the geopolitics of domination. For example, they fill us with arms. They also try to patronize the jail system, and they continue criminalizing our societies. And they also authorize or allow having military bases in our territories. They even escalate this situation to a request to President Javier Milei in Argentina so they can become a country of NATO. The peoples of Latin America do not want to be part of NATO. They don't want that level of warfare. So let's say the only way in which we can have a counterweight to this geopolitics of domination, we must bet on this kind of projects like the one we have here in Venezuela, the Bolivarian Revolution. So a project like this one is a counterweight that can promote peace in times of war, which is hard, but I think it is one of the dimensions that must be part of the objectives of the common agenda we must have. So, before we close, our people's geopolitics must be a peace geopolitics of sovereignty, of cooperation, of integration, of solidarity, of unity, integration, of wellness, of putting the logic of the reproduction of life at the center, and that this one can be displaced until we completely exterminate the reproduction of capital as a main logic of our internal and external relations. I think this geopolitics of the 21st century, we are seeing a favorable context that would allow us to have it as part of our structures and our history. So this goes beyond the encounters we have, because we have a mission, a commitment of being ambassadors of this encounter. So, this minimum agenda we have been building along these encounters and that we will surely continue building can be taken to the different places and implemented at all scales. And we could have some common aspects that we have already pre-established. So this would help us having a balance in the multipolar world, and we're thinking about Latin America, and this can be replicated in other regions of the global south to see which are the problems we that identify us, and these spaces are fruitful so we can socialize, exchange ideas and interact, and beyond these encounters we can make possible this project and have hope for the future, but continue walking towards it as it has been done in other countries. We shouldn't respond to their provocations, and we must think that these national and local threats from some governments in some countries is not only an affair, a business of that specific country. This affects the whole continent, the whole world, because in the 21st century, the far right is articulated very easily. The capital, the multinational businesses also articulate very easily. So we must look towards our geopolitics and make things differently as it is done here in Venezuela and it is being replicated in other parts of Latin America and the global south. Thank you very much. Thank you, Georgette from Mexico. She is reminding us that that enemy and empire, although it is in decay, it is also dangerous. And it seems like it is dying by killing. France, that has completely given up to the US, but still thinks it is an empire and has lost influence in Africa, it is having a horrible strategy towards Nueva Caledonia in the Pacific. And now they are hindering the people of Nueva Caledonia to have their autonomy. They send their leaders to France, very far from their families, where don't even have lawyers. So the people from New Caledonia is sent to France without any help or support. And these things are not seen in the media outlets, in our newspapers, in our journals. Have you heard about the struggle of New Caledonia? So they must know we are actually thinking about them. We will now move on to someone from the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Fred Membe. He is doctor in business management and member of the International Association of Lawyers, member of the Taxing Council of the International Association of Lawyers. So I will now give him the floor. Welcome to Venezuela. Me siento muy bien de viendo, había una tormenta, pero ni siquiera la lluvia nos pudo detener. Y continuó incluso con la lluvia tan intensa. Estuve en su su último discurso público antes de las elecciones. Y son estos recuerdos los que aparecen en mi memoria. Esas elecciones no eran solo unas elecciones, porque estaban construidas bajo el nombre de luchas como la Batalla de Carabobo. El comandante Chávez ganó. Y estamos aquí una vez más, enfrentando batallas similares. Y no tenemos duda de que seremos victoriosos.
Grew under it. And we used to think it was very bad. Today, or over the last 3 decades, I've had the misfortune of living under a unipolar world dominated by the United States. It's worse. I'm an African. I come from a continent whose people probably are the most humiliated on this planet, the most plundered on this planet, the most exploited on this planet, and probably the most killed on this planet. Empire after empire humiliated us, dominated or tried to dominate us, exploited us or tries to exploit us today. Our leaders who tried to resist colonial domination, capitalist penetration, were killed. And they didn't discriminate between men and women. In Zimbabwe, in 1887, they killed a spiritual leader, a woman, Mbuya Nehanda. In Zambia, in the same year, they killed Nsingu, a prince who tried to resist the taking over of our land. They colonized us. We were colonized even by companies with royal charters from the empires. We fought for our independence. Even when we won and wanted to take independent paths, they still followed our leaders, toppled them, and killed them for simply trying to take an independent path. They killed Patrice Lumumba for simply saying African resources, Congolese resources belong to the Congolese people and Africa. They toppled Kwame Nkrumah simply for trying to take an independent path. They killed Muammar Gaddafi, among many of our leaders. They have tried it here. In 1973, they killed Allende, who had won an election under the socialist banner. We know what they tried to do to Commander Chavez and what they did after he won the elections. Elections that were presided over by their own friends. We also know what they have tried to do to President Maduro. It's not about elections. Empires have no respect for elections. Empires have no respect for democracy. In fact, you can't have democracy, meaningful democracy, where empires exist and dominate. A country that is dominated by another country cannot be democratic. It's impossible. The will of the people cannot prevail in a country that is dominated by another. It's not free and fair elections they are concerned about. Empires are not interested in free and fair elections. They are not interested in democracy. They are interested in domination. You will hear after Sunday, they will make pronouncements on these elections. They will denounce them. But no matter what they say, no matter what they do, these elections are not for them. They have never respected free and fair elections in a country they don't dominate, in a process they don't control. For us, who have been humiliated for centuries, we cannot continue to live under this world order, dominated by one empire. Just as much as we suffered and did not want to live under a world order dominated by a few empires. Multipolarity for us is not a choice. It is a must. If we have to survive and prosper, if we have to develop and have dignity in our lives. We have been humiliated for too long. We have been dominated for too long. Our resurrection must come. It won't be given to us. We have to struggle for it. Nothing has been given to us graciously by them. By them, I mean those who dominated the world, who still continue to dominate the world. We are here to witness, to give solidarity to the sovereignty of Venezuela. Without national sovereignty, there can't be democracy. Without national sovereignty, there can't be individual dignity. People can only live a dignified life in a sovereign homeland. We are here not to vote physically, but to vote with our hearts. We will participate in this election with our hearts. We will not go to the polling stations. These are our elections. The defense of Venezuelan sovereignty is the defense of our own sovereignty. The defense of Venezuelan democracy will give an opportunity to all of us to open new paths of development and create a more just, more fair, and humane world. It's impossible under this order to have a world that is peaceful, to have a world that is just, to have a world that is fair and humane. The work going on here, the work that was initiated by Bolívar, continued by Commandant Chavez, continued by President Maduro today, and the progressive, courageous Venezuelan people deserve the respect of all and the support of all of us. We have to create a world in which all of us can develop in our own way. Each path is different. And that's why democracy, in a world that is truly fair, takes many forms of expression. And it cannot be dictated to. We are here to witness that in this country. The Venezuelan people have stood steadfast, have stood strong amidst many challenges. We are learning from them today how to defend sovereignty, how to defend one's dignity and humanity's dignity. We have had enough of the domination of one empire over the last 3 decades. An empire does not establish institutions of democracy all over the world. It establishes institutions, instruments of domination all over the world. They have more than 800 bases all over the world, military bases, not to promote democracy, but to dominate the world, to take away the sovereignty of others. Today, the African continent is dotted with USA military installations all over. For what? To defend our sovereignty? To defend our independence, which we fought from them? They never supported any liberation struggle in Africa, not even in South Africa. Today they celebrate Nelson Mandela, who they wanted to kill, who they called a terrorist. These are the people we can depend on. These are the people we can count on. Certainly not. We have a future that we ourselves have to build. And the future is not built in the future. The future is built on the threshold of the struggles we wage today. decisions and actions we take today let's prepare ourselves for the battles of tomorrow. There are still many more battles of Carabobo to wage. It won't be easy. It's not easy today, it wasn't easy yesterday, and it will not be easy tomorrow. But we have no alternative. We have no sensible alternative but to struggle for a more just, more fair, and more humane world. And that world, if we struggle, it will become a reality. Fidel said, if we live, we'll fight. And if we fight, we'll win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Something that the Cuban Revolution taught us was that solidarity was not to give what our leftovers, but share what we have and not our leftovers. And that's, I say this because I want to tell you that right now in Venezuela, 19 young people from Zambia are studying medicine here in our Latin American School of Medicine right now. From Zambia, that represents Mr. Fred Membe. Two other things that I want to say before presenting the next speaker. It is that you know that in the Plaza of the Revolution of Managua, there is a poster that says a phrase by Rubén Darío, a poet, that says, if the homeland is small, we will dream it as huge. And 5 days ago, it was the 40 years from of the triumph of the Sandinist revolution. It's been 45 years. So a greeting to all of our friends here from Nicaragua, and send with them a greeting to the people of Nicaragua, to the people that continues to dream that huge homeland. Long live Sandino. The third thing that I want to say is the following. When we speak of imperialism, of Yankee and U.S. imperialism, but sometimes we forget that within the United States, there is a people that also is rational, that is also oppressed, that is excluded. We have friends here that came from the United States that are here with us, and I want to greet the struggle that they are waging there. And today specifically, today there is a war criminal in the United States, Netanyahu, and they're fighting and they're facing confronting the police, who are facing with great courage the police over there. I want to greet all of them. It's a salute to them, to that struggle and their perseverance. Well, let's continue then. Now I will invite to the podium a brother from Orinquen, instead of saying Puerto Rico. It is our friend Ramon Grofel. He was a sociologist. He teaches at the University of Berkeley, and he is a thinker of colonialism, very well known and very active member. Because he speaks of colonialism, he's also acting. Not only thinkers, he is organic because he thinks, and he struggles. He is a man of action. So I want to invite him here to come and speak to us. Thank you very much. He is our next speaker. Thank you very much, Guillermo. Thank you very much, Carlos. Thank you, the Institute Simon Bolivar, or Simon Bolivar Institute, to the Bolivarian Revolution as well, for permitting us to have this space. These discussions with respect to anti-imperialism and fiction and now I wanted to start by calling our attention to something that concerns me, and it is that sometimes we underestimate in our struggles the imperialist elites. We cannot overestimate them, but we cannot underestimate them either. And sometimes we think that it is in a phase, since there is, they are in a phase of decadence, and we see that they are, shall we say, they are like dancing in the dark. They can't see what they're doing. We think that the imperialist elites don't have new ideas and they don't have new projects in mind that are dystopic and genocide for the life on the planet. So I would like to call your attention to this because I believe that there is a fundamental part of the elites, imperialist Western elites, especially those of the financial capital realm, that meet in Davos every year, and they have a project they call the New Reset in English, the New Reset. In January 2021, they put us there very clearly. They said, I want to say this again because they do have ideas, new ideas, and they do have projects that we have to have very clear that they do have in order to be able to combat them. We cannot go to the struggle thinking that they ran out of ideas. No, that's not it. So I want to. This is a call to attention because I hear currents and understreams of brothers and sisters who and allies, strugglers, very respected ones that sometimes we incur in this error, underestimating them because I call it because these elites know that this and have their days counted. That means that they will end. They know they are in a terminal phase and they are getting prepared by way of new technologies, for example, artificial intelligence, in order to create a system that is the worst system that everything that we have seen with respect to in the capitalist uh, realm in the last 500 years, the worst system of everything that we have seen in the last 500 years of capital modernism, something that we have no idea. The use of artificial intelligence in their favor, they have it there as their central agenda and of new technologies. It's at the core of it for to have a complete control of the world under the following motto, which is you won't have anything, but you will feel happy. You will be happy. You won't have anything, but you will be happy. That is their motto, their slogan. This is what some people start to call as techno feudalism. They're creating a new system. They want to create a new system which is even worse than the one we know. And we are starting to see the characteristics of this already in Latin America. We see, I think the Argentinians who are here present, they start to see it, the vestiges of this new techno feudalism. For example, if they speak of transhumanism. What do they mean by transhumanism? Is to overcome or supersede the human race, to replace the humans by robots, to make robots a human being that survive. That is to say, with chips, implanting chips in our bodies, there will, then we would become robot subjects where they can have greater control over us on our subjectivity and of our agency of our actions and of our actioning because we have this is called transhumanism to to go against humanity and they want a global government that and listen to this those of you especially those from Argentina, men and women as well as the rest of you, to create a global government is their goal. To dismantling and dissolving the nation states that's part of their agenda. I'm reading the creation of that new system that they want to put at the forefront vis-a-vis the terminal crisis that they see. And they are and this is something and it's been they would discuss this in Davos and now we are seeing the vestiges of the first vestiges being implemented or the attempt to implement them in Argentina with the government, this nefast government that he's a lunatic at the helm, but he's not acting with freely or spontaneously. Here there is imperial plan behind him And if you want to study it thoroughly, just observe the meetings at Davos and observe especially that of January 2021 that was titled the new the new reset. That's where the agenda is. And there a new the new global government that when you dismantle all the nation states, the sovereignty le- rest on that global state would be the basis, controlled by them by way of new technologies, by way of transhumanism, that is the robotization of human beings, and then the state to create, have a complete control on the life of the human beings, on the life of the planet. They will control everything. And then they speak of and they acknowledge the ecological disaster. And this is something interesting and curious at the same. They say that there is a problem of ecological collapse in the system, and they start to acknowledge that that there this is where what they're think and they have solutions, and this is where the solutions they're giving which are horrible. They say that there are 8 billion human beings and that 6 billion have to be eliminated. That the planet is sustainable only with 2 billion people of human beings. The rest should be eradicated. That means that 6 billion people who are in excess, and they were thinking of how to have genocide projects to eliminate those like 6 billion people for this excess. And this is at a global scale. Now, Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, what we're seeing, this is a laboratory. It is their laboratory of the use of new technologies and in order to do mass genocides. They're using artificial intelligence to do this for the first time in order to do what is called a carpet bombing. This is it's a bombing of course of carpets, of rugs. This is a bombardment that doesn't leave 1 centimeter without being touched. And they're using artificial intelligence for this. That is a new technologies in order to have that laboratory of Gaza that will produce afterwards genocides at a global scale. And they say that what occurs in Gaza does has nothing to do with those them there is not at all right, because Gaza is just the beginning of a genocide system, a new one using new technologies, and this genocide and this has existed for centuries, but the use of artificial intelligence and new intelligence and with an open situation and saying that 6 billion people have to be eliminated because we are in excess, this is what is horrific. This is a horrific moment, and this has a special characteristic, this moment, and it is important to see it and see it with great care and with an analytic eye. And since the project of eliminating 6 billion people because we are in excess, I call them I call them eco Malthusian. The British economist of the 19th century, that he said the problem of the poverty and unemployment was a structural problem of the capital system. It was a problem that there was too many people on earth. Well, these people, with this people now, this is 1% of this elites of today. They don't care poverty and unemployment. That's not their problem. What they're concerned about the ecological catastrophes. So they are thinking that the problem of the ecological disaster is not a systemic system. It is a destruction of life, yes, but what they're saying is that the problem, as Malthusson said, that there are too many human people on the planet, and that a good part of the the human beings have to be eliminated. And they're saying this in these fora, and they're saying it overtly, without any type of restriction. And something else also, they defend also certain feminism. They defend certain feminism, liberal feminism, Western feminism, white imperial feminism, but they start to seem to defend it because not with the same reasons that we would support feminism and we would be feminists. No, because for very perverse reasons. Why? Because for that feminism, white liberal Western feminism, doesn't believe in reproduction of the species, reproduction of life. That is, don't believe it fosters the idea that women don't shouldn't have children, shouldn't have babies. So these people believe that that feminism that is liberal is useful as part of that project of reduction of the population. So, so moment they seem to be feminists, but we can't confuse that with they're not feminists at all. What they want, they're taking the opportunity. They were going to use the feminine speeches and conferences and those who are the most problematic ones and the more liberal who say that women should not have children, the white feminists, they're using it as an instrument for to their for their needs. And, and they are also in favor of the LGBTIQ, but not for the same reasons that we support the the struggle of gender of different genders of LGBTQ, but due to perverse reasons. Why? Because they believe that by way of acknowledging the rights of those groups and promoting LGBT groups, they can control the growth of fertility rate and the birth rate of the world because it opinions that they and since they acknowledge then the of sexism, of feminism, the problems of nature and natural disasters and inequality, global inequalities of the capitalist system. That is Mr. Piketty, who is holding in those meetings. Speaking of those things, this man, Mr. Piketty, he is there. So they acknowledge if you would if you see it, they say, well, they are they leftists? No, they're not left wing at all. What they want is that they observe. They're observing the solutions that they propose, and there you realize that they are using these things. This is perverse because they want to use these things. They are they want a genocide at a worldwide schedule, worldwide level, using these organizations. Now, something else that exists all over the world, but especially in Latin America, the liberal intersectionality. The intersectionality, liberal intersectionality. What do I mean by this? If you, for example, go to the American embassies and you see this website, the section in the website of USAID, for example, USAID, for example, you will see under there that the empire is giving funds for feminist movements, for ecological movements, and anti-racist movements, even some trade unionists, anti-capitalists, etc. And they're giving funds to different organizations, and they use this term, and they're using this term, the intersectionality, the acknowledgement of the existence of multiple oppressions, something that is perverse. Why? Because the system itself that creates all these multiple oppressions is the one that now wants to domesticate and produce the oppositions or the resistance to these oppressions. So it is perverse what we are speaking of because we're speaking of the same system that produces all of these pathologies is the same one that at the same time is financing the opposition to those pathologies because they want a pseudo left that is domesticated, that is dominated. They want that the struggles separate themselves, that the feminists struggle for their rights and the racists on their own, each one in their niche, each one without making coalitions to separate people and not taking into seriously the anti-imperialist um, struggle. What they you can get as long as, for example, you're not anti-imperialist and you're anti-racist, you get the funds. As long you are anti-imperialist and you be even anti-capitalist, you will get the funds. Because today, you cannot be anti-capitalist, you cannot be anti-racist, you can't be anti-sexist, you can't be homophobic, or anti-destruction of the life on the planet that is, or ecologist, without being anti-imperialist. And I believe that here we have to place a red line, trace a red line there because that is like a limit. This is a border. This is creating great confusion because since they come with a lot of money, with funds to give, they start financing little by little a series of organizations and movements that seem to be of the left wing, but in that hour of truth, they are on the side of the empire. Example: the coup against Evo Morales. There appeared ecologists financed by the empire, all of those NGOs financed by the empire, saying that this that occurred was a popular rebellion with respect to the by the coup that is imperialist, that was that it's saying that Evo killed um, killed the Amazon, that is annihilated the Amazon, when we all know that the burnings and the fires years ago due to Bolsonaro's policies. However, there appeared saying that it was Evo Morales. Then the feminists appear saying that this is a popular revolution, and that Evo Morales, since he is a chauvinist, then that's why that happened to him. That is that when you see things and the imperial strategies that they're applying of divide and conquer, of financing projects, that struggle against the pathologies that imperialism produces, but generating a type of pseudo left that is not stated an anti-systemic fight or political alliances, and that falls in what the strugglers of the black Angela Davis calls the Olympics of oppression. Each one, each one, each one struggling for what has more oppressions. According to this, I have more authority than you to speak, for example, to put people to hate each other, so there start to be divide and conquer. This is and I'm telling you this. I don't have time to elaborate because but I've seen it also in Africa. I've seen it in Latin America, in Europe, in the United States, in many places. This is a mass destruction weapon of social movements, because wherever this logic of intersection, liberal intersection, come the policies that of dividing and conquer, where each one fights for their own, and what the hell the rest of the people, when there is no logic of coalition, of solidarity and anti-systemic struggle and anti-imperialist struggle. What there is then is every man to themselves, and this is the logic the empire wants to put there as a seed that it wants to plant, so everyone divides, so that the struggles don't unite and all go together as one, but they channelize separately so that it is convenient for them. Therefore, they have that system of financing on purpose to divide and conquer. So that's why we can't say, and I repeat, we cannot say that the empire or that the imperial elites don't have new ideas, or they don't have new strategic plans. They do have projects, and we can't be naive vis-a-vis this situation. We have to understand this reality. Therefore, the anti-imperialism of today, of the 21st century. We speak of the 21st socialism of the 21st century, but also there's the anti-imperialism of the 21st century, the same way that Chavez spoke of the socialism of the 21st century. So the anti-imperialism of the 21st century has to encompass everything that is positive anti-imperialism of the 19th and 20th, but bring new topics. We're not on the on the table, or we're not taken into account, or we're not seriously seen. So the new anti-imperialism has to have the struggle for the sovereignty of people as a priority, and as a legacy of the Bolivarian movement of the 19th century. It has to have there also that anti-imperialism, of course, the struggle for of the state, national states, with sovereignty and with control of their economies, of their policies, etc. It also has to have the struggle, anti-imperialist struggle against all of the empires, not only the one that oppresses you directly, but all the other empires that exist in the world of the imperialist system of the world. When we speak of civilization, or modernity, of modernism, of capitalism, with as a civilization of death, because it destroys life of it destroys human beings and of living beings, it is the ecological planet destruction. That is part of this global anti-imperialism. It is not something abstract. Many think it's abstract that I call decolonials speak of a civilization with, but imperialism has to do with the crisis of civilization, and in truth, the system, the civilization, modern Western empire and civilization, that civilization is materialized. It is a world imperialist system, and therefore this requires of a policy, and that policy is towards the anti-imperialist struggle. So we have to articulate ways as a feminist, the black feminists, the ones who created this term, and they did it thinking in making coalitions amongst all of the oppressed against imperialism, not to make a war, fratricide of who has oppression, who is more oppressed. No, the Olympics of oppression, or the policy, or the identities where each one does every man to themselves. No, this black, like Angela Davis, Patricia Hickey, Barbara Smith, the great feminists, black feminists of the states, were speaking of coalitions amongst the oppressed when they spoke of the multiplicity of against the world imperialist system. And this was very clear to them. But today, there has been appropriation, a liberal appropriation, intersectional and imperialist of all of this. And we have even people of the left that are repeating these things that is stated by the empire. That is, so we have struggles by adverbs today and not by social justice, shall we say. Struggles of how you identify you, and not struggles for social justice of the oppressed of the world. So, in order to now to finish, we have to be in the new imperialism. We have to ecologist. We have to be ecologists. Something that 100 years ago we didn't take it into account, but today we cannot be anti-imperialist without an imperialist because the world, the system, this imperialist system is the one that is destroying nature. Therefore, we have to have systemic diversity. We cannot base ourselves from one sole systemic paradigm. We have to have diversity anti-imperialist ones. We see, for example, how Iran, as an imperialist nation today, that has a different vision of other peoples, but they are an anti-imperialist movement. They're just different. It is an anti-imperialist nation, and we have to have a discussion on Iran because Iran is not Saudi Arabia. Iran is not a fundamentalist Islamic country as Saudi Arabia and other countries of the Persian Gulf. Iran is a revolution in Iran, has the levels of participation in the work markets in the university. They are in the universities at the highest levels than all of the Middle East together. The women have participation, a huge participation that the imperial press does not say that. So it is the country of all of the Middle East, of the Muslim world, with the greatest participation of women in the work market, in education, science, in universities, in all of the spaces. It's Iran. They're all women. Women are taken into account in Iran. I'm just saying things that are important. I know that are not unknown, and even the imperial press make us believe that everything that occurs in the Islamic nature is Islamic fundamentalism, but that's not true. That is a production of the empire themselves. It is an ideology called Wahhabismo that I can't dwell on that. But Wahhabismo of Saudi Arabia and of the countries of Persian Gulf produce the CIA movement like ISIS, Islamic State, Al Qaeda, and all of these fundamentalist groups, the Islamic fundamentalist groups that we have discrepancies as logic, yes, but not anti-imperialism. It has to base itself and start from the union of all imperialist forces together. The same thing occurs with our indigenous peoples. We don't have to necessarily coincide in the visions that each one has, but we have to have a common front that has the acknowledgement to the systemic aspects of the world as a central point. The anti-imperialist movement has to be feminist movement, something that was not taken into account 100 years ago. It also has to be socialist. It has to be decolonizing of the hegemonic epistemology. It has to be community, communal. It has to be in the center of our project of liberation in the world. The communal, not the to communal, make communal the power, the economies, as was invited to be done by Commander Hugo Chavez, that there be communes, that we work from communes, and this has to be in the center, in the epicenter of the anti-imperialist project that we should be constructing wherever we in the world that we be. Now, the defense, on the other hand, of Venezuela, in the sense that it says of a project that takes into account seriously the topic of creating a new society, of the vision of the commune or nothing. This is a red line that we have to trace in Latin America. We cannot continue to call from left those pseudo warm left that is next to the empire that attacks the Bolivarian government every time that it can. That is a dotted line then that we have to put there. In Venezuela, what is when what is important here is in what is happening here. And the multipolar world says there has to be a diversity. And also what that multipolar world is the one that right now, even though right now we can see it that is anti-capitalist, but it states a contradiction, which is the main one today between the hegemon of the bipolar world and the defense of sovereignty of the peoples. And therefore, a few years ago, the following.
It was divided into the capitalist world during the Cold War and the socialist world. There were clear divisions. And for example, ask yourselves, what does China, Iran, Russia have in common? The defense of sovereignty of the peoples. Ideologically, there's not much element in common, but the sovereignty of the peoples is what unites them. That's a world of possibilities for radical movements that want to move towards socialism of the 21st century, that gives you maneuver opportunities that's not present in the unipolar world, because there they only have blockades, sanctions, invasions. The multipolar world at least offers a space for maneuvering the revolutionary struggle, which is anti-imperialist. We will now give the floor to the last panelist from Venezuela, Sergio Rodriguez. He has a bachelor's in international studies and a PhD in political studies. He's professor of in the international department of Telesur. An advisor, sorry, not professor. Good night, I think. I think it is already the evening. Since I am the Venezuelan of this panel, I would like to welcome you all. Welcome to the homeland of Bolivar and Chavez. Thank you very much for being here. To my panel colleagues, we thank you for being here in such an important moment for our homeland. I have two conflicts. The first one is that I was told, and let me check, I was told that I must reflect on our vision of a pluricentric world, the decay of the US as a superpower and the challenges of our times, and that it had to be done in 10 minutes. That's my first conflict. And the second one is that I wrote a few notes in some yellow cards and I lost them. So I will try to see if I can remember everything. If you find the cards, you can give them to me. So now let's talk about the multipolar world and go back in time. In the last decade of the last century, the Cold War ended, characterized by the disappearance of the Soviet Union. although some analysts, even our comrade from Zambia, said so, that started an unipolar world. I would prefer to say it started a process of dispute between the ones proposing a unipolar world and those proposing a multipolar world. However, this conflict was not over, we didn't overcome that conflict in the last century. The international system cannot establish a structure. This can only be achieved from the terrorist acts of September 11, 2011. The US was the winner of those terrorist attacks because he was able to establish the unipolar world. I don't know if you remember the statements from President Bush, particularly the one from September the 20th, where he said, "You're either with them or with us." So it was impossible for us to be with terrorism. So the answer was to be with the US. And he makes some affirmations in that statement that make the unipolar world a formal element. This worked well for the US until 2008, 2009, when there was the crisis of the mortgages. They couldn't sustain their system, and the unipolar world is now trapped in a crisis, but with a different world. Russia had left marasmo with Gorbachev, and now it was taking its role of a superpower, and China was already an economic superpower. So this new moment of definitions of 2008 that bring us back to what happened in 1980 is now happening in a different context. Then 2012 comes, the magical year 2012. What happened back then? An extraordinary event in history. President Putin went back to power. Xi Jinping was chosen as General Secretary of the Communist Party of China. Who are these two figures? Events that happened, sorry, they were born in October 1962 and Xi Jinping in June 1953. They are born in the same moment of history. They are part of the political systems that were established in the Soviet Union and China, characterized by the fundamental contradiction with imperialism that was manifested by the bipolar world. They overcame the crisis of their countries. That, by the way, it was done in a different manner, because in China they proposed the economic reform by keeping political control of the Communist Party. But the Soviets tried to do the economic reform along with the political reform, and that's why it disappeared. These two figures emerged from those moments, and they started to build a race within the system. And this is when in 2012, they come to power. In 2010, the trade exchange was of $10 billion, only $10 billion. And by 2020, their objective was to have it by $100 billion, and today it is over $200 billion. They start to debate ideas, to find common points, And this is when they discover they have more things in common than they thought. This is where they propose to create a new and different world that had its axis in the Euro-Asian spaces that would displace the North Atlantic that after the Second World War transformed into the fundamental space in which the politics of the world were decided. So they start to organize a network of organization, and sorry for repeating myself, in this Euro-Asian space, which is a broad space with Russia in the Pacific to Lisbon in the Atlantic in Portugal. It is a space that could be established from the economic potential of China, the energy and military potential of Russia, and the industrial potential of Europe. Of course, the US couldn't allow this to happen. They, through the Marshall Plan, they bought Europe after the end of the Second World War, and they established a system around the creation of the UN, which established the domination of the world structurally, and they couldn't allow that to happen. And how did they avoid it? With the expansion of NATO to the east, Russia couldn't allow this the same way the US didn't allow in the year 62 the Soviet Union to put nuclear missiles in Cuba. It is a superpower taking care of its space, its land, and Russia reacted as it should have done. So, in that space, the great conflict that's taking place in terms of geopolitics is that there's a new space that's being built versus the control space of the US, which is the one in the North Atlantic. And what happens in Eurasia, which has its axis in Central Asia, that according to capitalists of the 19th and 20th century, which claimed that those who dominated Central Asia would dominate the world. And what's happening? That they're no longer in Afghanistan because they were defeated, that they failed their coup in Kyrgyzstan. All their two coup attempts in Kazakhstan also failed in 2021, the last one. And this space in which we are building the global politics has a characteristics that's different from what I just mentioned. And that characteristic is that the US is absent. So a network is now built, which is manifested through the Belt and Road with the Community of Independent States, the North-South Corridor, the Asian Investment and Infrastructure Bank. And what's the main characteristic? That the US is absent in all of them. So we're seeing a process of building something different that's manifested globally through BRICS. We still don't know what's happening with BRICS because they don't have any program, statutes, headquarters, general secretary. We don't even know how to be a member of it. But there's something that's key. They don't have a Security Council or veto right. So it is much more democratic than what we already have because we all participate, or at least we can participate. And those who participate uh, have equal rights. There's no imposition of China over South Africa. They must decide with a consensus, and that's why in the following summit that will take place in Russia, they will analyze how they will continue moving forward because the consensus of 5 is difficult, achieving the consensus of 10 it is harder, and if they continue growing it is even harder, and maybe that could lead to its failure. So they must stop and think how they're going to structure BRICS. So it is actually the space over they with which will be the basis of tomorrow's world. So BRICS,
que además es mucho más amplio
which is broader than what we already have, because in BRICS we have Africa, we have Western Asia, we have Latin America, we have Europe, because in the Security Council there are no African countries, there's no Caribbean countries. So we start building a different space, and what happens? It occurs in a moment in which the international system itself is in crisis. Since 2020, we've had 3 events that changed. You can conclude that the international system as it exists today cannot solve the issues of humanity. First, the pandemic, which was an spectacular moment for humanity to agree in going against a common enemy that attacked everyone, the rich, the poor, short, taller, everyone. And humanity couldn't agree because the interest of the labs, the the capitalist interest was over healthcare and human lives. So in the most powerful country in the world, with all of the resources they have, 1,200,000 people died because they prioritized the revenue of companies and the structure that was supposed to safeguard the security of human healthcare. The World Health Organization was not capable. Labs were more powerful. They imposed their logic. But I think the pandemic, for the first time, demonstrated how the UN system was not capable of facing such a fundamental problem of life. Without that right, no other right is no other right matters. If you cannot guarantee the right to life, no other right will make sense, will have sense. Then we have genocide in the east of Ukraine. The UN couldn't avoid it either. They couldn't do anything against that, and Russia reacted in a process which was a long-term process that's now worsening the crisis not only in Ukraine, but it is also the deep crisis of Europe that's about to stop being a relevant international actor for its subordination to the US. And this conflict, this unresolved conflict of the contradiction between the Atlantic and Europe is again part of the debate. Because they cannot offer alternatives as when it happened with Hitler 100 years ago, now it is the far right, the one who is trying to propose alternatives against the system in Europe. So now they are debating the capacity of Europe and its industrial ability to work without the Chinese economy, without the Russian economy and if Trump wins without the US defending them. The future of Europe is hard in this juncture. And this is the paradigm of in the building of a multipolar world which has an strategic importance. And lastly, we have the war in Gaza. The logic in Ramon explained how the logic of what's happening in Gaza inserts in the global panorama. We have come to the point in which we check every day the figures of the casualties. And now that's like counting anything on street, like counting how many cars are on the street. Capitalism is taking us to a level in which the traditional values of humanity are being destroyed. So they cannot safeguard human healthcare, they cannot safeguard human life. Capitalism has failed. There's 900 million people in the world without drinking water. There's 1.2 billion people in our planet without proper housing. 30,000 children die every single day because of diseases that could be preventable. There's millions of people without a house. There's a growing process of destruction in our planet, not only of plants and animals, but also human life, as Fidel denounced in 1992. So, in the face of that, the only alternative is to build a multipolar world. A world in which we can all have an opinion, where there's no security councils, vetoes. It must be a world that can get rid of the dictatorship character of the Security Council. So the transformation of the international system, of the path to multipolarity, it is also related to the struggle against capitalism and against imperialism. This is the dividing line. So when we talk about multipolarity, we can see it in those terms. 2 years ago, in California, there was a meeting convened by the President of the US. Venezuela was not invited. And Maduro started a tour through Turkey, Qatar, Azerbaijan, and we, Venezuela, is entering the world of tomorrow. They're not going through the backyard, they're going through the front door. We want to be a part of the multipolar world of BRICS, and we are going to achieve it. A different world is being born. We are in the right path, and never doubt about it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergio. Before we close formally, I would like to remind you that there's another situation that I think we haven't discussed, and it is the fact that close in Peru, there's been a dictatorship for years. In the struggle against that dictatorship, at least 49 Peruvians have been assassinated, with thousands of injured and casualties, and one of them is President Pedro Castillo, who was elected in a democratic manner. So we convey our greetings and our solidarity hug to Peru and to those struggling there. So I am going to invite two colleagues. First, Carlos Ron, president of the Simon Bolivar Institute, and Rander Peña, who is the Vice President of International Affairs of PSUV. Please come forward. Well, comrades, thank you very much to all of you for giving us the opportunity to have you next to us in a moment that's so important for Venezuela in local history, and we know it will also impact Latin America and in the peace and stability of Latin America. This is the 31st election in 25 years of the Bolivarian Revolution, and this is framed in a historical moment because it is the moment in which we created a new constitution in 1998 to define a political system that's more inclusive, protagonic, in which the Venezuelan people could lead and decide the destiny of the Bolivarian homeland. And we say it is a protagonic system because if we are saying that this is the 31st election in 25 years, we're talking about an election every 10 months. So the Venezuelan people has high electoral literacy. And in this election, as you may already know, dear colleagues, we will have 10 candidates. 9 of them are part of the opposition. They defend right and far right ideas. And one candidate has the support of progressive and left forces, which is the candidate of the Venezuelan people, Nicolás Maduro Moros. When 9 candidates and all of them believe they have the single flag of the opposition of Venezuela and they are fighting for the opposition vote. When in other countries a political proposal tries to be captured by 9 candidates, any political analyst would say they are dividing the votes, they have no opportunity of winning. But in Venezuela, they attempt and use false polls and they try to claim that one of them has a real opportunity of winning, but the truth is that they have no chance of winning. And what we know what's going to happen on Sunday is that President Nicolás Maduro will be re-elected by the Venezuelan people. This is a reality that you should know. There's a great campaign in the media outlets that has a greater impact outside that within our country, trying to have a climate of having tension or competition. But the truth is that in this stage we're not only worried about a victory, but also a comfortable victory. However, we cannot ignore these threats because they are threats from the powerful, threats from the people that dominated in the past and believe are the owners of this land and this country, denying any type of evolution, revolution, change, political transformation, denying what's happening, and they try to retake the political power. And the threats that seem simple to know that they are there. And one of them is that within international media outlets, I create a sense of victory, and many of our colleagues here, like Paula, know that they are trying to confuse viral elements with the truth. And if something is viral on social media, it can be perceived as the truth. And this is what they're doing. Is a new Weebler scheme in these times of the hegemony. And these figures that are disseminating this false narrative, repeating I am going to win, 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 without actually having any real possibility in the country, they are going to come out and say, oh, we won, and they are going to make viral the news that they won without having any official announcements from the Electoral National Council, without respecting the will of the Bolivarian people. But why are they doing it? For because when the moment comes in which the CNE announces the results, they can say that's false, it was fraud. It is evident. But someone could raise their hands and ask why they wouldn't recognize the results, and there are many answers. But I will share some of them, and the most important is that the Venezuelan right does not care about respecting the electoral results, because if they do so, they will be denying the possibility of getting new investments from the US to continue with their political evil plan. If they recognized the results, they would have a different financial plan, or they would renew. In 2015, something happened in Venezuela, which were the parliamentary elections. I was a candidate and I lost. I was in candidate in Circuit 4 in Miranda State, which is close. It includes Guatire, Guarenas, La Dolorita, and we invested a lot of our efforts. Commander Hugo Chavez had passed away only 2 years before that. It was a moment of uncertainty. We were still in a stage in which children had to be fathers, but we lost. And as political actors that believe in democracy, we recognized the defeat. I remember that that night the candidates of the capital region, which was Miranda, La Guaira, and Caracas, we were convened to Miraflores Palace. We were starting to see the results and we felt defeated. An electoral defeat is very hard. And we were asking ourselves, what happened? What went wrong? And when I arrived to Miraflores Palace, I saw many colleagues that were also candidates to be deputies, and they had sad faces. I was 25 years old. It was the first time I ran for elections, and I said, this is my first time and I am losing. And I was waiting because I was the youngest amongst all of them. And suddenly I saw that President Nicolas Maduro was coming, calm, but very firm. He was walking towards us. And he saw our faces. And he told us, but why are you sad? You should be happy. At least we won one deputy in Caracas. At least we have Tanya in Caracas. It could have been worse. He recognized, and it was even done in a with humor, with a good humor, in a good manner. And why did he recognize it? I was a witness of it. And he said, well, we have to recognize those results. And that's what we did. And what happened with the far right after we recognized the results? They made many mistakes, but I'm going to mention two of them. First, they said that in 6 months they were going to overthrow Nicolas Maduro. He only has 6 months left in power. This was a parliamentary coup d'etat, trying to break the will of the people that had elected President Maduro. And the second mistake was to tell the US, look, we are the majority, but I only need a little bit more to take over power, and to do so I need your help. If you impose an economic blockade, I am going to take over political power. And that was the promise they made to the US. And from that moment on, there are 936 unilateral coercive measures towards the Venezuelan people. And they, in their clumsy, vulgar narrative, state that it doesn't impact the Venezuelan people, but only the group that's governing. But if you sanction the Minister of Finances and prevent him from signing contracts abroad, is that only going to affect the minister? No, also the Venezuelan people. If you prevent the country from bringing essential goods, are you only going to affect a group that was going to affect and harm the Venezuelan people? And those who won in 2015 are the ones running for candidate today as renovated candidates of hope. You know the propaganda they use, trying to indicate the Venezuelan people that we have short-term memory and that we have forgotten what happened 10, 15, 20 years ago. That's why the way they perceive the situation abroad is completely different to what's happening here. And there's something I would like to tell you so you can be calm, because when Carlos and I were preparing the agenda, we were going to prepare to the friends of the world and the international observers that are going to be to witness an electoral process that's in the newspapers of the world. We were asking ourselves, what are we going to do? And we said, okay, we can not only talk to each other and look to convince and try to convince them about the reason why we're going to win. It cannot only be an encounter only amongst ourselves in four walls. We have to show them how and why we're going to win. And the people in our territory that's prepared to receive you in the following days is probably the most valuable aspect we have to show you. In the upcoming days, you are going to be deployed in the different states of the country, others will stay in Caracas. And you will be able to witness the organization, productive, and popular experiences of our people that are hidden and do not exist for international media outlets. 2 hours ago, we were welcoming some international accompaniers and observers, and there were two former presidents amongst them. The former president of the Dominican Republic, Leonel Fernandez, and the former president Ernesto Sampere. They are here. And one of the things we were discussing, because I am a lover of party life, we will be in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as long as we're needed. But if there's something that I think it is useful, is the work we do in the political parties. It is the fundamental political instrument to have the real transformations.
And I started to speak of my structure. I was so emotional, and something that they didn't know. What they told me, that first time that they listened to it, and it generates, because curiosity, because I say, but if millions of people know that, but outside of Venezuela nobody knows this, but outside of Venezuela it is known that a vulgar lie that governments call asking for that, and ask about that. And I explain myself. It is not known in the country. There are 250,000 streets, and each street there is a head of the street and his team that is part of the Socialist Party of Venezuela. You know that in the country there are more than 150,000 communities, and in each community of the country there is one head, head, woman, man, and their team for the street, for that street where they live. It is not known outside of the country either that in the country here there are more than 15,300 electoral centers, and the United Socialist Party of Venezuela is present in each one in each community, or in every place, in every electoral center, what is called the UVCs, UVCs, Bolívar Chavez. That's we have 1,100 parish groups and 330 political municipal groups. We have national division. We have a leader who is President Nicolas Maduro, and that structure functions impeccably, by the way. No one asks us that, but we have in our 1 times 10, 1 multiplied by 10, that is our little organized aspect. More than 9 million people then are going to say, I vote for Nicolas. It's an organized vote. So we're going to say, I vote for Nicolas Maduro Moros. This is organized vote. But for some governments of the world, more important is to call and ask, what do you know about that? We're very concerned about. What are you worried about, I ask. We are, what did Maria Corina say? She declared that the, the brakes of her car were cut off. Excuse me, but don't 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 play with me. We don't do that. I say, listen, no one's interested more in that the woman is fine than pro Chavez. We want to keep her alive. We don't want anything to happen to her. We are taking care of her. We care for her because someone wants to hurt her. Someone wants to harm her. That's the truth. We want to keep her. Or is it that the region? I don't remember an episode in Ecuador that occurred where there was had to kill one of the candidates to generate a state of commotion in order to change the electoral result. That occurred. That's what happened. Why? Because that's history. It was sure for someone, for Luisa Gonzalez. But we're not going to permit that that happen here in Venezuela. We're not going to permit it. We know very well what are the plans of the right wing. And vis-a-vis each destabilizing plan, we have a plan of peace by the Bolivarian Revolution, but we are not exempt of the threat. So in order to close, then there is much because many of you in different spaces, video conferences, and that in any moment can ask me, but Randa, what do we do then? How can we be more solidary with Venezuela? And the response that has been given to each one is simply, just tell the truth. Say, just say the truth of what you see. Say, speak about the people of Venezuela, the people, what you perceive. Because before, don't, it's, we should always, justice should prevail, goodness should prevail. Tell the truth has to prevail. Always tell the truth. There are great pressures. You've seen it. Okay, you know más. This is probably going to increase the situation. There are going to be pressures of all types from enemies and all pressures on friend people, and people who are not with us. Vis-a-vis this, we have to find to keep calm, serene. This is a moment that will pass, and the victory will determine the times to come. But always keeping, so let's fall into that trap, in that trap of chaos, of what one tweet can say. That's not, or of what the enemy wants to establish or install some type of a narrative amongst us. Here in Venezuela, for example, dear brothers and sisters, compatriots, and with this I close. Venezuela, there is a very popular game, and I play it a lot with my father, besides, who is, today is his birthday. My father there, 24th of July, he is 62 years old, my dad. And I play a lot with my mother and father. We play this game in family, and it's called dominoes. You know dominoes, right? It it's a table game, and it's entertaining to play dominoes. And there's a phrase that says the domino permits you to say, that is applied here to Venezuela, to say that a, a, a game that wins doesn't mean that it's stalled, that, and you'll see it, and you will see it too. Long live our international accompaniments. Long live the solidarity of the world. Thank you very much, all of you, brothers and sisters here present, for this moment that we have given you in reflection with the social alternative world alternative. Thank you very much. Good evening. Long live everyone. Brothers and sisters, I know that we're all very tired. It's been a long day, productive, and above all, that type of activity, this session um, creates a spirit to have a dose. We want to thank you for your participation, your patience today, your contributions. There's much that we have to keep working with respect to this alternative. We have to remind you that in the next days, we'll continue to speak, all the team here from the Institute of Simon Bolivar, of ALBA PTA, so that we continue to construct. Let's think of how to work together, to continue to work, going to depth with the documents that we have in regional works. Let's work in by equipment, by teams, excuse me, to work together and to include new elements. And there's always this process continues to be open. And now, I want I will leave you to go home to rest, because tomorrow we have the closing of the campaign. We will be here on the street scene, the Venezuelan people celebrating this road to victory. And thank you very much. Your solidarity, your love towards our people, and with that, and with this spirit, and with this all, and of course, before leaving, I asked you an applause for the team, not all the technical team, the teams that have been accompanying us in the theater, all the people, and the interpretations, those who have been in their cabin interpreting, making an enormous effort for all of you. Thank you. And brothers and sisters, you know, today, and with this spirit of Simon Bolivar, we are going to the streets. We're going to continue to construct from here, from Venezuela, our revolution. And you are part of this family, and you will always be part of this triumph. Long live Bolivar, long live Venezuela, long live Chavez, long live Maduro, long live Venezuela. Thank you. Good night.